What up, what up?
What up, Carlos? How you doing, man?
Hey, who's that?
This is Snacks. What's going on?
Hey, I was thinking
No, I didn't.
no matter you're on the globe or if you're on a flat Earth with a Antarctic ring around you, all compasses point to north, right?
They do.
So if you only have that one reference point, which they've shown on every map with the continents like around Europe and Russia and all of that area is kind of wrapped around a center point, yeah. That's what they can prove, yeah. So if you're not looking north, if you've got your back to north, no matter you're on a globe or on a ball, or on a flat Earth, right? You every direction is south with your back to the north, everywhere. So it, that's why where's this compass with the main heading painted in red, pointed towards the South Pole? It's because there isn't a South Pole. It's a South hula hoop, even on a ball.
All right. Southern hula hoop.
What's that?
Southern hula hoop, man.
Yeah.
But the source for all the North Pole energy is in the center of the dish or the top of the ball, right? Which
Hmm.
is really the bottom of the ball. Funny story. But that but then are we to think that the reason for the differential in magnitude of the relative poles that has nothing or anything to do with the magnitude of the pole star that is either brighter or weaker in magnitude? You know, like North Pole, North Star, North Star, totally awesome. South Pole star, questionable, a little bit dim, right? South Pole on the magnet is always usually on the isn't that weaker than the North Pole on the compass? So similar sorts of natures here, but they're not connected in any way. I don't know. Like they they're apparently not connected because the pole stars aren't even really pole stars. If you if you really ask a Glober,
The fucked up thing is that on both models, if I started walking towards the east, yeah, so I get my compass and I'm in California, yeah, and I just start walking towards the east, and then I throw my compass away, but I just keep my heading, I'm going to end up in the south. Do you think that it's because you're above the equator, right? So if you go east or west when you're above the equator, and above it's just because why do they even have to put the north at the north, where it is, like? But anyway, because we're apparently in space, which it doesn't have an up and down, but they decided that there's a north pole and that's the top. But like if you're above the equator and you go east and then you throw your compass away after 10 minutes, you will end up in Antarctica. And it's the same on the flat Earth. If you do the same thing, you'll always end up in Antarctica. So where the fuck is south? I mean, east is south. If you do a dead reckoning, it doesn't matter. You're going to end up in Antarctica because east and west are just arbitrary directions on a local scale. There's no such thing as a true direction.
I mean, they correspond to the rise, the so-called rising and setting of the sun. So they do correspond to that.
And it works on both models, right? Because the Earth is stationary and the sun spins around in laps, and then on the ball you're spinning, and it just happens to be spinning at the right angle for it to come up around that
Yeah,
great
I mean, I
circle
kind
route.
of do wonder what would happen if you just like every morning you're just like wherever the sun came from, that's where I'm going, and you just like set your sights and you just you walk there every day. I, I wonder where you would wind up.
Yeah, you probably have
Well,
to have a few muesli bars.
yeah, it would take you a little bit, or the other way around too. Just like following where the sun went. It's like I'm going there. That's where I'm going tomorrow.
Cool.
But I don't know. I mean, at a rate of like at some kind of rate, you're going to be just making straight lines towards an ever moving point in the distance. Yeah, I don't know. What's up? Good morning there, platypus. How you doing? How you
Yeah, well,
doing?
that's why they only travel one day at a time, right? So they follow the sun, and when the sun goes down, that's why they understand, the rotations of the stars go in the same pattern as the sun. So they learn to follow the stars at night and the sun in the day, and that's how they can go east in a great circle route on a flat Earth.
I mean, the easiest one and probably the most obvious one is just of the Orion constellation. It- Yeah, it's equatorial. It's
It's visible from anywhere, yeah.
I think the further north you go, you lose it at a different time of year. Slightly. I don't know. It's a mystery to me, actually. It's tough to even like go somewhere where there isn't a lot of light pollution.
Yeah, you have to go somewhere where you need to have special ration supplies and four-wheel drive, right?
Well, four-wheel drive maybe. Yeah.
Or a camel.
I mean, where I was at in California is like super dark. There's hardly anything around there to. You can see like LA to the south a little bit, kind of just blowing up.
Just like a big glow.
Yeah, yeah, it's just kind of like a glow, but the sky directly above it is pretty dark. You can see all kinds of
Like
stuff.
even a small town, like it doesn't have to be a city, just a tiny town at nighttime in the distance makes a big glow and the clouds all light up.
Yeah, and it really like it screws up your ability to see anything. Um,
Yeah, yeah. All you need is that little bit of interference, but obviously you want to find a day with no clouds anyway. But I mean, nighttime.
it's just tough to say like what that would look like, or where it'd have to go to have the same kind of view of the sky. But like equatorial or south of the equator, you know. Like, just
Yeah,
to see
well,
it firsthand,
no matter
So,
if you're on a flat Earth or a ball, you point your telescope to the star and you follow it, it's gonna end up having this exactly the same angle and appearance the whole way from north to south. If you followed a star, if there was such a a star that you could follow, then you go from north to south on a ball or on a flat Earth. I can't see it. Like if it changes angle for some reason with these dimensions, there's no evidence for it because we only have one. Where's this? Where's this? Where's the subject in university that you can really study optics and perspective and all the attributes about the lens of the atmosphere in the sky? Know what I mean?
yeah. No, there isn't really any.
They're just going to teach you a whole bunch of maths. I doubt that they're going to come up and show you like with experiments and with all sorts of practical real life evidence for exactly how this place works. Well, I have to go, and it's because my phone is about to die. It's going to go to a
Good talk. Get a battery case.
happy place.
No, I said get
Yeah,
a battery case.
for like 1%. Yeah, battery case. Yeah, I heard about your battery cases. They're good, are they?
My phone's never been plugged into a wall.
Oh, so you just charge the case.
What?
So you charge the case, and you've got a backup one, I suppose.
Yeah, I got a case at home, a case in the car, a case at work. If my case dies, if my phone gets low on batteries, I don't even let the phone get low on battery. If the case dies, I just pop a new case. It pops in and out like 2 seconds.
Wow.
I
So
never worry about my phone dying.
you've got a case charging station.
I have a case charging everywhere.
Awesome.
I got a case charging at your mom's house.
Have you got one in Walmart, like outside on that socket that they use for the high pressure water blasting?
uh,
Yeah, I see a lot of homeless people with fucking, those exterior plugs on like warehouses and like shops and shit. They just like sit on the footpath or on the grass, charging their phones for free from the public power outlets, wherever they can find one. Yeah, fuck. I had 4 homeless people come into the shop today asking for food. Please give me some food. I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Yeah, I should stop giving away free food. And I think they've got a network going on. I've never seen the same person come in twice, but I bet you he's telling all of his friends, hey man, he gives away free food. It's about to
Yo, that was awesome how we went out. Right, Stacks? You heard
He's like, it's about to dip.
it? That was awesome. Perfect timing. That was perfect timing.
So it was perfect.
Huh?
That was perfect.
I know. That's good shit.
Man.
How we doing, buddy? Where you been?
Wait, starting.
Talking to you, Snacks. Where you been, bud?
Where have I been? I think I've been
Yeah, I
here.
haven't seen you in here. What's up?
I don't know.
Have you been coming in here? I haven't heard you.
I think I was sleeping a couple days.
You were hot micing. Well, after your little hot micing escapade, you were looking for a dispensary in the mall or something?
Um, yeah, it was actually across the street. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I just figured that's why you've been sleeping. You got that bubonic chronic.
Oh, that was a hassle that day.
You've been taking a lot of weed naps.
No, I've been like it's because of that red light. I'm like using the Ultra Max Bruce Banner level. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It
Oh,
makes me
red
just
light
fucking.
therapy. Yeah.
But then I'm like, hey, that's kind of better, and then I'll just like hit it up again and then take another nap. So, I think I did like 4 sessions in yet the last couple days. But I'm awesome now. I'm all put back together, so that's good. It's it's just crazy, man, that it makes me like have to take a nap. You know, I think I'm like having like illegal levels of red light over here. I'm violating like Planck's constant or something. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but
Don't get mad. You turn into a giant red beast looking creature.
I hear you. I worry about that, obviously. But it to me is like incredibly crazy that it actually does anything. You know. I mean that means we're like a little bit like plants or something, Jeremy, isn't it? I can just like shine some frequencies of light and I'll start to grow muscle and collagen right in those areas.
Affected by our environment. Like, yeah, if you play some crazy frequency or something, it could help or hurt you, or some certain light could help or hurt you. I could definitely find a light that would hurt you, or a light that would help you. You know.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean specifically these numbers,
Bro, this SoFi app is dope, dude. My friend's like, yo, sign up for this thing. And she knows I'm in all shit like that. She's like, sign up for this thing, you get 25 free bucks. I was like, oh, that's awesome. So I signed up, got 25 bucks. I was like, yo, what did you get for it? She's like, I got 75. I'm like, yo, that's fucked up. I'm like, that's awesome though, but she's like, yeah, you get 75 bucks for every person you sign up. It's like a banking, it's like a checking account on the internet. It's basically like Cash App or some shit. But that was neat. I'm about to have my whole family sign up. I'm just gonna start harassing people on the street. Carlos should have had those bums sign up for it. They could have bought a meal. What up, Riggs?
I like your profile picture because he looks like a nice guy.
You talking to me?
Oh no, I'm talking about Riggs. His profile picture. He looks like a nice guy.
Is that really you, Riggs? You look like an asshole if that's you. Are you being serious, Lavos?
No, dude, I wasn't. Dude, that's hilarious. You were like, looks like an asshole. Thank you. Taking that risk.
Yeah, it looks like he could play like Motley Crue covers or something, but doesn't. That's how lame.
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Oh,
That's
hello,
what that is.
California. Yeah.
Yeah. I went to bed last night and I said, you know what? I'm gonna get up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got
Early
That's
to bed,
silly
early to
early,
rise. Yeah.
Dude, you got to get up before all your competition, you know? Otherwise, you're just going to be lagging.
Bro, what competition? I know what you do for a living.
Bro.
You know, you know what I've been doing? I've been
What?
collecting bottles. I've been collecting cans and bottles throughout the whole school. I'm getting nice money from it. You get like a
Nice.
giant garbage bag of bottles every day.
Dude, that's smart. That's what, like, it's another extra $10 a day?
Nah, you probably get 10 bucks a week.
Oh, okay.
I've been
Oh,
having
they're
a good week though. I might get 20 this week.
very nice. I'm going to go, I think I'm going to buy a truck today.
Yo, get a truck, bro. We can get loot with a truck.
I know, dude. We're going to be fucking getting ATMs and shit. It's going to be sweet.
Well, I was thinking you could go around and collect like scrap metal and stuff, but
Oh, no. We're just get the whole ATM machine. Oh.
that's
It's like two guys.
Dude, I've seen those videos where two dudes get an ATM machine. It's not
Like,
but it's really violent. It's like, wow, guys couldn't have figured out a fucking easier way to do this.
I don't understand. Aren't those ATM machines like GPS tracked or anything, or you're just sitting there with no like tracking devices or anything on them?
you gotta get into drill real quick.
Yeah,
Like the Apple AirTag.
Just rip the air tag out and eat it. Or no, don't eat it. Feed it to the other guy. Let him eat it. Or break it. I guess you gotta kinda know how to get into it. Or maybe you could have a jamming device. I guess you could have a jamming device.
I don't think they allow for jams anymore. You're talking about where you jam where the money comes out?
No, I mean like just jamming like the frequency spectrum, so like it'll just like squash whatever
Oh, dude,
signal
no.
it's putting out.
Back in the day, they used to do this shit where they would fucking jam this thing into where the money comes out. So all day, people are going up to the ATM to withdraw money, and then when the money is supposed to come out, it doesn't because it's getting like just smashed behind this like I forget what they would put in there, like putty or something. And so they would just wait all day for people to like try to withdraw cash and then get frustrated and leave. And then they'd go up with a crowbar and like smash the putty that they put in there. And all the cash from that was trying to withdraw that day would just shoot out and they would take it.
Good hustle.
Something.
See, that's a good side hustle.
Yeah.
That's legit work.
Dude, it is hard work.
Honest day's work right there.
I would like honest work right now.
What are you gonna do with the truck though, for real? Platypus.
Oh, I'm gonna buy cows and livestock, and I think I want to get like a $45,000 excavator, so I can like charge a shit ton of money to do construction on people's property. Oh, it rained last night.
That's neat.
Dude, yeah, it's not supposed to be raining at this time of year, so that's pretty weird.
But you're gonna get the truck to move livestock around?
I mean, yeah, that's my ultimate goal. I mean, first it's going to be to move my livestock ass around, get me from A to B. I've been like borrowing cars and doing all kinds of goofy stuff for too long in my own vehicle.
Yeah.
Riding alpacas around and shit.
Dude, I'll ride a homeless person to work if I have to.
You're not gonna get a car payment though, are you?
I'm actually going to do something even crazier. My friend does this whole like, you know, your birth certificate in all caps is like your corporation, and like you know, the government's got to give all this money stuff. And like, dude, for me, that's like right up the same alley as like, am I being detained? You know, like are we in the court of law? Like you're gonna try and do the whole man type thing. I don't really, it's just not my style. But this guy really wants to try it out, and I was like, yeah, I'll be your guinea pig. Let's go get a truck. Because if those motherfuckers let me take that bitch off the lot, they are never getting back. I don't care what the fuck they say. Like, they're not getting it back.
You're gonna just like file bankruptcy, or
No, I'm supposed to like, okay, so like he kind of explained it to me last night. He says that my signature allows the bank to print money and send that money to the dealership for the car that I financed. And if within 3 days I call the dealership and say, you know what, actually, I don't want to do this. You know, it's cool. We're cool here. We're not gonna do this. I'm not gonna pay you. They're going to be like, oh, okay, we'll take the car back. And I'll be like, well, no, didn't the bank pay you for the car? Have the bank fucking put the car back. And then when the bank calls me and tells me to return the car back, I'm going to say, didn't my signature authorize you to fucking print money out of thin air? So are you going to get rid of that money that my signature printed? Oh, no, you're not? Okay, then I'm keeping the car. I don't know. I mean, they're going to have a fucking tow truck is going to have a really hard time finding me. I guarantee you that. Where I'm going, we don't need roads. We'll see. Yeah, I couldn't afford a new vehicle. Are you out of your mind?
bro, you know how much it costs to fucking operate a vehicle?
Not much.
So much money. So much. It's like 500 on the low end, bro. That's if you bought a go-kart or some shit. Like a Hyundai fucking, Scion or some shit. Any like my wife's car payment is like 500 just for the payment. Then you got gas. You know how much it costs. Insurance. Insurance is $100 a month.
No, that's why I'm not gonna get something that's not gonna work. Like if it can't tow, I'm not buying it. That's for damn sure. I'm not really buying it in the first place. Like, I don't know. He thinks he's been taking these online classes. He's been paying people on the internet to teach him how to do this. So, yeah, I'm volunteering my credit and my livelihood, I guess, to do this. But I need the car bad, so I'm really down. Also, like, that's pretty tight. How many people can say they just walk off the lot or drive off the lot with a car they've paid $0 for and then just never paid for it? Like, I've never heard of anyone doing that.
That's crazy. I didn't know you were into cattle and stuff though. You got like chickens and stuff?
No, not yet, but that, I used to manage a dairy farm in North Carolina, and I had chickens and ducks and pigs and cows and all that good shit. And I want to get, I mean, I find out either today or whether or not I got the job. And I want to roll up to the new job in a nice truck.
Yeah, that looks good.
It is a good look, dude. Otherwise, I was going to be rolling up on a fucking, like, a scooter, you know? So, can't have that. It would have been a nice scooter, but a scooter nonetheless. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been this nervous in my entire life. It's like suspense is killing me.
Oh, for the job.
Say that again?
For the job.
Yeah, I find out today or tomorrow.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah, it's probably going to be tomorrow though, because I feel like you're going to want to make all the calls to the rejects first, and then you call the people that you're hiring. You're going to want to do all of that on a Friday, is what I would assume. But I don't know. What do I know? You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Game of Thrones really sucks.
Yeah, it was just like Floppy Wiener, the musical on ice. Bless you. Sounded like a sneeze.
Platypus. Here's what you do. You got a lot of like friends and family and stuff.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Here's what you do. You get the SoFi app, deposit $100 in it. It's like a online checking, basically. It's a banking thing. You can buy stocks or FDIC insured, all that. Put $100 in that account. Then you get all your friends and family to do the same thing. You get $75 every time they sign up and deposit $100. It's like getting a free toaster when you open a bank account.
What's SoFi? Is that what it's called?
SoFi, yeah.
I'm down, dude.
What kind of
Are
stuff?
you?
Yeah, no, I am. I mean, I have some purchases that I need to. Can I buy stuff on Amazon with this account? Can I like link that to my Amazon account?
They send you a debit card, I think. I got mine in the mail.
Okay.
You really want to do it? You really gonna do it? Let me
Yeah.
send you my link. I'm gonna send you my link. Hold on.
Yeah, send me your link.
I'm about to get all my friends and family to sign up for this. Get like $750.
Yeah, dude. That's cool, man.
Awesome. Like just for even if I send you my link and you sign up, you get $25 just for signing up
sweet.
with my link. Yeah. Like my friend gave me her link, and I got $25. She got $75. I was like, yo, this
Yeah.
is friggin' awesome.
I'm meeting up with my buddy later today. He might be interested in it too, so I'll run it by him. He's the one that's going to help me procure the vehicle. Yeah, he has this crazy plan. Like, he owns his own business, and like he has like perfect credit or whatever. He could just drive off of any lot without having to like give a down payment because his credit is so good. So he says that we're just going to drive off the lot today. And then, like 2 days from now, I'm going to call the dealership and just tell them, never mind. I'm keeping the truck. Oh, dude, I gotta YouTube this or something. What the fuck was that noise? Oh, it was a child.
Oh, that might be me, yeah.
No, it's all good. I thought it was like a cat or something.
Adam, sing him a song. There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, sing it. Do it. Of course, you won't do it.
That's okay. Kids get shy even over the internet, I'm guessing. Not that I would know. I don't talk to children on the internet. Nice try. Nice fucking try.
All right, I sent you my link. Yeah, bro, if
I'm
you
not gonna
sign
do
up
it
with
right.
that. What's up?
So I'm not gonna do it right this second. I'm still
Yeah,
in my
no
underwear
doubt.
here, but yeah, I'm not gonna run into it.
Yeah, no, it's neat. I mean, even if you only get a few people, it's, $75 a pop, dude. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I'm about to have my mom, my best friend, and my wife do it, and possibly some of my kids.
Nice. Put them to work.
Ribbit. What do frogs do? Frogs go ribbit, ribbit. Yo, if you somehow get my real name from that, don't tell me.
Okay.
I don't know if they like tell you my real name.
I won't tell anybody. It's all good.
All right.
Bro, the only fucking place that black holes actually exist is me, dude. I'm a black hole of information. People tell me stuff and I just forget it. They'll be like, dude, please don't tell anybody. And I'll fucking just forget. I'll be like, oh, what?
Like, don't tell anyone what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, it's 5 a.m. almost. Beautiful.
That's crazy early, bro. I'd be crying right now if I was in for 5 minutes.
Dude, I can't sleep right now. I'm so excited to find out about this job. I can't wait to move out of this godforsaken city. This place is literally just the crazy town. Got my French press going here. Who else is French pressing this morning? Let's go, boys.
I just do K-cups, bro. I'm not fancy like that.
Slacking.
Oh, dude, Dude, what do your kids speak like Pennsylvania Dutch or something? What are they saying?
He doesn't know what he's saying. He just rambles nonsense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounded like he was speaking another language.
Like French, Dutch, somewhere.
Pennsylvania Dutch is it's like German, but like just a different dialect. I know some people that speak it. Fuck, I need to call him.
Bro, I go to Pennsylvania sometimes, right? And I met this couple there once. I'm actually going to Pennsylvania next week. But I met some people there. I go, oh, and it's like a vacation spot. It's a couples retreat and shit. So I meet this couple there. I'm like, we're talking to them. We're on this boat. This was a few years ago, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, where are you guys? You guys from Australia? They're like, no, we're from Pennsylvania. I was like, oh, that's weird. It sounds like you got an Australian accent. They're like, no, we're just from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the Pennsylvania Dutch are interesting. They sound like the Germans.
Kind of nice, like deep in Pennsylvania.
Dude, there's Lancaster, Pennsylvania is fucking gorgeous, bro.
It's like one like Lake Town, man. It's like it's really nice. Almost like the
Damn.
Poconos or some shit like that.
Poconos, Lake Titicaca. I don't have time for all these fancy words.
That's where I'm going, Poconos.
Oh yeah, dude, he's just messing with you. He knows exactly where you're going. Yeah, that child's voice cuts
Yep.
straight to the ears.
I'll be in a Poconos in a heart-shaped hot tub with my wife lamping next week.
Nice. That's awesome. Okay, boys, it's happening. Whew, I feel like oh no,
Get excited.
So excited.
Good luck on your interview, man. I hope you get it.
Dude, thank you. Yeah, fortunately for me, the interview process is over. I just need to hear whether or not I got it.
What type of job are you interviewing for, Platypus?
The
Helicopter pilot.
Oh, okay.
except I
Don't
use my
mention-
wiener. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
don't-
I swing it around helicopter style.
Just don't mention the Earth's flat and you'll be fine.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Although if I told them that it was like part of my Native American history, they would definitely listen.
Yeah, they'd have to, but then they'd go, yeah, sorry, you're not.
People dropped
really
us
fit
off
for
in an
the
egg
job.
from their wiener copter. They dropped my people from the sky from an egg.
Yeah, Skyfather came down, swinging it around helicopter style, and just like, look, guys, just grows food.
Mm.
You don't need a smartphone.
Very gross.
Oh, look, the gas guy is raising the gas prices to over $5. Wow. Did they just do that willy nilly? They just get up today and they're just like, oh yeah, we're going over $5 today. I want that nice thing.
So is that $5 a gallon?
Yeah, yes, $5.19 for a gallon of gas right now.
You see, because that would roughly work out, because I think there's about 3.8 litres per gallon, US
Correct.
gallon. And yeah, is that for diesel or petrol?
That's for petrol. Diesel, this gas station doesn't even have diesel. I live in the ghetto.
Because yeah, in New
Just a
Zealand,
liter.
we're getting up to 280, 270, 280 per litre.
Whoa, that's like almost $7 a gallon.
Yeah, that's New Zealand dollars, bro. It's not.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
It's
So
like
with the exchange rate, it'll be the same.
Oh, okay. What do you guys use for money? Like Kiwi pellets?
Zelda
Yeah.
rupees. Rupees from Zelda.
You know, we got New Zealand dollars, New Zealand dollars, and French.
English. Single rupees.
Yeah, they use World of Warcraft gold.
Dude, they use RuneScape gold. Bro, Venezuela was using RuneScape gold for a while. Shit got so bad there. I don't know if they're still doing it. Something like 80%.
I thought Venezuela, didn't they swap to US dollars because their currency it just fucking bottomed out and was worth nothing?
Yeah. But that is not what fucking happened to my crypto. Good lord, you guys. You guys, I'm so sorry. I came in here months ago trying to like get people in on this. I got Apocryphon to buy some, and that was it. And we went through the most painful fucking downward spiral. But now it's like double what it was, and it's crazy.
So you made some good money on it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I need to get into that shit.
Only regret is not buying more at this point, but I've been in this position so many times where like I just didn't buy enough, or like I sold too soon. So I'm a little more. My nerves are a little whole subject.
Yeah, see, I don't quite understand the cryptocurrency shit, like, because a guy here in New Zealand in like a resort town where, you know, your basic bullshit house is like $1 million anyway, he was selling it for Bitcoin.
You sold the house for Bitcoin?
He had the house for sale for so many Bitcoins, but I don't get it because he could sell his house for like $1.7 million cash, New Zealand, but the same equivalent in Bitcoin, but then the Bitcoin that he sold it for could be worth $700,000 less tomorrow.
Yeah. But also, have you ever moved $1.7 million with like almost zero taxes instantly? I don't know if it's doable. Sure it is somehow, but like
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not big on crypto. I don't think it's if you have some money to invest, buy livestock. I not everybody
yeah,
has farms.
yeah. I wouldn't sell an asset for Bitcoin. I'd invest in it, but I wouldn't sell an asset for it.
There you go. There you go. Now crypto's been very helpful for me in times where like I needed to send money to somebody like in another part of the world.
Yeah.
That was very useful. I can't sell somebody in Africa.
Okay, so how does that work? Say you've got a niece or a nephew fucking in Australia and it's their birthday and you want to send them $200. Can you just do that out of crypto, or do you literally have to convert it to cash in your bank and then send it?
Yes, if you
No,
want to send Bitcoin, you have to convert it into cash and then send the cash.
that's
No,
or
as
you
in
could
cash in your bank.
You just send
you
the
want the
Bitcoin,
cash.
bro.
So you want on the birthday you want the recipient to receive cash or Bitcoin.
Yeah, like cash money, but digital cash money in their bank account.
Well, yeah, if they have a Bitcoin wallet, yeah, you just send them the Bitcoin, and now they can do whatever they want with it.
And they can just go
Here's what you
lazy
do,
and
Jazza.
take the money out.
Here's what you do. You got to have them sign up for SoFi. I'll send you a link. Hey, keep your shoes on, please.
That's really something you don't ever have to say to adults. Keep your shoes on.
Yeah. Normally it's take your shoes off at the door.
Yeah, think of the same thing. Here comes the sun, boys.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's right. The SoFi is probably all you need, really. You know, this Bitcoin thing is gonna be a little too complicated. You're just trying to send $200.
So just get a carrier pigeon and just tape it to the leg.
That was going to be my second one. If you didn't want to do the SoFi thing, carrier pigeon, absolutely.
It's a good second choice. So
I mean, it doesn't have to be a pigeon. It could be any type of aviary. You know, it could be crow, a sparrow, stork.
I'm going out to break yesterday. One of my coworkers is like, they're like, I got a bird. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they pulled their hands out and there's a bird in their hands. I'm like, how the hell did you get a bird? She's like, oh, I just walked over to it and picked it up.
Oh, he's one of those kind of guys.
It was a girl.
Oh,
She's always
wow.
trying to pick up bugs. One time there was a deer outside the school. She tried to pet it. I'm like, Dad, you ain't getting nowhere near that deer.
What's her name? Debbie?
What?
What'd you say her name
No,
is? Debbie?
No, not Debbie.
I haven't met. I don't think I've ever met a Debbie in real life, or in fake life.
I have a question.
All right.
Good.
What's the question?
What is the ultimate goal with Flat Earth? Is it to make everybody in the world know that the Earth is flat?
Ah,
When you ask what is the goal, it's like, what is the goal of telling people the sky is blue? It's like, why does anybody tell the truth? I don't know. I don't really have a goal. It's just if you're gonna try and tell me that we're going to the moon and there's little robots on the lights in the sky, I'm just gonna be like, I don't believe that.
But actually, that's a good question because Platypus, wouldn't your ultimate goal be to, per se, have more people to agree with you? If you
no,
know what
I
I'm
don't know
saying.
about these guys. My goal is to find out the truth about reality.
So your goal is more personal, you would say.
I guess so.
I've always found if you don't have any goals or expectations in life, you will never fail. So,
Or
Yes.
you're always failing.
well, no, you've got no standards for failure. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really have goals. Like, I'm not like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm a flat earther. I don't really do that. But if somebody really starts pressing like some space thing and want to talk to me about it, I probably will end up saying, yeah, I just don't really believe any of that stuff. Like, I'm not really trying to convince you. I don't think you really need to be convinced. I think most people, they need to be unconvinced because they've already been convinced that it's a ball, and they don't really have a good reason to believe that it's a ball. And it is a belief.
Well, no, it's really not. But anywho,
Okay, I mean, we could go there if you want. I'm fine with that. That's just my opinion.
I don't really want to either. It's a waste of time. But
I agree. No, I totally agree. It is. It's like, for some people, I don't think it matters. I'll put it that way.
it's basically like all the evidence is there that it's not flat, and so now it's like tomatoes, potatoes.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said.
Okay.
I think it only matters if you're living your life thinking that in 20 years you're going to be able to buy a commercial ticket to get on a spaceship and go to Mars and start over. Like, oh, global warming has fucked this planet up and everybody's racist, so I'm going to go to Mars. I mean, I think you're going to be sadly and sorely disappointed.
Oh no, no,
Not you.
I
This is the proverbial you. This is not. I'm not you specifically.
yeah, no, I don't take offense to what you're saying, but in terms of Mars in 20 years, but in terms of orbiting the Earth as a scenic flight in 20 years, I think it would be within most middle classes people's reach.
I hope you're right, because then I can put all of this crazy flat Earth nonsense behind me. But I'm still waiting on like the curvature selfies. I'd like a satellite to just, zoom in on a plane flying sideways, or like some people swimming upside down in Australia. So
But see,
we
see,
haven't.
see, I, see, I'm in New Zealand, and this is the difficult thing I can't wrap my head around. Satellites exist, and for you to say that a satellite can take a photo of something upside down in Australia or New Zealand or Antarctica, they're going to take a photo of something the right way up.
No, I'm talking like the James Webb satellite, or like something that's not in low Earth orbit. I'd like something to go, beyond the moon, and then turn, because we've got the ability to zoom in on these nebulas, clusters, or whatever. So yeah, just flip the camera around, point it at Earth, zoom in all the way. That's all. It doesn't. I don't need to like be able to read what's on your T-shirt. I just need to, I mean, dude, they could just do it by like zooming in and turning the picture upside down, and I would even be like, yeah, well, they could have turned it upside down, but this is what I asked for, so this is what I get. Like.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, isn't the James Webb Space Telescope like 1.5, 1.6 million kilometers away?
Well,
Like
yeah, no,
Launch
they can
Point
just
2 or something?
just back it up. Just back it up a little bit. This doesn't have to be that far away. But yeah, I don't
but
think I'm asking
that's
for anything too crazy. Like we got remember the blue marble, or no, not the blue marble. It's the blue dot, the pale blue dot. We got that photo of like as the satellite was like leaving the solar system. It takes one last photo of our little blue dot, like Steven Seagal or whatever is
Stephen Hawking.
Steven Sagan or whatever.
Yeah, Carl Sagan.
Yeah. He's narrating it. It's like they did that. They were able to turn it around for that. Let's turn it around in 2023 and take a little fuzzy blue dot picture. Let's redo that one. I mean,
yeah, but the difference is with the Voyager and Explorer probes that were going out past Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and that on the way in the late 70s, they were traveling somewhere. They were on a trajectory, and the James Webb Space Telescope isn't.
yeah, I'm not really trying to
it's
argue
stuck in
about the
its holding pattern.
capabilities. Right. So make a new one and send it up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, I just hear you flat earthers going on about how NASA gets $60 million a day, and then now you want them to make a whole new satellite to go out to take a photo of the Earth, which has been done many times before. And then even when you get that, you'll say that it's fake.
Well, you're not wrong. I can't really argue with that. I am asking for something that I will ultimately call fake. That is 100% accurate. So, but
Yeah,
I mean, I knew that going into it. Like, just trying to provide a piece of evidence that might sway me a little bit. It would have to be good, obviously. But
yeah, I understand that, and that's why I said it, is that it wouldn't matter how good it was, whether it was, I don't even know, you'd have to invent a whole new camera with a timestamp and everything, but you'd still call it fake.
Is that a normal behavior to ask something you know you will reject in advance? Tough question, I know.
no,
It's not a normal behavior.
Oh, is it? Wait. You just asked. Is it a normal behavior to ask a
Behavior,
question you
yes.
already know the
All,
answer
all,
to,
all, all the things
and
you
then you
do,
just
it's
did
not
that?
a normal.
Didn't you just ask a question and then answer it yourself, though?
Yes, because you didn't answer it. Because I know why you didn't answer it. Because you know the answer is no.
Oh yeah, got me.
Trike, are you answering my question I just said about asking Platypus?
Yeah.
What was it? What was the question?
About if, like I think I said to Platypus, that all the evidence is out there, but and Platypus was saying, can the James Webb Space Telescope turn around and take a photo of the Earth?
In principle, it can.
And well, no, because it's in the infrared, so it would look fucking weird anyway. So they'll call it fake. But that's the whole moral of the story is we could literally send out a satellite specifically to take a photo of the Earth, and Platypus and his comrades, and respect to them,
I don't speak
doesn't
for
matter
everybody.
what it doesn't matter what quality, what definition it was, they would call it fake.
Right. He admits it. So why do such a thing? Why ask
You won't. No,
people
I was
for
getting ready to
something
answer.
you know costs a lot of money, just so you can call it fake later?
Well, I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the conversation where
No, I just joined.
yeah, it's all good. But the reason why I would automatically call it fake is because we get a lot of fake stuff from our government. For instance, there's a really good example. 2 weeks ago, we had our government, our Congress, receive testimony from military officials about non-human biologics being recovered from a UFO crash site, right? Now, this comes after we've had declassified government, data showing these UFOs. We've got video evidence of it, but they've been lying to us about UFOs for decades. For decades,
Maybe they
they've been
are.
lying.
Have
Let me
you
finish. Let me finish. For decades, they've been lying about it, right? So why, when I know that they're lying about one thing, am I going to just subjectively decide to trust them about another? That's not logically consistent. When I find out that somebody's lying to me, the trust is broken, and I can no longer trust the information that they're giving.
Sure. Now, how do you know they don't lie now? They told the truth. You press them. They lie to you, so you'll be happy.
Oh, I
How do you
don't know
know?
whether
Oh,
I
you
don't
don't
know
know.
if they're lying.
Have you
That's why
ever?
I can't trust anything. Here's the
Oh,
thing: when it comes to liars, it's very, very hard for you to gain my trust back once you've lied to me about something.
but you
So I'm
don't
going
know they
to.
lie.
Well, we do know they lied because for years
How?
they told us. For years they told us that they don't have any evidence of UFOs. UFOs are crazy. People who claim to be abducted are insane. They're made fun of and ridiculed in our society. And now in 2023, UFOs have been officially declassified. And not only that, they've admitted that there's non-human biologics that have been collected at crash sites. So that's a
No.
lie that they told. They told us lies.
Again, I'll repeat it so you understand it. They told you the truth for 50 years, and because they got tired of you, they lie to you now. The problem is that you live in a world that you say, I can't believe anything, okay? That's your life. However, there are ways to find the truth. Have you ever, on any of those subjects, really researched, got the data, analyzed it, and came to the conclusion that can be no other way but they are lying? Or you just saw a video on YouTube and he said, this is this like this, it looks reasonable to you, and you repeat it now. 50 years they told you the truth. There's no aliens ever anywhere. We don't see them. Scientists don't see them. Scientists would see them if they were here. Then they don't exist. There's no such thing as aliens, except local aliens. told you the truth. Now, if they declassify and say the UFO, first of all, UFO is not doesn't mean someone from another planet. I don't know what it is. It's a UFO.
Okay, well, either way, dude, somebody's fucking lying to me, and I'm not really interested in giving my attention to liars, whether they're lying today or yesterday or tomorrow. So I still don't understand how you're justifying accepting things from authorities that have
No,
lied to you as truth or
I don't
non-truth.
know.
And well, let me ask you this: what is your highest standard of evidence? Be it pictures, testimony, video. What is your highest standard of evidence when deciding whether or not to believe what the government is telling you is true?
Let's say reputable sources.
And how do you decide whether those sources are reputable?
I keep an eye on them for a long time.
Okay.
The people,
Now, do you see
they are
how your
professional.
answer? Do you see how your answer is pretty much bullshit, dude? I mean, that's not a standard of evidence. That's just your
So
subjective opinion.
I'm so you're correct. That's my subjective opinion. Those are professional journalists that do a very good job. Did very good job at the past. Whether I agree with the job, would I look or see it in the same eye, is irrelevant. They do their job. They do the research. They publish what they saw in their eyes, how they see it. I know those people I can trust that they report what they gather. I'm not going to gather it, right? But they do. They have.
You're just saying that they're reputable, and you're saying that you trust them. You're not really giving me a standard of evidence by which you are
That's
making
my
this
standard.
decision.
That's my standard.
Okay. Okay, so your standard is complete subjectivity, which is not even really a standard. So you believe in Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus too,
No,
probably, right?
of course not.
As long,
You'll
well,
not
why
see
not, dude?
them because they don't come from reputable sources. I know they come from idiots who fake them. It's easy to spot. If you do the forensic on all this video, you know this is bullshit.
So if your mainstream media journalists started reporting the Tooth Fairy was real, would you agree with them or disagree with them?
You live in La La Land. You're paranoid. I'm not.
Are you going to answer the question?
Not. My reputable source will not do such a thing.
Oh, okay.
You live in La La Land. You
Dude,
imagine a scenario that will never happen.
You're
will
not
never
really,
happen.
You're not really engaging with me, honestly.
I am. You don't hear that. Sorry.
I'm gonna let
I
you
don't
know that
answer
I'm
what you want. I don't answer what you want to hear. That's okay.
No, it's not that you're not answering in the way that I want to hear. It's that you're not answering in an honest way. Like
I'm not honest now. I'm not honest now. Now, if you can find one instance that I wasn't honest, I will accept it. You don't know me. You have no idea. Every word that comes from my mouth is the pure truth. I don't lie. I have no reason to lie to nobody. Ever.
All right, that's cool, man. I've asked you my questions and you've given me your answers. I found your answers to not be they've been
your problem.
They leave something to desire. It is a me problem.
We can make a poll. We can make a poll. We can make a poll. I suggested.
Yeah, if you want to appeal to majority, go ahead.
For three flat earthers, I suggested a psychological analysis online, live. We'll talk together, and there will be a psychologist there. He will analyze both of us and say, you're schizophrenic. You can go home. And I'll take this challenge with you, any flat earther. You fail at the first 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't really care about
you don't care, of course, because they don't know what they talk about, right? They don't
Yeah,
help people.
psychology
They
is
don't.
psychology is very silly. I don't believe in it.
Yeah, people who help other people to recover from the problem like you have and realized it. The
Look, dude,
first
I'll be honest
step
with you.
is to realize
You seem like you're just very combative. Like you don't really want to have a back and forth dialogue. It sounds like you kind of just
I
want to
am.
rant, and
I
that's
am.
cool. If you do, that's
I
fine.
am.
I'm gonna
You call
disengage
me names.
respectfully.
You call me names. You accuse me on
All right.
things you don't know.
Well,
You
I
don't
just
know
kind
me.
of described how I felt the interaction was going, and it didn't feel like it was going
That
great. Which is why like I
so.
said, if you want to change the subject or something, that's fine. Otherwise,
Hey, that's
you
your
do you,
standard.
bro.
Your feeling. That's your standard. Your feelings. That's how you decide things. My feeling tell me.
Well, that's what you said. That's literally what you said.
No,
You
no,
said
no,
based
no,
on your
no. Sorry.
feelings. Yeah,
No,
you did
I
say that.
said
That's
I said
exactly what you said,
reputable
dog.
sources. Reputable sources. I have an
And how
eye
do you know
on
they're
because I see their work.
Reputable.
I
Reputable.
mean,
Yeah.
like you said, if you believe that, that's fine with me. You can believe what the news says. I have a higher standard of evidence. That's all.
Yeah, sure. Your feeling.
My standard of evidence is no. My standard of evidence is much higher.
Like
Oh, I like to experience things firsthand, and I also like to have other people there that can verify the experience with me. I don't want to just have somebody give me a piece of paper that says something or like an equation. I don't want somebody to give me a video or a picture. Otherwise, I would just believe any old thing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. In short, if I didn't hit you with the hammer on the head, you wouldn't believe there is a hammer. You need to
Yeah.
experience it.
Why would
What
I?
do you want?
Why?
You want me to build the twins again and send airplanes to them while you're inside? What do you want us to do? You weren't there.
Well, why do I have to believe things just
You
because you
don't have
say
to.
that they happen?
I don't
Yeah,
say you have to.
exactly. I
I
don't. Yeah.
said
Well,
you,
I mean, no.
but
You don't understand the proverbial you. Like if the government tells me it happened, or if the news tells me it happened, like why do I have to believe them? I don't,
you
and I don't
don't.
think there's anything. Well, look, I understand. I don't know if are you from America? Forgive me if you're
No,
not. Okay. Well, we
Tel
have this thing
Aviv,
in
Israel.
America.
Tel Aviv, Israel. You want my address? I give it to you.
Oh, Yafi
Hey,
Tuffy. That's cool. We're like cousins basically, dude. I'm Brazilian. Brazil and
Mm,
Israel are Brazilians and Israelis are very similar.
GK, you're from Israel?
Shaik.
Chai.
Yes. Tel Aviv, Israel. דרך השלום 77. דרך השלום 77. The Peace Road
אני
77.
ליד כרמיאל.
אני גדלתי בקריות.
בקריות?
Dude,
I'm
wow.
קריית
also
חיים.
from Israel.
קריית חיים. I was born in kibbutz.
Oh, cool. Are you like an astrophysicist?
I'm not astro. I'm not physicist. I know very little basic math. That's about it.
Okay.
I don't pretend to be a scientist. Or I pretend, not pretend. I express my reasoning and keen observation. That's what I do. I try to keep things simple, not complicate them, not go above the ground, not to the sky, not sextant, no satellites, nothing. Try to keep it low. Well, not too low, but low enough. Ground level. And anyone who knows how to use the tangent function and plus minus division and multiplication should be good.
And you're doing what? Finding like the Earth is flat?
No, that it's not flat.
Quite
Really?
the opposite, my friend.
How interesting.
Interesting. You think so?
Yeah.
Do you think Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I'm sure Carmiel there is not flat. That's for sure.
God save your soul.
Well, which god are you talking about? Because I mean, I don't know. Wait, Are all people in Israel Jewish?
No,
Or no, you guys have Palestinians.
we have a million cults here. What you talking about?
I don't know.
My
I've
wife,
never been.
my wife went to visit the Baha'i Garden. It's a known place
Oh, the Baha'i.
on Haifa, on Mount Carmel. They have a big temple there with that is covered with gold, and they have beautiful gardens inside. They have few other gardens, but this is the main shrine there. We have all kinds here. Cherkessim, we have, of course, we have Christians, we have the Muslims, and many other small towns. There was once a group here who called themselves, I don't know, I think they came from United States, the Hebrew black people.
Oh, the Hebrew Israelites. We have a lot of those out here. I see them at the pier.
We have all kinds. Believe what you want to believe. Nobody cares. Well, some do care. Okay, some.
No, dude, I'm cool with people believing what they want to believe. Like, if you want to believe the Earth is a ball because the TV told you, that is so cool with me, bro. Like, I don't think it's healthy, but I respect. In America, we respect other people, disagreeing, and because we're a Christian nation, we are tolerant enough to allow people to live here who disagree with us. You know what I mean?
I don't think anyone disagree with anyone. Anyone living in his own belief. Jewish, who you call Jewish, Jewish people who see themselves as Jewish are the majority. Other than that, I think it's 20% Muslims, a little less, very little, relatively little Christians. Look at the Palestinian. The Palestinians are mostly Muslims. However,
I've met
Bethlehem,
some Christian Palestinians.
Bethlehem is more a Christian, and they make a lot of money there during the Christmas and New Year. It's a good time for them. For the Muslims,
Yeah, I've only heard about Israel from my friends. I grew up with a lot of Jewish friends, but well, the only Jewish friend that I have now, he's not Jewish anymore. He converted to Christianity years ago.
well,
One of them Jews for Jesus.
I converted to disbelief. I mean,
Oh, you're one of them.
It's not a disbelief. It's one you learn about the world. You realize that there was never God. There was no need for God. Well, there was a need for God. That's why they invented it. But it's emotional. It's psychological need. It's not physical need. So they made it up. They had stories, campfire, that evolved to be a book. I don't need this to be a good person. Not to lie,
You
to
should.
be
That's like an
honest.
interesting perspective. You should start your own religion based on those views. I'm sure it will be very, very popular and
I'm telling you,
possibly spread all around the world, dude. You never know. Look,
it's not a. Why you call it
story
religion?
could do it, if a campfire story could do it, surely you're smart enough to like come up with a better reasoning for why things are the way they are, right?
First of all, I'm sure I won't be the first one. Second, it won't be a religion. It's just a way of life.
Well, I mean that's what a lot of people say their religions are. It's like a way of life. I'm sure the Muslims say that, the Buddhists say that, the Christians say that. I mean, Jews probably say it too.
Well, if your way of life is to everything you're going to do, you're going to need to open a book and read almost all of it because it spreads out. I was in the second stream yesterday. And they were talking, and they going back and forth. In this book it says this. In this book it says this. You know, in order to make a decision, you need to start to read the book. If that's your way of life, okay, I can manage without it. I can say this is something good to do. This is not.
Well, nowadays people use a different book. It's called the TV. Instead of reading their Bible on how to live, they watch the TV on how to live. They watch their Hollywood movies on how to live. They read their
I
People
don't.
magazines.
I make up my own mind. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do.
Yeah, but the problem with that is your morality is subjective. One day you can believe something is right, and the next day you can decide that it is wrong. You have no basis to even say whether or not what you're doing is good or bad, because you decide.
Yeah, I decided based on what I know. We go by laws of society, right? Usually. Sometimes I disagree with the laws of society. For example, I rescued the dog before he went on the death list. They killed them here by the tens of thousands every year, and his only crime was that he was roaming. Roaming. That's why
That is so
he was
ironic.
arrested.
It's
Now,
so crazy.
why would they kill him? It's a
You're
friendly
saying that,
dog. He
wait, hold on.
doesn't bother people. He doesn't bother people. He managed to live by himself, meaning you don't need to feed him. You don't need to help him. Just let him be. And I was arguing with the veterinarian. I said, can he get a license to roam? He said, no. Why no? Because it's a house dog. Well, they are house cats and they roam outside. Nobody bother them. Why? Just because he's bigger? He doesn't belong in the ecosystem. That's well, it doesn't belong in the natural ecosystem, but in the city ecosystem, where you can find food in the garbage, get it from good people who throw half they buy because they can't finish. He's good. Why bother him? Let him. I need to put him on the leash. He wants to go there. He's between 1.5 and 2 years. 1.5, 2 years, everywhere he wanted to go, he went. Today he can't do it, and I feel he wants it. He wants to go and do whatever the fuck he wants.
Okay, what are we talking about here?
My
I don't know,
dog,
dude.
for example.
This guy just
I said,
talking about dog holocaust in Israel. Just super ironic.
what they do in the United States for stray dogs.
We have shelters. We have like no-kill shelters where people take care of the animals until they get adopted. I'm sure a lot of dogs do get killed,
We have it here. The problem
but
is that no.
we don't have like squads that go around like rounding up the dogs and killing them like
We
that.
ju-
I don't think.
we just keep the population under control with vaccines. That's what we do. Just
There you
give
go.
Yeah, don't
certain.
say the V word.
Oh, there's video here. There's recording here again. My bad. I thought it was in a different one.
No, you're
Forgive me.
good. You're good.
We live now.
Yeah, no,
We live?
we're live. We're live.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
You're
It says
good. It's
live
all
stream.
good.
It's live.
We're talking about dogs. We're not talking about people. Come on.
Oh, but the dogs
Oh,
get
right.
the stuff too. The dog get the good stuff as well, and they also develop similar diseases to their owners as well. You know that, right?
I don't own any dog. I have dogs. I have friend dogs live with me. I don't own them. I
They're
don't
just your
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
them
yeah.
friends.
this way.
They're not yours.
No, he's
The,
saying that like
the,
he's rescued them, but he doesn't own them, right?
right. I don't
So
tell
if I
them what
just
to do.
go take your dog, that's fine because it's just, and then it could be my friend and live with me.
You will have to earn it. I don't. I would not give you a dog if you can't earn it.
Bro,
I
Why
need
you
to
guys
know.
giving
honestly,
Cherokee a hard time? He's a humanitarian for crying out loud. Come
I'm
on,
not
guys.
I'm not giving him a hard time, dude. He was giving me a hard
I'm not
time.
getting hard time. Don't worry. We talking.
What do you mean? Who is hard?
Listen to Essie. After what he put me through last night, I still got a headache from that.
What about your
You
people? Are
guys,
they on
man.
the field, Jeremy?
What's up?
Are your people in the field
I got
taking
people in the
pictures
field.
now,
Nope,
right
check.
now?
Don't worry about it. Once we get over there with the
I,
theodolites and auto, you're going to be on my side. All the
I'm
clovers,
on your side.
scientists tell 'em-
We
and
teamed
tell them
up,
that
right?
Earth's radius is ever changing.
When I grew talking about the dogs, when I grew up, most of the dogs used to be outside on the streets and the cats as well. Like you
Me
will see the
too.
dogs. Yeah, it
Me,
will be outside. They wouldn't be
but
like
but
mostly inside. They will be outside.
yeah,
How
but
did
for
we get on
every
this
dog, but
topic?
for every dog, there are at least 4 dogs next year, and they grow exponentially. It's
Oh
out of
yeah,
control.
they have a lot of puppies. That's the
Yeah.
first time I saw like a newborn. It was out of a dog, right? I remember the dog being pregnant and then having the baby. That's the first time I saw a baby being born. It was a puppy. Puppies, a bunch of puppies.
Yeah, live
Multiple
birth is
times.
so crazy. I've seen one live human birth, and I've seen a bunch of live cow births.
Yeah,
Such a trip.
I've seen human birds twice.
Yeah, that's a trip too.
It was
I
cool.
had a bird once. A bird I raised until it flew, and that's it. It's something. It looks like a pigeon. It's not a pigeon. It's a bit smaller. And one day, I used to, when he grew up, I used to put him on the lawn outside, that he will learn to eat in the wild. And one day he took off, landed on a telephone line, and then flew further away. And that's it. Didn't see him again.
He found freedom.
Yup.
Or maybe he found the claws of a hawk after a few minutes.
That's his
You know,
destiny. Well, what do you want me to change it? That's his
food
life.
food for the hawks or the seagulls. It's okay.
Look, we're not going and saving all the wild animals. You don't interfere. You see a lion kills a antelope, you let him eat it. You don't say, "Oh, poor antelope, I need to save it." Lion needs to eat.
Did you said earlier that you have a place for and you have dogs right now, like a bunch of dogs? How many dogs you got?
I got 3 here.
3? Okay. It's
Well,
not that many. I thought you had
technically,
like a
one
place
is my
you
wife,
were working.
but yes, with 3
Yeah, 3 sounds like a good number of dogs actually.
for
Very reasonable.
60 meter square meter apartment. And I'll
Wow.
put another one in if there is a need.
So you don't have dogs, the dogs have you.
We have each other. That's the way I see it.
Yes.
They allowed to do, and they do do it in the house whatever they want, as long as they don't break the rules that I set. The rules are they are not taking food from the table unless it was given to them. I mean, you see a plate with the chicken in it, you don't touch it. You wait until you get it or you don't get it. You don't take it yourself.
Good
Picking up
rule. Good
crazy
Otherwise,
rule.
cat.
do
I'm
whatever
picking
you
up
want. They
crazy cat lady vibes here.
do whatever you want. I don't
No,
stop.
I'm liking this. This is a human side of Checky. This is good, man. Come on, guys. Give
No,
props where props are due.
I completely. My hat is tipped off. If you're saving dogs,
I try.
that's
Well,
it.
I don't have money. I can't save many dogs, but
No,
wherever I can help a bit, sometimes, usually dollar per day, I donate for some dog that needs
have you thought about
transportation.
set up a GoFundMe and make a little video about how Israel is killing 6 million dogs a year or whatever, and then have
No, don't say
American.
Israel. Please don't say Israel in the video. If you want to get the money, don't say Israel is killing in the
Well, why
video.
not? Why not?
But it
Listen,
is Israel that's
what I
killing a
want
lot of
to
dogs.
is find a legislator because I
Like
know this
in his
plan.
area.
Because I know there was a pilot to take dogs, neuter them, and send them back to the wild. But someone objected. I'm not sure who. I want
Hmm.
it to be a law. A law. There is a dog, you took him out, you see it's friendly, it's not a dangerous dog. There are dangerous dogs, and I'm not talking about dangerous species. Dangerous dog, for example, the Milanoa, they know to kill cats and be very wild. So those go to and get the death injection. But those who are not like that, Toto was just friendly dogs walking in the streets. So yeah, nobody collect their feces after them. You let them be. You neuter them. You vaccine them, and you let them back to where they came from. They will not multiply, and the population will decrease with time, and everything will be out in control, and we can stop this murder.
I agree with you, Cheiki. Very well said.
I said
Kudos.
even
He just
there's
said
a
that you
lot
have
of
to
dogs.
cut the ball. He just said that we have to grab the animals, cut the balls, inject them, and let
Yes,
them be happy.
yes.
Yeah, spay and neuter them and let them roam is his thing until the
Oh my
population
god.
dies off.
So that's the thing. It's like a huge massacre that everybody has in their mind and see, let's do this, right? It's like a group effort. Let's do the big cutting of the balls.
Yeah, yeah. But now that's a problem because there are lots of dogs. I said, go to China, bring I don't know how many veterinarian that you need. They are very efficient. They'll do the job the fastest as possible. And I don't know,
What
after a
job?
year or 2 years, we will finish all this. 100 million shekel, whatever it costs, and solve the problem. Both operational problem and how to say moral problem.
I think it's maybe we have to introduce alligators to the water bodies of water, and then we'll have a efficient control of dogs,
You know, we had one in the
wild
Sea of
dogs.
Galilee. In the Sea of Galilee, someone thought
And
it's
we'll
a
have
good
an
thing.
issue with alligators, and we can get the alligators for food. Then we can eat alligators
Yeah, yeah,
or
or
something,
be alligator food.
or B as well.
Yeah,
No, I think the whole idea of not in the problem of seeing, I don't know, that is weird because when you put a combination of a lot of the issues that have in that is presented in the communities, oh, there's too many dogs, there's not even enough food for all of them, right? If you let them just have babies and babies, who's gonna take care of all these animals, right? uh
right.
so the overpopulation is based on the responsibility. Who's gonna take care of them? I'm not gonna take. So we gotta control them, obviously, right? uh, but they're supposed, obviously, if they were in the wild and the wild was in a balanced situation, like they were the natural predators out there doing their thing, and somehow the dogs are gonna be under control.
Yeah,
And
because it's a
if you have
natural.
to
Oh my
feed,
god.
if you have to go out there and maybe hunt some of them because they're eating your I don't know, your animals in your farm, definitely take care of that as well. You gotta
They
keep
don't
All
do
right.
that
so.
that barrier.
Isn't this just a natural thing that sorts itself out? Like there's food for a dog. The dog has babies. There's no food for the babies die. Or there's food for the babies, then the babies have more babies. And if there's no
Yeah,
food for
yeah,
them, they die and don't reproduce. Like,
yes,
isn't this
but
just a
Yeah.
natural thing that sorts itself out?
it's not natural because people say, "Oh, this dog don't have food. Now I need to help him. She has
And
puppies.
so they give them
We need
food
to
and now
help
there's
them."
food for the dog. Perfect.
Where they get the food from? How much dogs can they feed? You think they are limited?
Uh I think we could feed unlimited dogs, yeah. Then there's no problem. What's the problem?
I'm telling you, there is a big problem. They have
But
lots
feed
of
them
Right.
what?
dogs, and nobody
Because think
takes
about it.
them.
Go anyway. Go ahead.
You guys never seen a city overrun by dogs, huh?
No,
I
there's not
haven't.
many, but there are always some dog, some dog that is full of ticks, possibly
Ticks are
injured.
Some of these ticks are bioweapons. You gotta be careful with them. They're actually developed to cause disease. So yeah, the
I
ticks are.
was when I was a kid, I used to clean all the stray dogs in the neighborhood from ticks. I'm not
Don't you
Yeah.
afraid of
relax with the
ticks.
medical stuff, though? All right. What do you say?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I
The
didn't do it
ticks.
right, but I took them off.
He ticked
Killing
my
me
brain,
gently.
bro. He ticked my brain. My bad. He said tick. You know. I had
And you know
fun.
what's interesting? I remember when I was kid, the main concern wasn't fleas. It was how do you call those little things that crawl on the skin?
Skin tags.
Lace, or lice. Those are the main problem. I remember every cat and dog had them. And now
Hey,
it's
you
like
just
not a
said you
problem
can
at
talk
all.
about diseases, bro. Come on. You talking about?
It's not a disease. A lice is an insect that crawl on
You
your
have to
body
fix it
and
with some.
suck your blood.
It's fixed. It's fixed with some type of drug or what? A shampoo, a special shampoo? Because I know people use shampoos and they use anti
Well, I
parasitics.
was told I was told that there's none in the city, only fleas.
So you did it by hand. You took care of the ticks by hand, one by
No,
one.
I couldn't. I couldn't do anything about it. Then it
Yeah,
became kids' problem in schools because one kid get
the
lice.
lice. Yeah, the
Yes,
lice.
they go home, they clean themselves, but meanwhile they transferred it already to someone else, and when get back to school, they get it back. In my
Yeah,
days,
it's a
there
group
was no
effort.
such thing in school, but few years after, it became a pandemic. I don't remember kids with lice in my school ever. Maybe one, and we laugh at them. It's like shame,
It's
but
not
it
nice.
never transferred, never spread in school.
I got lice once in school.
Once
Then you
you're
gotta go to
lucky.
the drugstore. Then you gotta go to the drugstore, get the shampoo and the little weird comb, and you comb it out and put the shampoo in. What a hassle!
You see,
Just for the
and
record,
I did
diesel.
experience.
Sorry, Chucky. Just for the record, diesel will kill lice.
Yeah.
Diesel gas.
Yeah.
Also gasoline. How it's called?
You can
Meth.
also use like a silica powder. You can use like certain type of soils high in silica and mix it. Some people mix it with different things like vinegar or lime, and they mix it with stuff, and that stuff also takes it out of the head if you wash. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to fix it naturally. There's not just one way, but there's many effective modern ways to fix that stuff. And don't you have like a Walgreens near your house, bro? Just
I
kidding.
bought something. I bought something that is supposed to be natural. It has cinnamon. It has lime. I don't know what. You're supposed to spray it on the dog, and it will kill ticks and fleas.
Yeah,
And on the bedding, you put it on the bedding also. I don't have fleas here. Not the dog.
well done, well done. Job well done. You don't have fleas? Perfect.
Well, I
Oh,
had
that's
once.
nice.
I woke up and my back was on fire. I don't know. Probably I walked with the dog through a bunch of fleas, and he brought it home. Fleas they jump up
Yeah,
when they sense you. They jump up. They can jump up to 60 centimeters. So probably
yes.
collect a few, spread them on the beds here, and I was itching like I don't know what. I told
You
my
could
wife, put this. If it's good to put on the dog, put it on me also.
you can also like be walking around and let your dogs play with other dogs that have fleas, and they could get fleas from other dogs and other animals.
Well, currently I can't. I'm not mobile, but yes, we have.
Yeah, my bad.
What's it
I'm
called?
talking the way fleas are passed around. Yeah, it could happen
Yes,
from
we have
animal to
many.
animal.
Just in my vicinity, there are like 6 or 7 what we call here dog parks, and I take the dogs there to play with other dogs. And mainly it's sand, so very likely that there are fleas in it. So you come back home, you spray the dog, it's over. It's not even a lot, you spray it a little. One has a collar, but the collar is very expensive.
Oh, we get those collars for the cats. They're like $50 a piece. I know.
$50. I think I paid for my more than $75.
They might have went up. This was years ago. My wife buys them now
What's
because
the
I'm like, yo,
what?
fuck these cats.
What's the name? I think I have
I heard
both names.
there's a really good way to kill fleas. If you get like a big barrel of water, and then you just hold the animal under the water for like 4 or 5 minutes, it should kill all the fleas.
I can't do this. And there's pills which are even more expensive than the collar. The collar is relatively effective for 8 months, and the pills are effective for 3 months.
Oh, the color, yeah, the color. That's been well used. Yep. The only thing, the color, hopefully, is not like a bunch of chemicals. 'Cause, yeah, the fleas are off, but hopefully, it's not introducing stuff into the organs and stuff.
That's why I'm switching to the natural spray.
Okay. Why? What happened with the color? Do you have any adverse? No, anyways, can't talk about that stuff.
No, it works. It works, but
What-
like you said, there are chemicals in it, which I don't like so much.
Okay. All right, I get it. I get it. It says in the bag label says danger. If you swallow it, please contact your
No, I
toxic
don't think so.
poison department.
And another thing is that the other dog go to the collar and rip it off. It's okay. I think I found the right solution.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure
found the right.
it's pretty the colors are pretty efficient to just whenever they have that case, it's a problem of fleas. You put the color, it's clean of the fleas, no problem. All right, off the color.
I had another problem with the dog, with the small dog. She had the mouth smell like sewage. If she yawned on the ground and I'm above her, I can smell her filthy breath.
That's
And I
an
went to a
infection.
store.
That's some type of candida infection
No,
or
because
some
I
type
sent
of.
her for gum cleaning. They cleaned the gum. They said the teeth are okay. She don't need any pulling, and it still stuck. I went to a store. They gave me some kind of
Dude,
gel.
just stop having her lick your balls, and her breath will probably get better.
Yeah.
It's a female. It's a female.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever you're into, male dogs, female dogs, I don't
No,
care.
I'm just
Trans
pointing. She's
dogs.
not licking her balls.
Because
Yeah,
It's
all right.
something else she's licking.
He was talking about cutting the balls of the dogs earlier, so he's into trans dogs.
No, listen. They gave me a gel.
Oh, if you cut a dog's balls off, it's still a male dog. It doesn't have balls. Everybody knows that.
Well, I have one male dog. So I can show you his balls. They are huge.
No, I don't want to see your dog's balls. Thank you, though.
But the other one has no balls. Has empty sac. And this will have
Oh,
empty sac as soon as I can walk.
Look, I've taken the balls off of animals before. It's it's a part of life.
It's
Sometimes you got to
practical.
do it.
It's practical. Certain
Well,
certain practicality
yeah,
to
we
it.
do
Yep.
it for the male cows. We do that at about 8 months, 9 months, so that they don't impregnate any of their sisters. Because we try to keep
Yeah.
a tight ship.
And it's not like
Oh,
they're dying to do sex. It's not something on their mind. They work on instinct. They don't have balls. They don't have sex. They don't have dream about it. I'm sure. No, it simply cost me less to pay the license if you don't have balls. If he has balls, I need to pay 10 times the price, and I'm not going
They're
to breed them.
fining you. There, if your animal can reproduce, you're being fined.
Yes, exactly. Don't reproduce animals. We have enough. And he's also he was a puppy that was rescued by someone, and I brought it home from custody. And my wife fell in love with him, and she decided she needs to adopt him. She was afraid
Like
someone will take him.
real love.
Yes. First he came, shit and pee all over, and she was like, her face was like, "What did you bring here?"
That's
But
cute.
after a week or two, she fell in love with him. She told me, "What if someone takes him?" I told her, "Don't worry, he's too old." It was like 4 months. I said, "He's too old. They don't take 4 months old dogs. If they take puppies, they take them very young. If it's 4 months, we can keep it forever as custody." But she wanted to be sure, so she adopted him. Cost some money. Whatever. So he's hers now. Hers. We live together. Yes. Lately, he's a very. He's not a smart dog, but he's very emotional and spiritual. Dog.
I think
Very
even your
very
dogs know
affectionate.
that the Earth is flat. I'm just going to be real with you.
Well,
Uh, They
I
support
showed
you,
that. I showed that Earth is not flat.
dude.
In the
They're not buying it.
The dogs don't care.
They don't care about the ball. I'll tell you that much.
Not the ball, not the flat, no nothing. All they want is food, sleep, and play together. That's all.
How would dogs even work on a globe Earth? They'd be upside down. Like dogs
Well,
can't
just
even be
just
up.
like
Dogs
they
can't look
just.
up. They just
Oh,
can't.
of course they can look up.
Whoa, we got some
The
crazy people out here this morning, guys.
the wild dog, he found a way to climb on the balcony and stand up to see farther away.
See any Palestinians coming in the distance?
No, he cares about dogs.
What about
The
Palestinian dogs? Care about those dogs?
mine could be Palestinian. I don't know where they collected it.
You haven't asked him? You
He,
gotta
he
ask him.
didn't know he didn't know to talk back then. He was very young.
What you do is you get a Jewish flag and a Palestinian flag, and you put a treat on each one, and you see which one he goes to first.
I
That's
like the thing they
that's
did in the
very.
wild. I like the thing they did in the wild. I don't know if you guys ever seen this, where they'll put a corn. They'll put like a GMO corn and then a naturally grown corn. Corn cob, corn on the cob, a whole cob of corn, the stick that you eat it. You know what I'm talking about? Thing of corn. They'll put one of those on the sticks right next to each other, and the fucking natural one will just get wiped out in like a day. All the animals will come to eat the whole shit. They'll barely
Yeah,
even touch the other one.
because it's
That should
poison.
fucking tell you something like that.
Dude, I used to take my dog to I took her everywhere, but I'd go places and people would be like, "Oh, she must be thirsty. Let me get her some water." And I'd be like, no, it's okay. Like, she doesn't like tap water. She'll find some water to drink. And like a couple times, people have been like very insistent, so they get a bowl, and they get their tap water, and they put it out for her, and then my dog like goes to their toilet and just like chugs. So funny.
People see dog, he's thirsty, he's cold, he's too hot. You need to put a leash in him. You need to scan the chip to see who he's belong to. I decided, I said, the small dog, I said, I let her go. My wife went out without the dog. The idea was that she will follow them and will come back, but she parted from them, not far from home, and start roaming around. I made her a tag. About every hour, I got a call. Hey, your dog is here. I say, where is she? They tell me where she is. I said, don't worry, it's okay. She's near home. She's not lost. Let her be. Like every hour, I got a call. She was out 10 hours. She was exhausted when she came back home.
What do dogs in the wild? Do they eat fish? Do they go to the rivers and get fish when they're
I
hungry?
don't know. I'm
They
guessing
eat
some of them can.
rabbits.
I'm guessing
Well,
some
they're
of them can.
pack animals, so they'll take something down as a pack, or they'll scavenge. Like when I lived in the wild, I was just deer. Get a lot of deer.
I don't know if they know how to eat fish because all the bones.
Oh yeah, that would mess a dog up actually. All those bones.
Well, bears know how to strip them.
Bears, yeah, they're pretty smart. I wouldn't want to mess with a bear.
No, not recommended. But what you should do is make yourself known to the bear. Don't come to him as a surprise. Let him know you there from half a mile. Doesn't feel threatened. Jeremy, I'm waiting for the stream of pictures.
Not pictures. You said from a theodolite or an auto level, right?
Yeah. The other line. Other.
We got you, man. That was like 8 hours ago, bro. 12 hours ago. We got this. Don't worry.
I thought we were going to
You
talk
know-
about dogs for another 6 hours, man. Are you sure you
We
want to?
can.
You
We
guys
can
want
make.
to change subject?
So here's what Cheike says. Tell me if I steel man you correctly. We get an auto level or a theodolite picture of the black swan day after day, and then we can see if Earth's radius is ever changing day by day. And then if it is, we're going to go tell all the globers, all the scientists, the whole world. We're going to let them know that Earth's radius is changing because we're drawing straight lines of right, Cheike?
We'll show them our finding. I'm not going to make conclusion for anyone. It's a possibility.
Well, you said we could. You
it's a
said we could draw
possibility.
straight lines and stuff.
Yes. So we can raise the idea that maybe Earth's radius is changing slightly over days. We'll
Yeah.
see. But I can't tell them it's changing. Can make a definite conclusion. But the findings points that it's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
And of course, Larry will come and explain to us why it's not a possibility.
You think the Earth is
I mean, we already
shrinking and
have-
contracting on certain days?
Yeah.
You're kidding me, Cheike.
Yeah, we have different refraction conditions.
You're talking about radius here. Do you know what that means,
Yes,
radius?
yes, I know what radius is. Come on.
Okay, so man, okay. Well, how
We
do you
get
think?
one
How do you
result
think?
one day. We get another result one day. We can average them.
Yeah, but what do you think expands exactly?
I don't know. The radius.
I think the
radius,
soil
the
expands.
size of the Earth, the actual material of the Earth expands.
Yeah, that's Jeremy's idea.
That's your idea. Don't throw this on Jeremy.
No, No, it's Jeremy's. I'm just helping with the technicality.
I'm confused here, I must say.
That's going to be par for the course with this guy.
Okay, Chaiki said we could draw straight lines to objects in the distance on Earth.
I said that
And that's where they are.
we can only draw straight lines. We can't draw any other line.
Yes, we're always going to draw straight lines to things we see in the distance.
Right.
Right.
This is the
Everybody
Canagoo
out
thing
there.
you were talking, right? The Canagoo thing?
No. Next one.
Oh, Canagoo already debunks the radius. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. What are we doing here, Chike?
We're observing the black swan over time with instruments.
With instruments, yeah. If it's an auto level, he's going to count pixels, but if it's a theodolite, then we'll just have an hanging.
Right.
You know, there's already pictures like that show it, right? There's even a GIF that shows that.
Yeah, but it has to be an auto level or a theodolite.
No,
Oh.
and we have time.
Okay.
We have time for observation.
Okay, I see now.
We observe
Theodolite.
from 10 to 2 afternoon, 10 in the morning to 2 afternoon. Otherwise, we go home. Or we can observe after all day and see how it changes over the day.
And if it does what, you're gonna retire, you're gonna become a flat earther?
No.
Huh?
No, because there's a good explanation for why this happened. We know why it happened.
If you would have said yes, I would have told you go over and pitch it to Bev because he has an auto level, and he might just do it if you say you'll become a flat
Bev
earther.
will not.
He might just do it.
Bev already proved that Earth is a curve.
Yeah. In your dreams, bro.
Hold on.
But I'm serious. Go pitch it to Bev. He might do it. But you have to make a deal, though. That I don't think he's gonna do it just like that. If you say you'll become a flat earther, then there might be incentive there. They go on these trips quite often, so could easily be done. But there has to be an incentive, Chaiki. Maybe a bet. I don't know, something. Because Jeremy ain't gonna get no auto level and go do this, right? Jeremy, how are you gonna do this?
We got peoples on the West Coast by the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
we got
All right.
people. I'm right here, baby. What's up?
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I didn't think we had people.
You know this picture?
We got
Yeah.
people everywhere. We even got people in
Funny
the
thing is,
DMV,
you don't
dude.
know what this picture means.
Yeah, look how good it is. That's according to Bev, it's DP. DP took it. DP
You
set
don't
the
understand
auto
what you're
level.
looking at here.
DP took
That's
it.
the problem.
Bev never looked through the reticle at all. Why
Nobody
did
has
this?
seen more
Because
of this stuff.
Ranty was asking for prediction.
Jackie,
He
nobody
brought
has
his
done more of this stuff than Bev. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy,
Thanks,
guy
Bev. You
on
see,
your side
thanks,
had
Bev.
an auto level, and he couldn't even level it. He had an auto level, 2 side by side. What's his name? He couldn't even level them properly, bro. So I wouldn't talk.
It's okay. Who
Was it the guy
the
from
main
Maine?
surveyor? Main surveyor, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't freaking
Gotcha.
level them, bro.
No, he had a theodolite and a level. And the
Yeah, I
theodolite
think
was a
you're
bit
right.
off.
Yeah, the auto light and an auto level. I think you're right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, anyway, in this picture, Bev proves that that level is not horizontal, that Earth's curves match our predictions perfectly.
Jackie,
And
you
Bev,
just don't know what you're talking about, bro. If you think you're seeing Earth, you're like,
tell me, if I don't know what I'm talking about, how did I know how far Bev is from the tower when he didn't say where he was? Just from looking at this picture.
You know,
Well,
when
not
you
just
move away
looking.
and stuff, it gets smaller, right? You're aware of that? You're aware of that, right, Checky? Are you also aware with a theodolite, if you level it off and you walk away from it, it's going to appear that you're getting lower. You're aware of that, right?
No, wrong.
You see, you don't. So you
I'm
don't know.
asking you a simple
So you
question. How
don't
far is
know.
Bev from the
That's the thing.
tower? How far is he from the tower? Look at the
I don't know
picture.
this picture. I don't know how far he is.
But I did. So how do I don't know what I'm talking about? If I can tell you from a picture that I don't know where he took it from, how far away he is from the tower? To about 400 meters difference. It's 32 point. I think I said 32.4, and we've said 32.6. We're not far off from each other. Just by looking at this picture. Why? Because I know things Bev doesn't know about Auto Level.
I doubt that. I doubt that.
You
Very
doubt
much.
that? Well, I measured angles with this device, and Bev doesn't know how to do it. You see, Jeremy, as long as the object we need is between, actually, even if not, between the top vertical line and a horizontal line and the bottom horizontal line, the stadia, then we're good. I can measure your angle.
Have a look at what I just posted. I think it's still loading.
Yeah, didn't come up. Did you see the Nathan show?
The what?
The latest Nathan flat Earth debate.
Flat Earth
Nine-
debate. I don't watch these guys. Are you kidding me?
No,
I don't know why
Go
do
watch it.
Globers always ask us to watch some other guy on. That would be like me just being like, go watch this guy because he also believes the Earth is a fucking ball, and just believe
Yeah.
what he says because he also believes the ball. It's like the dumbest argument, or like the dumbest way to try to interact with me is to like, oh, this guy believes the same thing as you. You should go defend his argument. It's like, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the same room with Nathan. This dude is unstable. I wouldn't want him to represent anything. Anything he says, no. Don't count me in on it.
Yeah.
See,
You guys gotta.
I
You
was
guys
on
gotta
the
stop
show.
doing that.
I was on the show.
Hey,
You
yelling
go
is
and
not
watch
chill.
my
Hey, bud.
performance against Nathan.
Trike, you're
Express
just,
your
Sounds
thoughts.
great, man.
dude.
Yeah,
Can
but
you not
calm
yell,
down,
please?
Mikey.
Take the mic out of your mouth.
Yeah, it's not chill.
I want you
We agree on
to
something.
see. I want you to see. I was on the show. He was fair. He didn't cut much of what I said. Maybe some swearing I did. Basically, everything I said he left on. So that's fair. And we had back and forth, of course, not so pleasant all the time, but
Well,
go and
Chucky, I
see.
went
Well,
on
what do
the
you think
show.
about his performance, my performance, his arguments against mine?
But that's the exact thing, dude. Nobody wants to watch a performance.
Yeah.
You guys are all into
Don't.
like performative
No.
arts. We're into science. We're not into performances. We want science, and you guys have CGI and
I have.
performances.
No, I don't have CGI. You didn't see it.
Well, you don't have CGI, but I'm saying NASA does. So it's look, dude, it's fine. It's cool. Like you guys are kind of like the thespians, and like we're like the sports guys. Like we're gonna actually go do stuff. You guys are gonna memorize lines and recite them to each other, and just whatever it is that you guys are doing. I'm not really sure how it is. You guys, I'm not even sure what it is you
What's
guys
you
do here.
guys?
The ones that come over, I'll tell you that you guys are the ones who come here over and over again for years, who go all over the internet trying to find people to disagree with. Whereas flat earthers, we don't do that. We don't like go to the NASA chat rooms. We're not going. Nope, nobody's doing that here. We hang out here because we're all, we're all truth seekers. And you guys are kind of just like, oh no, like you
bunch up
disagree with
in
us.
you bunch up in your jerk circle, and you seeking the truth.
So anybody that
Sure.
wants to have anybody that wants to have a group of people that can agree on something is a circle jerk. Yes, if that's what you're saying, yes, we're in a circle jerk. We enjoy it, and there's really nothing wrong with it, honestly.
Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. You're
there's
right.
nothing wrong with it.
Every nonsense that will come up, you say, yeah, you're right. You're right. Right.
No, that's not at all what happens. See, the funny
Yeah,
thing is
oh,
actually
that
when
is.
there's a lack. Here, don't interrupt me. The funny thing is that when there's a lack of globe earthers, what the flat earthers actually start to do is talk about their different flat earth theories, and there's plenty of disagreement there. It can even get heated, but it's way more entertaining than having the same 5 or 6 guys that have been coming in for the same, couple of years just go over and over and over again with their ad homs and their strawmans and their CGI and their performances. You even said it yourself. You went on to Nathan's and you performed, and so now I'm assuming you're just here performing. But it's cool if that's your thing. He's a
Look, I'm
thespian.
part of the Jeremy team now.
You're
Officially.
Team T. You're Team T for thespian. You're a real T.
Team J.
Team T. PT. But it's cool, dude. It's cool. Some people like that stuff. I'm not a big fan of it, but some people do. Whatever floats your boat over the curve, right? However the saying goes.
So you actually think, Chaiki, that the Earth will shrink and grow in order for
No,
the radiation?
no.
You said yes before.
Yeah, you did. That was weird.
No, I said it's a possibility that is raised by Jeremy. It's a possibility. We measure different radius every day, or even between hours. It may change. I'm
Wait,
sure
where do you
the
measure the
data will
radius
show this.
at?
Hmm?
You said you measure the radius different.
Yes,
Where do you do that at?
it will be in the Black Swan stage there. Those platforms.
That's measuring what? The curvature?
Yeah,
How? I'm confused.
with the instruments, a theodolite or a auto level.
Instruments. So you have to have special
Yes,
tools to tell you that it's
yes.
curving.
Special tool for measurements.
Okay.
The curve comes from the calculation.
Oh, so the paper tells you.
Calculations. Right. You said the curve. You just said the curve comes from the calculations. Okay.
Okay, so it's all about the numbers, right?
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Mhm.
So what you see in reality doesn't matter, right?
No, does matter. That's what you see in reality. That's what you measure in reality. Measure. Don't second estimate. Maybe that's here or maybe that's there. Measure it.
Now,
Empirical,
how are you
empirical
measuring?
data.
I'm confused.
I need to repeat theodolite or auto
Yeah,
level.
you don't have to increase your voice.
Yeah, hold on.
Well,
Real quick. Just it's cool to get heated, but when you raise your voice, Chike, I have headphones in, and so you get really loud really quick. So just try to keep
sorry.
it reasonable. No, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, well,
Okay, so
I, I, I
you're
answered
saying
it 3
already
times.
said.
now hold on. Now I know what the black swan is, right? It's that photograph with the oil rigs, right?
Yes, right.
Now you're saying that I'm supposed to take some instruments to that photograph, and then those instruments are going to tell me that there's curvature somewhere in the photograph, right?
No, the instrument tell you the angles to objects.
Okay, so the instrument is going to tell me the angle of the objects, and then what I'm going to take those numbers, and then on a piece of paper, I'm going to make the numbers do some stuff, and then that's going to equal curvature, right?
Jackie, I have a picture just for you.
What about it?
I want you to look at it for a while.
Yeah, I know what I'm looking at. What about
That's
it?
a future thanks Bev for you. But I'm not gonna tell you what it is now. Just look at it. That's
I know what it is. I know what I'm looking at. It's the hub. It's the train's hub on the other side of the river. I have it in another. Hold on.
Beautiful picture, huh?
So
Nice
so
and
now
clear.
am I to assume that if I take those same instruments to this photograph right here, I'll also get curvature somehow?
What do you think,
Do you,
Jackie?
I gotta draw some lines on there. Do I take some numbers down, write on a piece of paper, draw a circle?
What do you think, SE? That's what you're looking at. I know what I'm looking at. Don't you worry.
Chaikie's on the ball. Yes. I like that, Chaikie. So that picture, how far you think that picture is, Chaikie? Huh? How far you think that picture I posted is?
See it? Here's the thanks bag.
Uh-huh. There
I
you go.
have it.
Oh, that's right, Chaikie. How
I
far
have
do
it.
you think that is, Chaikie?
9 miles.
Uh-huh. 9 or 10 miles. That's correct, Chaikie. Approximately. Most of those pics.
That doesn't matter. Bev does not look at level. He looks way above level.
He looks way up. What the hell does that even mean, Chaikie?
I mean, his plane, his horizontal plane is passing above the hub, which should be, I don't know, at least 16, 20 feet high. And Bev is not that high. I wonder why Bev is not looking at Bev's eye on the other side, if level is horizontal.
What are you talking about, Chaikie?
But Bev proving the curvature.
Proving the curvature to the opposite. If the picture that I posted on top is 10 miles away, right? How do we see the base of those rocks that you so nicely posted there, Chaikie?
You
How
don't,
is that
you don't,
possible?
you don't.
You don't, but we clearly see them, Chaikie.
No, you don't.
The stones there,
Boy,
we clearly
show
look at
me
the
the stones.
Chaikie.
Show me the stones.
They're right in front of your eyes.
In my picture, they're in front of your eyes. Show me the stones in your pictures.
You don't see the stones there on the right side of the light there.
No, look at my
Chaikie, come on.
picture. What you see is that white gap between the stones and the hub. That's what you see.
You're not looking clearly.
I'm looking. You're not looking.
You're not looking.
You don't see the stones.
I
It's not.
can
I
clearly
don't know
see
if
them.
it's the stones. If it's stones or tires. Something they put on the beach.
You don't see the vertical things on the right side of the light there. You don't see those.
SE, go edit, sharpen this picture, and you see no stones. The stones are hidden behind the curve.
Some coffee or whatever
Behind
you
the
drink
curve.
down there, Jackie. Have a shot.
Look, I have in the Bev picture with the other light. You don't see them. You don't see them in your picture. You see them in my
Jackie, if I
picture,
was
which
you,
is
I
close.
wouldn't mention the name Bev
Why?
because you're going to be embarrassed.
Don't worry about me. I'm not embarrassed. I may be wrong. I'll admit it.
Yeah, if this is your picture of curve, you're barking up the wrong
No, I
beach.
have 3 of them. Well, you can say whatever you want. You have no reason, no logic, no argument. All you have is rhetoric. All you have is rhetoric. You learned it from Bev. Just repeat what you always say. You don't need to show any logic or reason. Bev failed our debate. Bev failed our debate. He failed to debate, not failed our debate. Failed to debate. Failed to make an argument. Failed to make an argument. And then he come cry and say he was cheated. He said he
I
will
don't know
go
what you're
over
talking about,
it.
but what I did today, I dismantled your thanks Bev nonsense with one picture.
How?
With one picture.
What picture? The picture
But
you don't see the stones? The picture you don't see the stones in?
Say what you will, man. It's right in front of your eyes.
It is.
It's 10 miles away, and it devastates what you just said. Now, if you can't see that, that's on you, bro.
Well, if you can see, that's on you, bro. I identified that the white line on my picture, which was taken during daylight, and you can see clearly what you can see is above those stones. You can't see the stones, invisible. Why?
What
Because
stones are you
there's water
referring
there.
to, Jack? What stones are you? Because maybe either
Look at my picture. Look at my picture. Look at my picture. There are black rounds, things they put on the shore.
About the water, the things to stop the water from coming up.
Right.
That's not what I'm talking about, Jakey. There's stones on top of that platform, and that is a measured platform. We know the height exactly. I'm talking about the stones on top of that.
How high is the platform?
I don't remember now, man. It's been a while.
How high is Bev? How high is Bev? Bev is 1.5 foot. Is 5 foot tall. He's looking above 5 foot.
Do you dream about it? Do you dream about Bev?
Well,
with walking around
Blue
with
Marble Science, Blue Marble Science, not only gets the Bev height, but his distance and from the instrument, and got it just like the wheel, just the same as Bev measured with the wheel. Strange. If Bev is 5 foot and is in the water, his legs in the water, I want his theodolite is auto level to look at the other Bev theodolite, and it doesn't happen. It looks way above. Calm down. Do you know what parallel line? Do you know what parallel?
Show me the curve.
Do you know what parallel? Do you know what parallel lines are? If Bev is 5 foot, yes. If Bev is 5 foot tall, and the plane of reference is 90 degrees to the vertical, it's parallel to the flat Earth.
How about if he's 5'6"?
It doesn't matter, whatever height is. And if there are two Bevs looking through auto level at each other on flat Earth, they should look each other in the eye. That doesn't happen. They both look above each other's head. Why?
Okay, show me the curve. Show me the curve in this picture.
That's the curve. They are both tilted to each other because there is a curve. Every step they make, they change their orientation relative to each other. That's a curve.
Yeah, I think you need to pay a visit over there.
You think. You need to understand what parallel lines are. Simple things. Given the fact that every week you had the Euclid night. You should know it by heart.
Yeah, you should pop in one of those nights and try to sell your argument.
I have.
Because
but what Bev talks about in Euclid night? ECV, Alporia, all kind of bullshit. Just
You
not
didn't
about
listen.
Euclid. Not Euclid. Because
Yeah,
he's
of course they
dumb.
talk about Euclid.
He's dumb. No, he doesn't. You know, 2 sentences he read somehow and memorized them. It's about what he knows.
What are you talking about? We go through whole chapters. We go through whole stuff. You're
Ay, Dios
misinformed.
mío, Dios, que
I
me
think you have
gusta.
a beef with Bev.
Well, anyway, I'm not going there until he unbends this
Jodiendo,
nickname.
no tiene ni último pelea.
I'm not seeking his company. He wants me there. Can lift the ban.
Like, I just heard you on there the other night.
Jeremy, listen. Whatever we do, you do the representation.
What'd you
You
say?
know it, right? Whatever we do, whatever data we come with, calculation, whatever conclusions, you do the presentation, not me.
No, it's me and you, Chike. Me and you. I need you there. You gotta have my
Well,
back. You got my back.
I got your back, yes. But you do the presentation. If there is an error or something, I'm there.
And we can definitely
Yeah,
draw
yeah.
straight lines that objects in the distance. And
Oh,
this will
for
show that the Earth's
fuck's
radius is changing.
Still, I said yes.
And then what's the conclusion we can draw from that? That Earth's radius is changing?
Everyone makes his own conclusion. I don't make yours. You don't make mine. I'll raise the
I mean, we
possibility.
have two static. I mean, I don't know why we need any other evidence. We have two static positions, and the height of one of the static positions is clearly changing. I mean, it's obvious. I don't know why we need it.
You wanted it.
You're the one who said we had to have an on-level or theodolite. We already have two static objects, but one of the objects' height is clearly changing.
We need measurements. We need empirical data. Not talk in the air and says it looks like.
Hey, Checky, add that one to your collection. That's when Bev visited Blue.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a picture without Bev and his measuring rod is not complete without it.
It's so funny. He's done such a number on you guys, man. And all because of a straight line. Horizontal is level. It's like unbelievable. When I first heard about this, I said, there can't be such people that are saying this. That's how I met Bev. I go, are these people actually telling you that level is... Yeah, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
but
you
he's
don't
crazy.
know what level
you know
is,
it's crazy.
man. You don't know what horizontal... You don't know what
it's crazy.
Yeah,
perpendicular
¿por
is.
qué duro de ese cabrón?
He's crazy.
Jodiendo.
I mean,
Yeah.
fucked in the head.
Jackie, what's perpendicular? What's the meaning of perpendicular?
At right angle.
What kind of lines are involved in a perpendicular?
Lines.
Are they curved lines or straight lines?
Both.
They're both.
Mm-hmm.
Perpendicular can happen with two curved lines.
Mm-hmm.
You see, guys?
You
This
see,
is what we're
guys?
dealing with.
Yeah.
And he's making fun of Bev. Yeah, okay.
Let me refer you to Euclid Elements, book number 3, definitions 6 and 7, and then you go to proposition 16, and see that he proves that the diameter is perpendicular to the circumference. So, Esimon, you've been told bullshit.
Oh, you were done, Chike. My bad.
By an ignorant man who doesn't dare to look at book 3. Not talking about book 5 that they didn't.
Oh my god, I thought you were done again. My bad, Chike. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go.
Can perpendicular lines intersect each other?
They must.
No, I mean after there's a point where they're perpendicular, and then they go
Mhm.
off in the distance. When they go off in the distance, can they intersect each other?
What do you mean? Lines intersect at one point.
It's a good one.
Yeah, you got you got two lines. They're perpendicular at one spot. Can they intersect at another spot?
Those two lines, no.
Well, if they're curved lines, I can make the curved lines intersect each other again.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, curved line can.
Well, I can draw. Do you need me to draw it out for you? Hold on, I'll have crayons soon when I get to the school.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
If
so
they are
two
curved,
perpendicular
if they are
lines
curved,
can't intersect each other again, but I can show that if I draw them
There are no-
curved, they can intersect each other again.
there are no parallel curved lines.
What'd you say?
There are no parallel curved lines. If
That
it's on a
we're talking about
sphere, if
perpendicular. Are you talking about
perpendicular,
parallel?
straight, you're talking about straight lines in Euclidean space or spherical geometry.
I don't. You said we could have curved lines be perpendicular, and
Yes.
but then you also said they couldn't intersect again. After they intersected, they're perpendicular, and they're not ever going to intersect again.
Well, they do. The diameter intersect the circumference in 2 points.
So they can intersect.
Sorry.
So,
Why are you saying curved lines can't be parallel? Can we not say that out loud as flat earthers ever again?
Well,
Please?
show me a parallel curved lines.
Okay, just draw a circle and then a circle that's a little bigger.
Yes, that's different.
No,
Draw
you can
on a
definitely have
circle,
curved
on a
parallel.
circle, on a circle, or a sphere. Draw two lines that are parallel.
concentric circles.
Concentric can be.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So let's just not say the phrase, you can't have curved parallel lines.
No, sorry, my bad.
It's all good. Go ahead. That just hurts me, bro.
That's quite refreshing to see. Flat Earther says understand that concentric circles can be parallel.
Well, yeah. The argument would be a horizontal line above a curved surface couldn't be parallel, but you guys can go ahead.
That's Bev's conundrum. How can you have two tangent points on the same line? You have one to one concentric circle, and you have one to the other concentric circle. Points are just locations. That's all. They have no other meaning. Whatever line they are on.
Jeremy, please go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So we got a perpendicular line. We got two perpendicular lines. They intersect at one spot. You're telling me these lines can intersect in another place again, Chike? You can have two perpendicular lines that are perpendicular in two places. Check. Check.
You're good, brother.
This is where he met the cog this event horizon. He's thinking. Give him time.
Yeah, you
No,
did seem
no.
to kind of shut down.
I forgot to press the push to talk.
I bet.
Every diameter intersects the circumference in 2 points. So you have 2 points where the angle of the diameter to the circumference is 90 degrees. And if you go a bit further, you can prove that since that's 90 degrees, you can prove that you can have two curved lines at 90 degrees.
How about this? Can I have two lines be perpendicular in three spots?
I don't think so.
What'd you say?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I'll draw it out for you later.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe
I bet you I could do it in 100 spots.
Maybe my imagination is not so good. I don't know what's going in your head. Surprise me.
Hey,
I
Chad,
mean, we could just go ahead with.
I'm saying, do you agree that
Nah,
it
go
can only be perpendicular at that single point?
That's how you measure angles at the point.
Yeah. So like as soon as the horizontal baseline extends out from that point, it wouldn't work on a curved surface, right?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
There's two lines that are perpendicular. They are perpendicular. That's it.
Okay, well, no, that's not it. So you have a vertical line, and it's perpendicular to a horizontal line.
Not
They
necessarily.
intersect. Wait, chill out, buddy. No, necessarily.
No,
And
you
they,
can it any way you want.
my guy, if I have a vertical line and it intersects with a horizontal line, okay, they're perpendicular to each other, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that on a curved surface, you can have them be perpendicular at that intersection point?
Only at the intersection point.
Correct. So as soon as you extend out from that point, you couldn't have them be perpendicular on a curved surface.
I don't understand the question.
What?
For every vertical, there is a horizontal that is perpendicular to it. You can have many other lines perpendicular to that horizontal, but they won't be vertical.
Well, the the subsequent points would be below the initial perpendicular intersection.
Because vertical is something physical.
Oh my god, bro! This is not complicated, bro.
Maybe we're talking past each other. I don't
You're
understand
talking
what you
about.
are. Maybe. I said I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, bro. If we have a vertical line and we have a horizontal line, and they intersect, they're perpendicular to each other.
Mm-hmm.
On a globe, you can have a perpendicular intersection of the vertical line and the surface of the Earth at a single point.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you extend out from that singular point, you cannot have a perpendicular baseline to the vertical.
I don't know what baseline means even.
Oh my God. The horizontal baseline,
There is no horizontal baseline. Like I said, we have physical vertical and we have imaginary horizontal. That by definition, we make it perpendicular to the vertical.
Okay, I'm going to phrase this in a way that there's no way you don't understand. So look, we have a flat Earth on the left and we have a globe Earth on the right. Now we're going to draw a vertical line down to the Earth on both the left and the right. So on the flat Earth and the curved Earth, we have a straight vertical line coming down to the surface. Okay. Now that point that the vertical line hits the ground, that we can call that an intersection point that's perpendicular. That point is okay. Although in reality, perpendicular doesn't mean a point. So either way, now when we have the flat Earth, no, it doesn't. But either way, when we have the flat Earth, okay, that Earth is going to extend out as a plane horizontally. So the entire plane is going to be perpendicular to the vertical line coming down to the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If we do the same thing on the globe, if we start to go out from that point, it's not going to be perpendicular, correct?
What not going to be perpendicular? You can create many perpendiculars.
The Earth.
No.
Thank you.
The vertical from the Earth will not be perpendicular anymore.
Yeah, that's right. We have a vertical line, and okay. So any type of methodology that we use on Earth that works, that assumes that baseline extends out perpendicularly, could only work on a flat Earth, right?
If it matches observation, yeah.
Right. All right, bro. Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, welcome
Not if
to
it has
not
dip
flat
correction, right? If it has a dip correction, that's correcting for the curve of the Earth as well as the height of the observer. So when sextants use a horizontal baseline, they're using a horizontal baseline based on a calculation given by the dip correction as well as the observation by the sextant itself.
Wow, that's crazy, man. Hey, if I go above the surface of a flat Earth, am I going to be further above the ground?
Well, yeah, but in that case, the dip correction would just be like straightforward. Like you wouldn't have to do a dip correction. Just put the sextant on the ground, wouldn't you?
See, this is how easy it was to expose that you don't actually know what you're talking about. You said in that case, the dip correction would be,
Yeah.
you
So
wouldn't have a dip correction.
well, the dip correction includes the R value, doesn't it? In like sextant math.
Hey,
Pretty sure I got a
buddy. If I go above, if
Am I
I go
wrong, though?
above the Earth, hey, listen, man, on a flat Earth, if I go above the Earth, am I going to be higher above the Earth?
Yeah, of course you will, but that doesn't deal with what I'm saying here. Like the dip correction has R value in it, doesn't it?
Buddy, we're not talking about your reified R value and then your concept of a dip correction, assuming that. We're talking about how you guys don't seem to understand that on a flat Earth, as you go higher, then you're further above the Earth.
No, I never mentioned anything about that. In fact, I said the dip value controls for both height as well as the curvature of the Earth. So I included height when I mentioned dip value. So unless you also think a flat Earth would need to include the curvature of the Earth, I can't help you with it.
Nah, good try. But so do you agree that on a flat Earth that the horizon will rise towards eye level, but as you increase altitude, it'll actually still be below?
Yeah, of course, but that works the other way. Why does the sun set? Right? Will you agree that the sun wouldn't set due to perspective? The sun would only set, like, go below your eye level if it was going around a curve and actually reducing in elevation.
Okay, we get that you still don't comprehend sunsets. We know that's very bad for you, though. That's not anything on a. That's called a red herring fallacy, though. So let's stick to the point. Let's stick to the point.
No, it isn't. So what it was.
Who is this guy? You sound like dogs. Are you dogs?
Yeah, so what it was is you said perspective will never allow something to rise above your eye level from below. And I'm saying the same would happen with sunsets. And the only reason I've heard for sunsets on a flat Earth is that the sun dips below eye level as it goes away.
Why are we moving away from the conversation?
Because he's scared.
Because Witsit brought up a perfect defeater for the flat Earth, and I thought that I'd just point that out to you guys.
But
it doesn't.
It's actually a tactic to get away from the actual point. So a lot
okay,
of
that's
people,
nice, but how is it not? Sorry,
buddy,
keep going.
You know, a lot of people on your side, they seem to suggest that if the horizon is below eye level at all, it debunks flat Earth. So you would agree that they're just wrong.
I don't know the arguments from them. So my argument is that because the horizon can't go above your eye level, then that would necessarily mean that the sun can't dip below your eye level unless it's going around the curve of the Earth or actually going down in elevation. And since we never measure it going down in elevation, then the sun must be going around the curvature of the Earth for sunsets, which proves the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so we've actually warned you 3 times that we're not just going to allow you to blatantly implement a red herring fallacy and obfuscate the conversation. So can you please stop doing it? So you said...
Okay, but I've got no argument against your argument because I don't understand your argument and I've never made it, so I don't understand.
So your lack of comprehension somehow justifies using a logical fallacy. Great argument. Okay, so
it's not a logical fallacy that disproves the globe. It's a logical fallacy that would mean that my argument against your argument is...
Guys, don't interrupt.
So the point is that you just admitted, you said, of course. When I asked you, I said, so you agree that the horizon would rise towards eye level on a flat Earth, but it would still be below it as you increase altitude. And you said, of course. But then I told you that other members in your cult say that it should rise exactly to eye level or it debunks flat Earth. And now all of a sudden you don't know. So which one is it? Is it of course or you don't know?
I don't know what they've said. As far as I know, as something goes off in the distance, it'll move up to your eye level. It'll never go above eye level. I don't think it'll ever quite reach eye level. It'll still be technically like a fraction of a degree below your eye level. It can't, just through trigonometry, it can't rise to exactly your eye level. But it also debunks the flat Earth because of sunsets.
Wait. Hey, does the fraction of a degree increase the higher you go?
So long as the distance of the thing away from you doesn't decrease, then yes, it would.
Right. Okay. So then on a flat Earth, you could see further when you went higher.
It depends. If you guys keep with this, you can only see so far because there's like a limit to your view, then no. But if you guys are willing to dismiss that, then possibly. But actually, probably not, because as you get higher, the distance would be further between you and the object you're looking at, so it wouldn't be resolvable as you get higher.
Okay. So the resolvability is relative to reception and propagation angles. And then specifically, it's the reception and propagation angles of whatever it is you're observing relative to your angular resolution angle. Okay, so yeah, so the
So as you get,
resolvability would change, buddy. As you change, as you change height or altitude, you're changing the reception and propagation angles. They're actually getting bigger. Do you understand that?
yeah, that means your distance is getting further from that object, which means that you would need to like deal with that distance. So if you can barely see something at distance of ground level, as you get higher, that distance increases, and I'm pretty sure that increase in distance will outdo any change to resolution angles.
So I guess you don't get it. So say that we draw a stick figure and we draw a straight line out from his eye and we draw it out to a building. And then we draw a reception angle from that building. So we draw reception and propagation angles coming from the building. As if I make that person twice as tall and draw a straight line out, now the angle from the bottom of the building is going to be much wider. Right.
Okay, and do you have any like scientific paper discussing this, any optics paper discussing it, so I can actually read up about all the math involved behind it and how it works?
It's called Rayleigh's criteria. Yeah. It's based on reception.
That's just resolvability, isn't it?
Yes. So this explains why why things would disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface. It also explains how you can see further when you go higher over a flat surface.
How?
I just explained it.
Well, no, you asserted it. You didn't explain it. You said if you increase your height, then you'll change the angle to the building, which due to Rayleigh criterion, which means you'll be able to see a further distance. But I don't understand where you actually went past the assertion part of that.
No, reception and propagation angles, meaning the light's considered to propagate, and it's not one single propagation angle. It's a million different propagation angles for every different part of the object. So at the bottom, there's a million different little propagation points. Okay, and you're going to change the reception or the propagation and reception angles to each individual point. So as you increase height, your eye level is now going to have a wider reception and propagation angle below it to those points, which is why things disappear from the bottom up, because it's going to hit that resolution limit relative to eye level before the higher points. But I have to make it in order.
Okay, well, I'd love for you to like drop an actual link that discusses this instead of just saying Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
It is kind of funny though that you debunked flat Earth with the things never going below eye level or above eye level. That's kind of funny.
Oh my god. That makes you feel good, bro.
Isn't the Rayleigh criteria to do with photography anyway?
Rayleigh criteria is about anything that's receiving information to formulate an image, okay?
Does it work through eyesight?
Oh yeah, it's called aperture.
Yeah, it's based on the aperture as well.
And this explains sunsets, by the way, which is why it's funny that you brought them up and not trapped you. Like, this actually explains why the sun disappears from the bottom up over a flat surface.
Well, it doesn't. It goes below your eye level, so it doesn't explain sunsets.
It literally does.
Well, no, it doesn't, because the sun goes below your eye level.
The angle substantive to the bottom of the sun becomes too small for your eye to render that. Thus,
So, as I'm
it
standing
becomes
on a hill,
unresolvable.
sorry, I lost the last part of that because I interrupted. Do you want to say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, I said your angle to the bottom of the sun becomes so small that it becomes unresolvable.
Well, yeah, but if I'm standing on a hill, a mountain, a tower, anywhere up high, and I'm watching a sunset go over like the ocean or like a fairly like level piece of land, the sun will go below my eye level, won't it? So it'll start above and then go below. And Witsit said you can't have that.
What do you mean? It becomes unresolvable from the bottom up.
If I'm watching the sun and it's above my eye level, so I have to like turn my head up to look at it, and it goes away in the distance, and then it goes below my eye level and then disappears, then that can't happen because perspective doesn't allow things to go below eye level or above eye level. It can only get to like a fraction of a degree below, a fraction of a degree away from your eye level. That's just trigonometry, which agrees with this. So
if
you're up on a
had
hill,
no atmospheric conditions that would cause the horizon to appear above or below where it should be, should you have no atmospheric conditions. But the problem is you're always dealing with atmospheric conditions. So you deal with refraction.
what atmospheric condition would cause something above your eye level to dip below your eye level and not change
Refraction.
like the horizon?
What do you mean not change the horizon? Refraction causes the horizon to move up and down.
Yeah, so like refraction does that, but like the sun doesn't go up and down to the point of like being above your eye level and below your eye level when it starts out like directly above your head.
It's
It seems like
subjected to the
that's
same
maybe at
refraction.
best a potential, but like this is something we all witness in real life, isn't it?
You guys claim that the sun
subjected
is literally
to the same. Yeah, it's subjected to the same refraction if you're viewing it over distance. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You guys literally claim the sun is at least a half a degree above or below the horizon when we see it setting. That's not actually there.
That's not my argument, though, Witsit. My argument is that the sun is directly above my head at one point in time, and then when it sets, it goes below my eye level.
Not all the time. No, it doesn't.
Okay, it disappears into the distance, it disappears into the vanishing point. I just now dropped a picture from, I think this is Harvard, and they did like the Rayleigh criteria experiment with changing the aperture, and it shows, just like the sunset, like a circle of light. As you change the aperture, then the bottom of that circle begins to disappear because it merges into the central vanishing point, which would be akin to eye level. And you have a vanishing point in the distance on a flat Earth, and then that's actually the horizon. And it's not ever a hard cutoff. There's always a gradient of a fuzzy area that converges together, right? So when we say the horizon's below eye level, what we're actually saying is the more distinct difference in color of whatever is the surface, whether that's the ground or the ocean, looks like it's below eye level. But when you actually zoom in, it's a gradient that goes up towards eye level even more, like practically to eye level. And then everything disappears relative to that.
No, you don't understand what you're looking at. Rayleigh criteria defines how much you can resolve. Once you resolve, it doesn't change.
Hey, look,
you have aperture, you have distance, you have resolution. It doesn't change anymore.
This is what's so funny. The flat earthers should definitely adopt this argument.
There's no
Understand how,
vanishing point.
dude. Why do you always interrupt? You have no social cues or awareness at all, dude.
Well, you do.
So they cannot address this, dude. It's so funny. They seem to think. No, I'm about to dunk on you. Please calm down. You know, like if I cross you up one-on-one, we're playing basketball, and I start driving, you can't just tackle me. That doesn't mean you win if you tackle me when I'm going to finish. Okay, so what's so funny, bro, is they seem to think that the object will all disappear at the same time. that if it reaches this resolution limit, the whole object will disappear at the same time. But that's
Who said?
objectively not true, and it shows gross ignorance regarding
Can I
Rayleigh
ask,
criteria.
Who are
what do
they?
you think my argument is?
No. I'm making my point. I want you guys to address. You brought up the sunset. I'm showing how you don't know what you're talking about. The sun will disappear
Well,
from
what
the
was my
bottom up.
argument? Because
The sun will disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface because the bottom of the sun will have smaller reception and propagation angles. So that portion of the sun will lose resolvability first. Can you guys address
have I
that, please?
disagreed with that? Have I disagreed with that at any point?
So you agree that the sun can disappear from the bottom up over a flat surface?
Well, yeah, but it can never go below your eye level. Do you agree with that?
No, because we're above the ground.
Yep. So the sun can never go below your eye level, but if I'm standing up somewhere high, the sun goes below my eye level well before it disappears.
Well before it disappears.
Yeah, so if I'm up on like a hill or a mountain, because I grew up in a place called Pyramid Hill, which has a large pyramid-shaped hill. It's probably made by ancient aliens. And you stand at the top of this pyramid hill, and you can watch the sunset over the very sort of level farmland around the area. And it goes down and down and down, and then it goes below my actual eye level, and then it starts to disappear bottom up.
So now we're back to you think that the vanishing point would have to be exactly at eye level on a flat Earth.
No, nothing about that at all. I'm saying that the sun goes from above my eye level to below my eye level before the vanishing point, which can't happen due to the laws of perspective.
So you are literally thus saying that the vanishing point has to be at eye level on a flat Earth.
No,
Yes.
the vanishing
Yes.
point
What's
must
your
be above
argument,
your
dude?
eye level or very
If
close
you,
to your eye level. It can never be below your eye level.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
but
all.
what do you mean by very close? What do you mean by very close then? If it can't be below
So
it?
a fraction of a degree, like according to trigonometry, if something gets further away from you in perspective, the angle between your eye level and that thing reduces and reduces and reduces and reduces, but never gets down to zero. It can never reduce to zero.
Hey, buddy, can things be visible below eye level on a flat Earth?
Yes, but they can't stop. They can't start above your eye level and then go below your eye level if they are just disappearing off in the distance. They have to actually drop in some way.
No, you're wrong again. So
Sorry, you either cut out or I cut out. All right, well, I guess this conversation's ended. That's too bad.
I think Witsit cut out. Oh, he ran quick.
Many strange things happen on flat Earth. For example, you're looking down and you see something that is much higher than you below something that is much lower than you.
I just want to add that elevation angles of the sun is highly debated, even amongst geocentrists and flat earthers. But
No, they're not.
I do agree that you can see the sun below eye level. I've seen footage. I can pull one up when I have a chance of people flying in airplanes, seeing the sun and the moon below eye level and below the horizon itself, fully illuminated. So not partially eclipsed, but fully illuminated under the horizon. And the elevation angles of the sun, contrary to popular belief, is not fixed on the flat Earth. The sun actually goes up and down. It's in a vortex, like it literally has like a vortex where it goes up to the the peak of the dome at the summer solstice, and then it goes back down to the rim of the flat Earth at the winter solstice. So it's very complicated. That's why elevation angles is always debated, because people have different ideas of how the sun works, but nobody really knows how the sun actually moves in its accurate orbits. I would point to Alex Gleason is probably one of the most accurate models. His model of the sun, and how, because they documented the shadows all over the world geographically, and they pointed that the sun actually does rise and lower in elevation.
That's okay. How much does it rise and lower?
I can't give
1,000
you an exact
miles,
measurement,
3,000
but
miles a day. How much?
between 2,000 to 6,000 miles
Really? So you tell
above
me
the
when
Earth's
I see
surface.
when I see the sunset below my eye level, someone see the sun very 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 close to it.
Sorry, I got a call.
He ran away as soon as you cut
Oh.
out. He was like, "I guess the conversation's over," and left.
Denial.
Well, I think it's funny. Hey, we're making progress, bro. We're making progress. So the sun can disappear from the bottom up.
That's not the question.
Chikey, you agree?
You're a robot.
Agree about what?
Oh, sorry, am I still roboting?
No, you weren't roboting.
Oh.
Oh, was that on my
Do you
end?
agree that the sun can disappear from?
Nah, he roboted.
Yeah, bro, your connection sucks.
Dude.
I may have roboted. I'm losing service. So, is the surface of the Earth curving? I don't think so. We've been searching. I should be coming through now. Hey, Chikey, do you agree that the sun can disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth?
No.
So you disagree with Dogs?
Geometrically impossibility.
Oh yeah, even though I just literally explained how it's scientifically provable that it would disappear from the bottom up.
I don't recall.
He was deafened.
Oh.
Well, I had a phone call. Yeah, I had to take a phone
That's okay, man. I forgive you, man. So, buddy, this is the thing, okay? Say what you said earlier implied that you think that an object in the distance it all loses resolution at the same time. As if I was looking at a tall building in the distance and then it reached its resolution limit, that it would all just start to fade away at the same time. Is that what you think?
No. I
So
said
you agree that?
once you have a resolution, the resolution is fixed. It doesn't change.
So do you agree that the bottom of the building would lose resolvability first?
No.
Well, then you don't understand Rayleigh's criteria.
Or you don't understand. Show me in your formula of the Riley criteria.
No problem.
Where is the bottom? Where is the bottom?
Yeah, I'll
Point the
explain
bottom
it to you.
to me.
Don't worry, I'm going to explain it to you. Okay, so it's because we actually don't have a singular reception and propagation angle from that building. We have a million different little points of light that have propagation angles. Okay.
No, just repeat the formula. You're talking shit. Give me the formula and point me the bottom in the formula.
Okay, but I just want to see if you can actually understand logic for a second. So
no, I need to. Yes, I understand logic. Formula is logic. Go ahead.
Mikey, calm down, brother. All right, listen, man. Do you agree that there's a million different little points of light on that building? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay. So you agree each different little point of light is going to have its own propagation angle?
Formula.
Each point will have infinite propagation angles.
What?
Yes.
Can I give an analogy that you might be able to?
You can see any point on the object from anywhere. Of course,
can I
not
give an
behind it, but
analogy? Chikey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you know what a canoe is?
It's kind of a boat.
Yeah, a small boat. Do you know what a cruise ship is?
Mm-hmm.
It's a really big boat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if a canoe and a cruise ship, one's to the left and one's to the right of me, and I'm standing on the beach, if they start going out off into the distance, which one do you think disappears first?
The canoe.
The canoe. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
So if I tie that canoe to the back tie that canoe to the back of the cruise ship and it starts going off, the canoe is going to disappear at the same time it would if it wasn't tied to the cruise ship, right?
No, it will disappear still first.
Correct. The canoe will still disappear first before the cruise ship, meaning that that portion of the bottom of the cruise ship that's as tall as the canoe is going to effectively appear to disappear before the top of the cruise ship.
That's not news for me.
Okay, so maybe now you understand the concept. Sorry, Witsit, go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the picture, you just look at the picture I dropped, okay? It's from Harvard University. It's two lasers down a long hallway, okay? And they're stacked on top of each other. Right, so you see it on the left, this is just like with the aperture at its original setting, and you have the two circles from the two lasers, right? Okay, as they begin to change the aperture, it changes the resolution angle, the resolution and propagation / reception angle relationship. Okay, do you see that? Do you see that the bottom of that laser begins to like merge, and so it looks like the bottom of it's disappearing. Like we can only see half of the circle in the second picture.
Yes.
Okay, that's because the bottom of that laser has a reception angle and propagation angle that's smaller relative to eye level.
No, it's because the
Yes, dude.
resolution. It's because the resolution is different.
Yes, and that's what determines the resolution, dude. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is wild. And it's
now
like
I
what
want
sucks.
now with it. Now I want the formula of the Riley
Okay, I'm
criteria.
driving, dude. I'm driving, dude.
You're driving.
Dude, but this is
Sure.
why I try to talk you through it. Yeah, it's like
You
if
don't
you
have it in your head. You don't have it in your head.
No. Can you just pay attention? If you have a million different little points of light on the building, okay? That means that if each different little point of light is going to have its own angle to us, it's going to have its own angle relative to eye level. So let's say that I'm 6 feet tall, I'm looking out over the ocean, and I'm looking at a building. That building has little points of light all over it. Now we're going to draw a horizontal line of sight from my eye out to that building. Okay? Now, obviously, there's way more room or space above eye level on the building than below it, right? Because say the building's 10 stories tall, but I'm 6 feet tall. So obviously, my eye level is much closer to the bottom of the building than the top of the building, right? Okay, so if now we have a million little points there, we can draw an individual reception and propagation angle from each different point. And each point is going to have a different angle relative to eye level. The angles from the bottom are going to be smaller. They're going to run into our eye level first because it's way closer to eye level, right?
That's your imagination. Now I want to show me. I want to show me this happened empirically in reality. Show me that you can't resolve the three little. For example, you get resolution that you can resolve 3 light sources equally spaced at the bottom, and you can't resolve them, and the top you can resolve. Go ahead, do this
Disprove the
experiment.
Rayleigh criterion.
I heard another example given by I think it was Napalm a while back, talking about the beach and the individual grains of sand, and when you increase the distance, they no longer become resolvable as individual grains of sand. You want to repeat that, Napalm? I think that was a really good one.
I don't know if I remember that one, but I give out so many analogies, I forget them all.
Look, here's a picture. There's no reason to misunderstand now. There's a picture right there. Obviously, the angle is smaller below eye level in the picture. This is common sense. Therefore, it's going to hit that eye level. That picture's not common sense.
No, because you don't understand it. Here, someone posted the formula, and I see theta, I see 1.22, I see gamma, and I see D. I don't see bottom, and I don't see top.
That's what's up, bro.
No
Hey, can you
right,
address the
no
picture?
left. There's no right or left there.
Can you address the picture, please?
There's no point addressing the pictures. It's idiotic.
Okay, see? And now the picture's idiotic, right? When in
They
fact the
just want
Yes,
picture's
to
just,
avoid
it is.
it.
it's
You
just
just want to
that's what
avoid
I'm
it.
saying. But dude, this is what I'm
There's
saying.
less angle to the bottom. There's less angle to the bottom than the top. So what?
You've shown that you don't even want to have an honest conversation. But this is what's funny, Napalm. They all have to deny this.
Yep.
I no, I don't deny this. I just say you don't understand the Riley criteria.
No. Let's stay on subject here. The angle is
Yes, that's a
smaller.
subject.
The angle is smaller from the bottom of that building.
No
Okay,
shit.
okay, I agree. It's stupid that I have to go through this in such a rudimentary level that I had to go through my camera roll while I was driving to a cartoon animation so you can understand. So now we have the angle is way smaller relative to eye level. What that means is that the reception and propagation angles are smaller below eye level than above it, which means we're going to lose resolvability of that building
I didn't
at the
see.
bottom first.
I
Yeah,
didn't see in the Riley
it's very
criterion
easy.
formula. Hold on. I didn't see in the Riley criteria anything that says
I'll
anything
look for it. I'll post it.
about angles that the light hits your eye. All it cares about is the separation. Separation. That's all.
Yeah. The
The
separation
distance
between the
between.
two objects. And if the object is residing upon the ground, is the ground an object?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if your vanishing point or your horizon, right, in the distance is set by the ground and you have an object residing upon the ground, would you have unresolvability between the two objects?
When does the sun
Vanishing point.
resides on the ground?
Oh my god, dude.
Ah, oh my God.
You can't even understand the concept. We haven't even
I
gotten to
do.
the sun yet.
I do. When does the sun reside on the ground?
It doesn't.
Ah, so it doesn't. So don't talk about
Correct.
to me about things that are on the ground.
We can
The
talk
sun
about
is
things that
above
are
the ground,
above the
always
ground,
above the
and they go
ground,
off in the distance and they
always above
appear.
the ground.
Dude, you can't incessantly interrupt.
I'm not. I was talking. The sun is always above the ground, stay above the ground, and you should always see it on flat Earth. Never disappear bottom up.
Yes, it does.
It's impossible, dude.
What do you mean it's impossible? It happens every single day.
We know, but not on flat Earth.
You realize that it becomes unresolvable because
No, it doesn't.
dude, you can't interrupt like that. All right, this is gonna be your warning. If you do it
Yeah,
again, you're gonna get an
warning.
official warning. As you talk over me when I'm telling you that.
You're not telling me anything. You're hallucinating.
Okay, so back to what we're talking about. So if you have two things that are close to one another, what becomes unresolvable first?
That is past the Riley criteria.
What do you mean it's past the exactly?
It
So it
says
becomes
that the Riley
unresolvable
criteria unresolvable.
from the bottom
It
up.
means that
So when
the angle will be.
when you're talking about the Rayleigh criterion and you're talking about two lights in the distance, let's just talk about that real quick. So if you have a car that's traveling away from you and you're looking at its taillights, eventually the taillights appear as though they are one object, meaning they blur into one another due to the Rayleigh criterion. So the two lights never actually touch one another. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes. So
I'm
why
gonna
do you
post
think that the sun has to physically touch the ground in order for the same thing to take place?
No, I don't think she needs to touch the ground. But I say it shouldn't disappear bottom up.
There's your
It,
formula, Chike. He asked for a formula. It's in the text chat there.
I already gave him a formula. That's the thing, Chike, is The picture that Witsit posted of the two lights as they get closer to one another, they appear to merge, right? Do you agree? As
On the
those two lights
bottom,
get
on the
further
bottom
away
of the
from you.
sun, is the bottom of the sun further away from you from the top?
No, it has nothing to do with whether the
Then
top
it's
or the bottom is further away from you. It's as it gets further away, it appears to get closer to what we call the horizon, which is an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. It never actually meets the ground. It just appears as though it meets the ground, right? So as
so
the
why?
sun is moving further away and it appears to get closer to the ground, the
Part of the
unresolvability of the sun would be at the point that is closest to that apparent location, which would appear to be the bottom of the sun to us.
Oh Jesus.
China,
Doesn't.
hey
Hey, hey.
Why don't you try
No,
understanding the
I need to
concept?
respond. Sorry, I need to
I
respond.
understand, but instead of debating, why don't you try understanding the concept before you debate it, please?
He just
I
wants
understand
to
the
say
concept.
no.
You don't. You don't.
You
The
had no
the
idea what the Rayleigh criterion was. You hadn't
again, you tell
reposed
me
the
what
formula
ideas
because
I
you didn't
have.
even know
Thank
what
you.
it was. So how do
Thank you
you?
for. Why are you talking about me? Talk about yourself. We saw in the formula there is no left, right, up or down, or close to the ground, or anything like it. All we care about is separation between light sources. And I don't care where they
Correct.
are, close to the ground, away from the ground. Why does the sun disappear bottom up?
What portion of the sun appears closest to the ground?
The bottom.
There you go. There's your fucking answer, man.
Why?
Do these
When
guys
the
try to fool
separation
you?
is equal on the top and on the bottom, why the
If
bottom
the
disappears?
bottom is appears closer to the ground, how is the separation between the bottom and the ground closer than the separation
I
between the
didn't
top
say,
and the
I'm
ground?
not talking about the separation between the bottom of the ground and the sun, about
Then
the
you're
sun
not talking
itself.
about
The
the Rayleigh
sun
criterion, bud.
disappears. The
Then you're
sun
not talking
disappears,
about the
not the
Rayleigh
ground.
criterion. Then you're not talking
Sorry.
about the Rayleigh criterion, which is
Yes,
what
I
we're
do.
talking about.
Yes, I
So
do.
maybe if you want to go
Okay,
learn
okay,
and
Shike,
understand,
Shike, hold on, give me my moderation. Shike, if you do it again, I'm gonna have to mute you, bro.
Fuck you.
Okay, then you're gone. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, we got no time for people like that, man. That are just flat out denialists.
And they're just being rude. I mean, I'm just moderating and he's just gonna cuss me out. Okay, bye.
Like, it's one thing if you don't
I can try to
agree.
take from here.
It's one thing
If
if
I
you
may.
don't agree, but you're at least trying to understand. But when you're not trying to understand and you're completely in a disagreement, but you can't articulate it, and you're just gonna sit there and interrupt incessantly and be combative, like, there's no time for that. We got no time for that. Go ahead.
Well, what else is
Right. I think his point was made and it wasn't addressed.
he did not make a point. His point is that the bottom of the sun, when it appears closer to the ground, is not closer than the top of the sun is to the ground. Can you explain that
No,
to
he
me, Phil?
wasn't. He wasn't saying that. He wasn't saying that the bottom wasn't closer to the bottom to the surface in the sun. He was pointing out that in Rayleigh criterion, there's no mentioning of the bottom. It matters what's the angular size between the two things they're trying to resolve.
What
So it
blends
doesn't matter if
within?
it's closer. It doesn't
Dude,
matter
this
if
is an
it's
angular
closer to the
size.
surface or
It
not.
is an angular size, dude. You don't. It's not distance, and it's
Exactly.
not angular size. You guys don't even understand what you're
Wait,
talking
what?
about. No, hey, Bacon. Is the bottom? Do you agree that there are a million different little points of light that have different propagation angles?
Sorry, see that again?
Do you agree that there's a million different little points that all have their different propagation angles? A million different little points of light.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then they would lose resolvability at different times based on their own individual propagation angles.
No, points themselves don't lose resolvability. What loses resolvability is relationship between 2 points. A point itself doesn't become unresolvable.
Dude, it's the light is the information that
The
we interpret
horizon,
as an image. And then
the
it
apparent
loses
horizon
resolvability.
itself is a point. That's the point that you're missing. That we
No,
can't see forever, right? And
no,
things
you're
Think you're
not
things in
interrupting
the
with
you guys are
distance,
wrong.
things in the distance converge into the apparent horizon. That's the point you're missing.
Okay, I wasn't listening to you. I was trying to understand what Witty was saying. He
Okay,
was
my
like in the
bad.
middle of an argument. I was trying to understand what he was going with that.
I know, but you made a wrong statement, and I was just trying to correct you. You said it's about 2 points, but you also have to include the horizon as being one of those points. Thank you.
Sure,
No, you don't.
that's not excluded. If you have 2 points, you want to know if those 2 points are resolvable as 2 points. There's an angular separation between them. Rayleigh criterion tells you what's that minimum angular separation that allow you to resolve those 2 points. It doesn't tell anything about a single point on its own. A single point on its own is always resolvable.
You never have a single point on its own. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have the horizon, which is a point, and
Well,
you
if-
have, let's just say, the bottom of the sun, which is another point. You never have just one point, angular point of resolution. There's the horizon's always included.
We're not even talking about the horizon.
No, not in Rayleigh criteria. Rayleigh criteria isn't concerned to the horizon. It's concerned with whatever 2 points you want to distinguish as 2 distinguishable points.
Oh my god, dude, this is the facts, okay?
Ugh.
You have, say you draw, so this is what most ballers say, by the way. Let's take it one step at a time. Do you agree that it's incorrect to state that the entire object would lose resolvability at the same time?
The entire object would lose resolvability at the same time.
Yeah, that's what ballers say. Ballers say
I don't know,
that
because the claim, the resolvability is only between 2 points. If you want to know if something is unresolvable, I need 2 points for that.
The
It's
statement
not
made no sense.
an object thing, or it's a 2 points thing.
Dude, you like use
okay,
big
it's like, I
words.
think
You
you
don't
guys
even know
just,
what they are.
you notice how you didn't answer the question? So what ballers say
Yeah,
is,
because
well,
I think
if
there's
the
nuance.
all right, bro, I can't do this, man. I can't like every time I go to speak, bro. Like I do stuff in my life, okay? So I was just
Well,
grabbing my
I
daughter,
interrupted you for 2
we were in
seconds.
the
You can just say
car,
whatever
driving.
you want to say.
Can we?
Bacon, stop interrupting him, dude. It's fucking
I
ridiculous.
had
You're gonna
already,
get
I
yourself
had already
muted.
stopped, and he didn't.
He was talking, Bacon, and you just
Go ahead.
fucking keep doing it.
Go ahead. What's it?
Okay, look. So one thing that a
He
lot of
left.
ballers will say.
He left. Not
Okay.
even worth it. He fucking
Yeah,
left. The
that's fine.
problem is they come in and all they want to do is interrupt until you have to moderate them, and then they leave and fucking whine and complain about it.
I'm still here.
Yeah, but who cares? I think this is important that the flat earthers understand this. This is a very important argument. So the ballers love to say that things can't disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface, okay? And they're just objectively wrong. So what they'll say is, well, if the earth was flat, let's talk about the boat, right? So let's say a boat goes away from us on the water. They say, well, if the earth was flat and it was just because of resolution limit, the entire boat would disappear at the same time. Right? That's what they say. It would get smaller and smaller and then lose resolvability until it like blurs out into nothing all at the same time, right? That's what they
Correct.
all
That's
say
what they say. Yeah.
because they're in a cult. Yeah, so they all say the same thing. Okay, that's not true though, because what's causing us to be able to see the boat? It's the light. Okay, and so we have what people call propagation angles, and we're not going to get into the fact that light's actually not physically traveling. Doesn't matter. So we have different points of light. We have 1,000,000 different little points of light on that boat. Okay? And each different point is you draw an angle out from that point to the observer. Each individual point has its own propagation and reception angles.
That's ridiculous.
Each individual point. So that's a fact, which means there's a relationship between eye level and your angular resolution and the individual reception and propagation angles. There's an individual relationship for each one of those points. Now, it's relative to your eye level. Okay, which means that if I have 50 points all on the bottom of that boat, but they're gonna all be beside each other, and they're gonna be the same angle below eye level. So that entire horizontal portion is gonna disappear and lose resolvability at the same time, because they all have the same propagation reception angles relative to eye level. Okay, so what happens is the bottom has a smaller angle, which means it's going to fall below the resolution angle sooner than the top, which has a bigger angle, which means it's going to disappear from the bottom up. You're going to lose resolvability of that information from the different points from the bottom up.
What about celestial observation? Because that was a terrestrial. That was a terrestrial observation. What about a celestial observation? How would it be applicable with that?
So celestially, right? So I use this as like the only time that the whole object disappears scenario takes place is if you're looking like straight up in the sky and you let go of like a balloon, right? And as the balloon goes away, it will disappear as a whole object, meaning it'll just get smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappears. What you run into when you're dealing with the horizon is that you've got a second point, right? So you've got a second object in which it'll appear to blend with. And since you're so close to the surface of the earth, your angle between the surface and your eye level creates a specific angle. The smallest angle is going to be above or below your eye line or your eye level. So as the object moves further away in the distance, it becomes unresolvable from the bottom up due to the fact that it blurs at the closest point or the smallest angle, which will always be your vanishing point.
Okay. Well, I think we need to
talking
distinguish between those two when we're talking about this, because sometimes it gets lost in the weeds.
Anything that's approaching eye level, anything that you're observing relative to your eye level is going to have different reception and propagation angles that lose resolvability. And then there's actually another factor. It's not the prominent one. So the first one that needs to be discussed, this is how you know the globe Earth is just wrong. They actually just ignore objective variables, right? So conclusion aside, they don't actually address the variable. Same thing what they do with electrostatics. They just don't address it at all, right? Okay, so one of them is this we're talking about, propagation reception angles relative to eye level. Okay, and then the second one is attenuation of light. So the attenuation rate of light is directly proportionate to the density and turbulence of a medium. Right? Very simple stuff, right? Like the more dense medium is going to absorb the light faster. So the more turbulent the medium, the more attenuation is. So the attenuation is directly proportionate to the density. The attenuation rate is directly proportionate to the density and the turbulence of the medium. Okay.
You're talking nonsense, Witzer. Come on, dude.
You can't even address anything I'm saying.
A propagation angle, a recessive propagation angle. It's not even. You're just talking words, dude.
Recessive? Who said recessive?
Hold on. Let's address this dude's comment. You're just talking words with it.
Yeah, you didn't even. That's not even coherent. That's like an incoherent.
It's nonsensical what he's saying. He's just spitting out big words.
Rob, how can you talk without words?
Yeah, well, this guy probably do a lot better.
You're just
talking
words.
All right, real fast. So let's just show how stupid. We'll use him as a dummy, a beat up dummy, right? Okay, so what is attenuation of light? Is that just words?
Don't ask me. Tell me. You know it. Tell me.
No, you actually said that you knew it was nonsense.
Well, you should know it. You're fucking refuting what he's saying.
Exactly.
How can you deny what you can't define? That's the epitome of ignorance. Are you ignorant?
He's the one who has to define it. He's the one using the words.
No, you just said I was wrong.
Oh, he's using words.
You just said it was nonsense and that I was wrong, but you're now admitting you don't even know what it is.
I didn't admit anything.
You're just a word user.
I didn't admit anything, so don't tell me what I admitted. I'm just telling you. You tell me. You're the one that's using the words. You tell me. You'll say you don't.
Okay,
you don't answer the question with a question. You
already did, you clown show. Already did, you clown show. I said it during my actual first statement. So it's the absorption rate of light relative to a medium.
It absolutely has not.
Okay, so you are denying that attenuation of light exists.
He doesn't even know what it is, dude.
I'm
But
talking
yes, he
about
will deny it. He will deny it.
propagation of angles. What you said earlier, propagation
Oh,
of
now
angles.
you're running. So
No,
just
it's
stop
not
talking. Just
now. It's
stop talking.
always been on that way. So that's
All
what
right,
I
buddy,
chimed in.
just stop
I said,
talking. I'm trying to talk to the true earthers, not the grown men that hate flat Earth but can't comprehend it. Thank you. Okay, so the point that's important here is that attenuation of light, right, is directly proportionate. The attenuation rate is directly proportionate to the density and the turbulence of the medium. Okay, which part of the atmos is the most dense?
The lower
The
portion.
bottom. Right. So then the light it necessitates that the light attenuates faster at the bottom of the atmos, right?
no, only by color.
Holy Okay. So just for the true earthers, again, I'm not talking to this dude. He's intentionally obtuse. This dude sent me a message and said, I'm glad you muted me because it makes my job easier. I'm just trying to get you kicked off of all platforms where you're not allowed to speak. That's this guy. That's who this guy is.
Why the hell is he in here? Go to Jim Pandas, bro. We don't need you.
You won't defend that nonsense. I can just show the screenshot. I got the receipts.
Well, I'm being realistic. I'm being realistic with you guys now, so I don't understand what you guys want to answer my question.
Realistic. You're just
It's
using
all right
words,
to
bro.
have him around, bro. He debunked the globe in his garage the other day, thinking he was debunking flat Earth. It was quite funny, actually. Sometimes I'll just.
I'm my own person, dude. I ain't no glober. I ain't no flat earther. I'm my own person.
You're special. You're a special boy.
No,
Special needs.
And I want to say, Andy, you're also hot micing. I hear you.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm waiting patiently to get in, but it was going on and on.
Yeah, no, under that.
Well,
But,
listen, you gotta admit, at least I'm trying this time to be at least a little bit calm.
You're showing us all who you are and why you're here. It's ridiculous.
Well, if you want to know why he's here, there's his DM right there. I mean, it's pretty simple. Yeah, we're showing receipts, bud. All right, so but just for the true earthers, right? Like, so the attenuation rate is going to be greater at the surface because there's a more turbulent, more dense medium that's absorbing the light. So the attenuation of the light is going to be greater there. So if light attenuates, it's more difficult to receive and interpret the information of light, right? Because it's being absorbed, it's attenuating, right? So if you combine these two things, the fact that the propagation and reception angles are going to be smaller, closer to eye level, thus the bottom of objects are going to lose resolvability first, and that the light from the objects, which is how you're seeing them, is literally absorbed faster at the bottom, then things are going to begin to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. And they're going to do this into the horizon, not down below the horizon. They do it into the horizon, which is why on certain conditions, you will see the sun have a horizontal cutoff disappearing from the bottom up above the horizon.
Yeah, many times you see the sun become unresolvable or flip back onto itself well above the horizon during a sunset.
Correct, yeah. And this is where they start saying, oh, well, that's just refraction or whatever, right? No, it's the same thing, okay? It disappears into the horizon. Okay, so I really hope that flat earthers put that in their chamber because it's very important. One of the number one things they say is that boats can't disappear from the bottom up. Sometimes they're impossible because the sun can't disappear from the bottom up. It would all disappear at the same time. It's a gross incompetence and misunderstanding of even Rayleigh criteria. Okay, so it's in my opinion, it's important to push these up to the top of the list, certainly for new people to understand the basics. And you can show that picture that I dropped, or we can make a new one that's even better. It's a concept, it's subjective, right? I mean, for them to deny it shows how desperate you have to be to defend the globe and attack flat Earth. You have to lie. You have to just deny reality. They call us science deniers, but they're actually reality deniers, like literally. So I find that to be pretty important for everyone to get. Things do indeed disappear from the bottom. And then here's the other one that I think is really important that's gotten overlooked for however many years. And I'm not saying that no one's talked about it. I'm just saying it hasn't been pushed up as one of the primary arguments, and it should be, right? And that is that the horizon is just an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's an optical convergence point or a vanishing point. And there is actually an area where there's a gradient, a fuzzy gradient, where this convergence takes place. There is never a crisp, hard cutoff. Never, never, ever. When you think the horizon looks like that, just zoom in on it. And what you see every time, and I've done it hundreds of times, every single time you zoom in on the horizon, you see that there's a fuzzy gradient where the sky and the ground look like they're merging into each other. Every single time.
Yeah, they think the water is the hard horizon line. It's hilarious, dude.
Exactly, just because the water is a different color than the sky.
The funny thing is, this is as basic as it gets. I mean, sure, when you listen to Austin, it can sound a bit complicated, but it's not. It's not complicated at all. That's the laughable thing about it.
Well, nothing's complicated when you make it up as you go.
Okay, but so that's correct, Andy. And the funny thing is, like, I don't know how many times you can go through such basic concepts with what appears to be otherwise intellectual people that are literally just trying so hard to not comprehend like very simple concepts. Maybe because they know that it completely destroys their whole entire argument. I'm not sure.
Why would
Yeah, who's this Chaiki dude? He's been around a while, hasn't he? Is he the Israeli faction, or that's my guess anyway.
Have you noticed that all of them are having to deny these things? Because in reality, you can still think not deny these things. But the reason that they have to deny them is because they literally cannot let go of their talking points. And this is why. Psychoanalysis. They try to push the narrative that flat Earth is stupid and easily debunked. which means that the arguments that they said from the beginning, they have to hold on to them.
With it, you don't even debate nobody anymore, dude. You won't go on any other channels. You stay hidden.
Bro,
okay, so the fact that you just ignore him, he's just literally an irrelevant person. But like the point is that they said arguments at the beginning, and in order to protect the narrative that flat Earth is so easily debunked and stupid, dude, every time I talk on Discord, she whines. It's so funny. She's like the happiest baby ever. She hears I'm talking, she's like, no.
Because even she knows you're spitting bullshit. It's hurting her.
No, it's probably like my dog, bro. Like, just totally senses that I'm getting like fucking irritated, and my dog's just like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah, actually, I didn't hear her the whole time until Rob started spitting his nonsense.
Yeah, Rob Lashes, if you're not gonna actually bring anything fruitful to the conversation, I suggest you don't say anything at all, because other than that, I'm gonna time you out for just being disruptive.
All right, no problem. I like to have a conversation. Whenever I can join, let me know.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation with something relevant, not just insults and nothing relevant to say. Really.
Yeah, I got you.
Like, you guys get it though, right? Okay, like they have to claim flat Earth is so stupid. So whatever things they said at the beginning, they have to keep saying them, because if they have to start walking them back and changing their arguments, like the major arguments they had, then it shows, oh, flat Earth obviously isn't stupid. The globe is having to update their arguments and catch up to them. So that's why they'll never stop saying it. They'll never stop saying boats over the horizon, that things can't disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth, that sunsets debunked the flat Earth. They'll never stop saying it no matter what happens, because that will show that their whole like illusory narrative that it's so stupid is a lie.
Yeah, because if they start to understand these simple concepts, it destroys the boats over the horizon. And when that gets destroyed, it completely destroys the sunset idea as well, because it's the same concept.
Can I get it now? For a second? With a serious comment? The only reason that we stick with these, what you say, are broken arguments or old stuff, is because they're infallible. I mean, they've been tested true and true over some of them for thousands of years.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like stuff like that. It's just like I just lost brain cells. You know? Like when they say thousands of years, and they say that they did the boats thing thousands of years ago. Dude, they don't even know what they're talking about. They're talking about Aristotle supposedly looking at a boat with his naked eye and saying that since it disappears in the distance and I can't see it forever, it must mean that the Earth evolved. Yeah, you guys are intellectual giants, dude.
I did not say that, Whit. So why do you always say what I'm saying? Tell me what I'm saying. I didn't say that. I just said there was.
That's the only concept of the boats disappearing.
Oh, I wasn't talking about boats. I was talking about experiments in general. We have different experiments, some with boats, some with not boats that have been around for thousands of years.
Experiment with a boat. So what is? So this is an experiment we're doing with the boat. Is that your claim?
Oh no, I'm saying if you want to do an experiment with a boat, you can. There are a couple different ones.
What experiment would you do with the boat that proves the Earth is a globe? What are you talking about?
There's actually a good one you can do. So you go out into the ocean or any large body of water. I'm on the Great Lakes, so I do this before. And you have one boat with a laser, the other boat with a mirror. Okay, you go out in a boat. You'll follow the boat. You'll follow the lead boat will follow the follower boat will follow the lead boat across the water. Okay, the distance between them will increase until the laser is no longer hitting the mirror. So what you're going to do then is you can either speed up or slow down whichever boat it is, and you will drag it to the point where the laser will hit the mirror, or where they won't hit the mirror. You'll find that sweet spot. So all you gotta do then is separate it by a distance of 8 miles per square inch, and you can do the math, and you'll figure out that the Earth is curved. There's actual
8 miles per square inch. That's an interesting formula, bro. You're just completely talking out of your ass.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's trying, guys. Come on, what is it? Thursday? Give him a break.
Thursday 5 times in a row.
I mean, I heard how he was coming at Witsit, and yeah, that's crazy. Like how people just out of nowhere like call Witsit out, like, "I'm calling you out, brother."
He called me out, dude. He called me out.
Okay, well, I didn't hear that part.
I didn't even know you were in here.
Yeah, you do, Witsit. You always know I'm in here.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
okay, never mind. That's totally psychotic. Like,
Yeah,
oh
this
yeah,
is-
you know I'm here. You know I'm here, bud.
This is like a pretender, right? Who just tries to get somebody like Witsit, who people know, and he tries to like interact with Witsit so that he can say he destroyed Witsit or whatever because Witsit has a name in the community, blah blah blah. So this dude's just trying to get clout.
Dude,
But he's
it's just the water boy treatment. It's just like Gatorade.
No
They see
clout. Go look
Witsit
at
in
my
the
YouTube
VC and they're
channel.
just like,
I have no I'm not trying for clout. I have no videos on my YouTube channel. I'm not trying for anything. I'm having a conversation with the guy who seems to be one of the guys who speaks
nah,
for
dude,
you.
you're just trying to ruin somebody's day. That wasn't a fucking conversation. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Dude, I just dropped this. I dropped his DM. I'm just gonna drop it again. If you want to have an idea of who you're talking to, just read this DM he sent me.
Yeah, why don't you show him the one before that? Why don't you explain the conversation we were having and what you guys were doing that caused that? That's what I'm saying.
See, so now
like
you're
most
lying
things,
because this
like
is the
most
entire conversation because I haven't even accepted your DM yet. I have the entire thread screenshot right there for everyone to see.
Ouch, dude. That's kind of, you're dead in the water there, bud. Why don't you just float on over the curve?
No, this guy is a provocateur. He likes to egg people on.
You know what? I'm gonna make a decision here. Why don't we just change the subject? Rob, you don't have to leave, but we're not gonna talk about this anymore. This is not productive. That's not what the server's for.
I agree.
He said, "Thanks for the mute. Thanks for the mute. Makes my actions even easier. I don't want to talk anyways. I want to take your channels down. Here, YouTube, everywhere. No more humoring the insane."
Yeah, I saw it. I know, but let's just not
let's
go
move
there,
on,
guys.
Because
let's move on from your
can't explain.
fucking
We'll move on. I'm
fucking
muting you.
gaslighting as well.
Yeah, we'll move on. I'm muting you.
Ugh.
Either stop talking or get muted. We'll just move on. Because I'm actually just trying to have a conversation with the honest, true people in here. Like, I think that the boats disappearing, or like just things disappearing from the bottom up, is like a very important thing to explain because it's so simple, and they all say it, bro. Like all of them. like McToon, Dan McKeegan, FTFE, all of them. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler. I forgot the other dude that was just on Mike Tyson. He's like a pretty famous dude talking about ancient whatever civilizations. They all say this, bro. Like it's 2023 and literally all
Graham Hancock.
yes, Graham Hancock, yeah. Like literally all they have is to say that boats disappear from the bottom up over the water. 2023, bro.
Yeah, that has been the claim of science, that objects do disappear from the bottom up.
I wish Graham Hancock never got into this because I actually like him. I think some of his ideas are really good.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he just has to be such an intellectual cuck. You know what's funny though, man?
Kent Hovind too. I'll go ahead with
Yeah, yeah,
Richard,
yeah.
can I
Because
ask
he
you,
just so
can I
good
ask
with
you a
it.
serious question with you?
No,
It's a serious one. No
no,
cap.
I don't like, bro. Can I be honest with you, bro? I don't like you.
I know you don't. That's the whole point, though. We're not supposed to like each other. We're fucking opposites, man.
Well,
I'm
dude,
not
if he doesn't want to, hey
trying.
man, if he doesn't want to engage with you, he doesn't have to engage with you. So like, just don't. I mean,
I'm trying to be respectful as I can, man. I'm
that's
sorry.
you're
No,
not
you're
though.
not.
You're not.
No
though.
means
That's the
no.
problem.
But anyway, like I'm actually Mike Tyson's show is one of the shows I'm putting on my list to jump on. That'd be pretty wild, huh?
Oh, bro, I love Mike Tyson. Big fan. Yeah.
Yeah, he has that podcast. I'm gonna try and jump on it. Yeah, I'm not gonna say too much, but I got like a really solid connect that can hook me up with some of these shows because he's going on a bunch of the shows himself, and it's gonna be pretty interesting, man. You know, that's obviously gonna make way more of an impact, right? Like, yeah, as long as I can like do good on the shows, you know, like be somewhat charismatic and funny and chill and like make the person like me and stuff like that.
Yeah, the boats over the horizon is, disappearing from the bottom up is something very easy to comprehend and easy to establish, and there's well-founded science around it. The problem is they just have to deny or try to allude to the ground not being an object.
I mean, it goes back. It's like really simple science. It goes back to like, what is it, like 6th grade art class when you talk about perspective. Turn the train tracks on their side. You have your convergence.
Exactly. It's just like the sky is parallel to the earth. You just turn the railroad tracks to the side.
Right, and the railroad tracks appear to meet. They appear to come together. And when two things appear to come together, or you have an object that's residing upon the ground, once it gets out towards that horizon line, if it's going past that, the smaller section of it is what's going to appear to disappear from the bottom up.
And here's how you know that they're dishonest, right? So when they talk about the sunset, what they'll do is they'll say, they all do this. Like, I mean, 90% of them, 99% of them, they say the sunset debunks flat Earth because the sun can't disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth. Then you debunk that, and what they respond with, they don't acknowledge that you debunked it. They don't respond or rebut it. They can't. What they then respond with is, it would have to change angular size. So what they do is they just change the subject, right? So then you debunk the angular size claim, and then the next time that they bring up the sunset, they just start saying it can't disappear bottom up again. So what they do is they just cycle their script. They ignore the refutations. They don't rebut it. Whenever they're called out and rebutted themselves, they just divert away to the next part of the script, never conceding, never acknowledging, never offering any substance. And then they come back the next day and they just repeat the same script top down. And they've been doing this for years. That's like psychopathic behavior. That's like literally they're irrelevant. Intellectually irrelevant, right? So, because I did the sunset stream, dude, and there were some people like this guy there. And like, bro, I was just going step by step, debunking each one of their claims about how the sunset proves the Earth's not flat. And they would just always shift to the next claim. They would just shift over. They would,
Has anybody here ever heard of the Tigray War?
No, I haven't. What's that?
Tell you what
Was
Wikipedia says. The
it
Tigray War was an armed conflict that lasted from November 3rd of 2020 to November 3rd of 2022. Casualties, hold on here. Total deaths are anywhere from 162,000 to 378,000.
Whereabouts is this?
This is in Ethiopia.
All right.
So, over 250,000 people approximately died in a war that literally nobody's heard of in Ethiopia just recently. That's kind of nuts.
That is a bit weird.
Like, how has nobody seen any crazy footage from this or just even heard of the Tigray War? Like, it's, I don't know. It seems very odd.
Who was the war over?
It's a great question. It was primarily fought in the Tigray region of Ethiopia between the Ethiopian federal government and Eritrea on the side of the Tigray People's Liberation Front. And it says that after years of increased tensions and hostilities, fighting began when some Tigrayan security forces attacked the Northern Command headquarters of the Ethiopian National Defense Force. It sounds very confusing, is what I'm seeing here. I'm not going to read all of this. It's very long.
Did they
The
gain their
economic.
independence then, or?
Oh, yeah, let's see how it ended. That's a good point. Who tells me? Where does it say who won? Jeez. Result. The government and the TPLF formally agreed to a cessation of hostilities and systematic verifiable disarmament. And the second agreement for implementing the peace deal was signed by both parties on November 12th. So seems like they just killed each other. Seems like they killed anywhere between 168,000 and 378,000 over the course of a couple years, and then just said, "All right, let's just call it a truce." I mean, that's an insane amount of people to die in a war that only lasted 2 years on the dot. Like the Afghan war, that lasted 20 years, and like the numbers are comparable. It's just funny, like the Ukraine war has been going on that entire time, and yeah.
A question for the infinite plane people. Is there people that think the plane is infinite?
about it?
My question is just like with that being with the infinite plane idea, is there like do we think that there's daylight 24 hours in Antarctica? Because I've heard that explained with the coffee cup caustic, and I don't understand if the dome doesn't touch down close by, how that could be a possibility.
And Antarctica debunks the infinite plane?
Kinda. I don't know. I mean, I've never been there to witness 24 hours of daylight, so I couldn't tell you it happens for sure or anything.
It's interesting.
What was the question about an infinite plane or whatever?
Yeah, I was wondering if there's claims of an infinite plane. Is there like how does the 24 hours of daylight work in Antarctica? Because I know I've explained that myself with the coffee cup caustic, so I was just confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't claim that it's an infinite plane, so I
Yeah,
try.
I think
I don't know.
there's yeah, I think there's possibility of more land in like the regions that they say is like just covered by water like crazy. And I don't know. I don't really have a problem with the dome coming down right outside Antarctica because of the sun's path. I think that's why Antarctica would look the way it did. But I don't like to claim an ice wall either, so I'm not really sure. I was just kind of wondering.
Seems there's been another doctor murdered anyway. I don't want to post it for obvious reasons, but her name were Dr. Giovanni Martinelli. She's Italian. And she was talking about graphene and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm just watching a video with loads of doctors like trying to speak out against because she looked very young. Anyway, perhaps less said about that the better, but seen a lot of stuff like that. And before all this, by the way, doctors were disappearing left, right, and centre.
Yeah, I hear like eating pancakes can cause heart attacks, laughing, walking slowly, kicking a rock down a street. So she could have just been doing any of those various activities that are really just super damaging in the heart, and that's probably what it was, dude. I don't think you should really look into it too much.
Did you say eating pancakes?
Dude, look it up online. Type in to Google, does eating pancakes cause heart attacks? And you tell me what it says.
That's insanity. Better get rid of these birthday cakes next too.
I bet you that Google will tell you that birthday cakes cause heart attacks as well. Probably like swinging, whistling, dreaming, any of those activities, I almost guarantee you Google's going to tell you that it causes heart attacks.
Like
It's a new trend that I noticed.
Stopping to smell the flowers causes heart attacks for sure.
Oh yeah, it can be really, stressful for some people.
What's up with these excessive heat warnings, man? It's getting old.
Well, that's another thing. Yeah, heat causes heart attacks too.
Dude, I was borderline heat stroke over the weekend, man. Like legit.
Dude, I got
Yeah.
that fire and coal stuff, and it's got a little bit of cayenne pepper, salt, charcoal, and I've been putting that in my waters, dude, and it's helped so much. I don't get freaking heat stroke at all anymore. It's crazy.
Well, my problem was I left the house without my wallet and without water, and I was working outside for like 2.5, almost 3 hours in the heat, and I had no water.
Oh
So
no.
yeah, so when I jumped back in my truck, I was like, "Oh, I'll just hit up the gas station ASAP to get some like quick water." And then I realized I didn't have my wallet. I was like, "Fuck." So it was like another 20 minutes before I got home, and by the time I got home, I was like, yeah, I was dying.
Tunnel vision to get to the fridge.
Yeah, for real. And then I like sat down, I tried to recover, and I was like, I'll be all right. I'll still go play my hockey game. And then I played a freaking intense hockey game. And yeah, let's just say I've felt like crap ever since. And I still feel weak. So
Dude, you're not alone. I had to work outside all week, and I loved working outside, but I was getting thrashed at about the 2.5, 3 hour mark every day. And then like on the fourth day, I got a migraine, and I like really don't get those that often. So something's up. The sun was just beating down. It wasn't even that like hot. It was just like whatever. Like the sun was just intense.
yeah, normally like I have water with me, right? So it's like I can mow, then take a drink, and then switch to like stick equipment. And every time I'm like switching a piece of equipment, I'll just drink water. But I didn't have any with me. I was like, fuck, I forgot it. I should have just gone over to somebody's hose and just started drinking out of the hose. Look like a savage.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, man.
Dude, I don't know about you. When I
Okay.
was growing up, though, man, if we got super hot when we were outside and there wasn't any fresh water inside, there wasn't any ice cubes, there wasn't any ice, there wasn't anything nice in the fridge to drink. The best thing, if I were just sweltering hot, is run over and turn on the fucking hose and just chug on that shit. Sometimes that was the best.
Oh yeah, it tastes like straight metal.
You know, back then I didn't care. I didn't even notice. I just wanted to be, my thirst quenched with a nice cool drink, and that's what it was for me. But yeah, I mean, now that I think about it, imagine all of the paths that water had to take in all those metal pipes before it got to my face. So that's gross. But yeah.
You got to run the hose a good solid like 5-10 minutes before it's getting cold around here. It's not even cold really either. I like have my water heater turned off right now.
Oh, bro, that's the worst. That's the worst thing about being down here is like legit. The water lines come in and basically PVC that's buried like 3 feet below the ground, which isn't keeping it that cold. And like even if I go turn on my faucet right now inside my house to the coldest you can possibly get it, it's not even remotely cold.
Yeah, it's like 98.6 degrees.
There's no such thing as cold water in the summertime here.
Yeah, you got to go to Guinea or some springs or something.
Oh, Napalm, wasn't I supposed to send you some of that fire and coal?
Yeah. I don't know. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I told you. My bad.
It's all
Dude,
good, bro.
it's a game changer, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I like it. Kind of are actually looking into making more but with flavors that are all natural. Electrolyte mix is impossible to get. That's not bad for you, pretty much.
What is it?
We have these electrolyte blends that I sell, but we're trying to make some more eventually that have like some flavor. These I gotta put Lee up.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, at first the fire and coal, like it took a couple to get used to, but I feel like it's an acquired taste now, and I'm kind of like digging it, dude. I feel like I'm missing it if I don't have it.
Are you guys gonna like patent the formula or something, or like keep it secret?
I could throw the website in the chat if you guys want to order some.
Yeah, man, throw it up.
So it actually lasts a long time, huh, Tora?
Yeah, dude, it lasts a good amount. I've been like giving it to my neighbors a little bit and stuff too for them and everything. I still have a ton.
Yeah, dude, it lasts forever. Yeah, I think I'm like when I finally get settled in our house, I'm gonna start like adding all kinds of stuff like charcoal, like just activated charcoal, and then activated charcoal bars of soap, which is fire. Like take a shower with activated charcoal, pull the toxins out. Grounding mat, just all kinds of stuff, bro. Like
Dude, you know what
DMSO.
I think would be super fire is shoes that have like a piece of copper in them so that you can still be grounded. Because like I work a lot of stuff where I have to wear boots, and if I could get a decent pair of fucking boots with the copper like grounding, that would be sick.
Yeah, that would be cool, but that sounds super expensive. I won't be able to do that. To make shoes in different sizes.
How's it going, fellas?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I was
Good,
about to
good.
say.
You talking about a different kind of grounding boots? Not the ones you buy from the store?
Yeah, or just like even like not even boots, like just like everyday shoes that have a grounding plate in them.
Well, why don't you just walk barefoot, man?
Yeah, I mean I would if I could, but some people can't, you know.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like say even
There's
if you're
fucking
walking on the concrete, dude. I mean, even if you were barefoot, it's not great for you, man. You know.
No, of course, yeah.
Got to get to that earth, bro.
Saw a video of a guy talking about grounding. That's pretty interesting.
Dude, it's freaking incredible, bro. I did a stream on it a while back. I showed where this Asian lady they looked at her blood, and then she walked around barefoot and grounded for like 20 minutes. She came back and her blood was completely different, dude. It was like free flowing again. It was wild, dude.
You know what type of shoes I want?
Yeshua sandals.
Yeah, I want those sandals God gave the Israelites that never wore out.
Dude, honestly, like a good sandal that can that wraps around the back of your heel is a pretty fire shoe. Like Birkenstock makes some, but those are actually like pretty underrated.
Yeah, I need to get some because
Outside of work, I only wear sandals.
Yeah.
Same, bro. Same. I wear rainbows.
Wow, bro. Keep that to yourself, bro.
Slay
They're the
Queen.
best sandals ever, bro. Rainbows.
They're better than Birkenstock.
Oh yeah.
Are you sure?
Debatable.
Because Birkenstocks don't just have the ones that get kind of hot. They have like more of like a rubbery or like a plasticky one. That's pretty common. They mold to your feet. Do these mold to your feet?
Yep. They're leather, and once you break them in, they're just completely molded to your feet. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. When I was in Florida, dude, all I wore was those freaking flip flops, dude. I would not be caught dead wearing shoes. Like when I was down there, I was wearing those tennis shoes. I'm like, oh man, this is not the move.
Dude, it's brutal. Even in like running shoes that are vented, if you're wearing socks and shoes down here, it's like you're just sweating.
Yeah, bro, it's gross. Then your feet get gross. It's best just to like definitely just air them out, let them breathe. Plus, you can always just kick them off so easy. You know?
Exactly.
Has it been a pretty quiet morning today, or what?
No.
No. I missed the action.
Yeah, this is the calm after the storm.
Mm. Oh, you guys had the Bible study last night? Or someone?
Oh, freaking missed it.
Tora, you're the one who told me about that, right? Or Jeremy?
It was supposed to be North was supposed to be doing a presentation on the resurrection, but I don't think North showed up. But I think Blaze just kind of had like a Bible study, I think.
My class ran like 45 minutes over, and I couldn't get it. Like, couldn't get back. I left right when Matthew Lawrence came on.
Ugh. Dude, you know, bro. So, what do you think? Do you guys know what the JQ is?
The JQ?
Yeah.
No. Was that a type of book or something?
No, it's just code for the blank question. It's the Grabler question. The Zionist question.
Shalom.
Shalom question.
Yeah, if you just
So-
want to think of greasy curly beards and huge noses, that's what we're talking about.
The J Conquest.
So because like people say you're on like a censored platform and they want to ask, they'll be like, "What's your take on the JQ?" So anyway,
I see what you mean. I understand.
yeah, just a general question about your take on that entire situation. But anyway, so someone was sending me stuff about the Kabbalah and a bunch of these rabbinical teachings, and it's really a trip, bro, to try to combine that with the alien thing. So, okay, so beware of those in the end who claim
Yeah.
what, but they're in fact a synagogue of Satan. So, it's as if they almost know that there are watchers and that they're returning, and they're gonna appoint a figure that they're gonna call Messiah. And I was looking into some of this, and it's really a trip, bro. They seem to think that they have to bring Yeshua back and kill him again, and that his soul has to integrate into their Messiah, because their Messiah has to conquer the duality of good and evil and they think that Yeshua would be the evil. And anyway, which is really just wild. It doesn't even make any sense. It's just weird. But what do you guys think about that idea that the Watchers will be called aliens? They may not even claim to come from other galaxies or anything. They may just be interdimensional. And admittedly, but either way, the aliens come back, so that means the Watchers. And then they appoint a man to rule the world.
Oh man, I wish what's his name was here because he has a
Yeah.
handful of that. What's his name? I'm sorry, the weird dude that was here earlier. He sent you that message. He says
Rob
Enoch.
Noxious.
Rob.
Yeah, Rob Noxious said that Enoch is it's all about aliens. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, that'll be
Yeah.
a false messiah right at the end, right? So they'll claim this false messiah, right?
Exactly. Like, they may even claim to like give him power or something. You know what I mean? But and people are like, "Oh, that sounds crazy. You're religious. You're crazy, buddy." They're talking about non-human biologics found in UFOs. So if alien card gets played, it's already being played. Okay. There is no limit on what they can say. The aliens can do all kinds of stuff. They know the real science. Okay, so there's definitely no limit on what they can do. Certainly not that they couldn't give someone some type of power, like physically. And I think that this might be the merging of the two, right? So now you get you get their Messiah, and you check the alien box, because it seems like they both have to be checked somehow, right? Because clearly the alien thing is coming. Clearly they're awaiting their Messiah.
All right, so check it out then. Here's what they'd have to do. They'd have to really do that voice to skull technology, and they'd have to make everybody's conscience, rather, like the voice that speaks to yourself, speak as if the Messiah were in your head, or someone was in your head speaking your language. I am here to save you, and And if everybody's hearing it in their language and in a way they can understand, boy, everyone's gonna fucking fall for it. Everybody.
Yeah, and I think the Watchers or the fallen angels, whatever you want to call them, have the ability to do things like that, right? So people could easily be tricked.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not going to fall.
Yeah.
I'll laugh in their goddamn face. There was a lot to unpack just there. Thanks for listening.
Because there's a lot of, so think of it this way: there's a lot of like mainstream church every Sunday Christians who are waiting for Jesus to return, right? So they're going to be fooled by thinking that this false Messiah is Jesus returning, I think, as well. So
I used to think that, bro, but now I don't even think it's necessary. So what's popular now is all these really big Christian channels and the spokespeople and stuff like that. They're all giving their official stance on the alien thing, and this is what they're all saying. They're all saying it. Aliens from a different world or planet or galaxy doesn't disprove the scriptures. The scriptures just tell us about human life that he made for us in his image. And that it doesn't mean that there aren't other things that were made that are not in his image. And they're going to be aliens that come, right? And that doesn't shake my belief in the scriptures at all. And they're open to them being benevolent. So they're like completely lost in the sauce. So all these Christians will just say, scriptures over here, aliens over here. Well, is that going to surprise us when they cram 4.5 billion years down the scripture's throat, and they cram tilted, wobbling, spinning speck of dust down the scripture's throat? Of course not. I mean, when they say that they're not actually giants, they're just the Sethite theory. They claim they're working on Nephilim, and they claim they're working on Watchers. Like when mainstream Christianity's already just twisted everything to conform into what people call science, which is pseudoscience. Like, why wouldn't they just do the same thing with the aliens? I don't even know that they need to imitate Yeshua and they may, I'm just saying, I don't know that they need to, because then they just come and they give us all kinds of advanced technology and knowledge and stuff, and people will just eat it up, right? Like, they'll just be like, yes, please tell me more.
Yeah, my dad being a pastor have actually mentioned this, and this is way before the alien stuff, because before like this old mainstream media got like really attached to it. He's saying it would say like the Elijah's being lifted when he got picked up. He was saying that the vortex is just like the vortex of the alien ship or whatever. And I'm like, he didn't go up in a vortex. The vortex separated the tornado separated Elijah from Elijah.
The church is so caught up in the globe lie and in the Einsteinian cosmos and everything that yeah, like moving on to aliens or whatever lies. Once the entire church is wrapped around a lie, getting more lies in there is kind of trivial. I feel like
Yeah,
as
I
long
agree.
as it happens in kind of like this marching order that it's happening, where it's like these little drips, and then they're just gonna, it's like yeah, I don't know. It's like rain starting. I feel like the drips are starting, and then it's gonna start pouring here within the next few years.
Yeah, because none of these people look to the scriptures at all to try to understand the cosmos. They literally just look to mainstream pseudoscience. Like they don't even consider the scriptures as anything regarding the cosmos. So like any story that comes from out of the universe mindset is going to be automatically detached from scriptural context. So like
Do you think that's
it's
why like books like Enoch were removed?
Yes.
what?
Yeah. And my take on the arrival of these beings or whatever, it has to stem from the famines, the wars, rumors of wars, the death, the chaos, even in the mind, the degradation of the mind. People are going to want to be saved, but they're not going to turn to the one true God. Instead, they're going to be met with these things to be God. I think that they will turn to it. That's why they will worship the beast, because he's offering a false salvation.
Yeah, well, this is what I think, bro. I think that they were way more advanced back in the day, and that the aliens, they're just gonna be the Watchers, of course, and they're just gonna do what they did back in the day. They're not gonna have to be like, "Oh, we came from a galaxy 77 billion light years away," or whatever. They don't have to say anything like that, bro. Like they are just gonna represent themselves like they did the first time. I mean, it's definitely possible that it's like a 2.0 and it's different and it's like an alien version now of whatever, but I don't think they have to do that, bro. Like, I think that if they come and say, look, bro, you guys just don't understand science. Look at how you guys can't figure out quantum physics. It's because there's actually 14 dimensions and we just drop down from another dimension. They can present themselves and not even address the universe thing.
Well, they can just say, think of it this way, right? If we're under the conception or the idea that we've all been taught that these stars are billions of light years away in space and that there's some sort of terra firma and or something similar to exactly what the sun is and blah blah blah. Our whole idea of space and the universe, if beings come here and they say we're from the stars, right? But if you think that means the universe story that we've been told, then you're just going to automatically assume that they're quote unquote aliens. But if you think that the stars may have some sort of, let's just say, heavenly connection, right? Meaning they're in their appointed places and that they're doing what the creator has told them to do, they're obedient in their steadfast movements, then them coming from the stars could be the exact same idea as angels falling from heaven, right? So all they have to do is say we came from the stars. People are going to assume alien. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, besides the Antichrist, the beast, we don't really know if they will come again in the same manner. But it won't really matter if the mark of the beast comes. You're damned for eternity. So I think that's the most if they show up or they don't show up, it doesn't really matter. It matters if you take the mark or not. And however these evil people want to do their plan shouldn't be an effect of the children of God. It should be a warning to those who don't believe, who need to be saved, right?
Yeah, but we're speculating how they're going to be able to trick the whole world. So they have to trick the whole world. So there are a lot of people like flat Earth.
They don't have to do it. The Antichrist has to do it.
Yes,
and
but
No, actually, that's not what it says, though. That's not what it says. It says that the false prophet deceives the entire world into taking the mark.
here's the thing, though.
Right.
We're talking
But
about it now, so we're not going to be deceived. We're seeing it coming. So,
Well, that's
how are they
what
gonna
I'm
get
saying.
us?
It has to be so good that it still gets
Yeah, it's
a
not
lot
gonna
of
be.
people that know about it.
Right, and
I'm
he
saying
does
it's
it.
not possible. We're too smart. Sorry. Bye bye. They're not going to have it. They're not going to have it this time.
I just want to point out that it doesn't say that that beast comes in to seize everyone. What it says is that his image is already circulated around the whole world and everyone's already seen it. And then the false prophet presents himself and then gets everyone to take the mark. And then the beast reveals himself. It also says that there will be, it says there will be 10 kingdoms. It says there will be 10 primary kingdoms, and then that the 10 kings will all hand their power over collectively to the beast. So,
Yes, and it says he does it through signs and all these things, but like by that point, the mark of the beast is already going around, right? And they're already killing Christians and anyone who doesn't take the mark.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Austin, when you say everyone, you're sort of speaking generally. You don't actually mean everyone, because everyone.
But I mean the vast majority of people, in my opinion, it says that, you know, if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived. Like, so yeah, the vast majority of people, right? I mean, in fact, it says that once the bottomless pit opens up, that the scorpion creatures pop out and they start tormenting everyone that took the mark, but they know they can't mess with the people who have the seal of God because they're protected. There's a select group of people that'll have a seal, right? Because the mark of the beast is just an imitation. It's like a knockoff of the seal of the Creator.
Okay, so here's a question for you, Austin. Do you think Christians will have that seal?
Someone's hot micing. What'd you say?
Do you think that Christians, people who follow Christ, who have the Holy Spirit, do you think that they will receive that seal?
Yes, I think if you're truly right with the Creator, then you have the seal of God.
But you already have the Holy Spirit, so why would you need a second seal?
Well, who said anything about a second one?
Because we are sealed in Christ right now, having the Holy Spirit. We are sanctified. Why would we need another seal on top of that?
Who said we need another one?
It says in the Bible that the elect will have a seal. It doesn't say
It
the
says
Christian
that we
will have
already.
a seal.
What?
Yes, in Revelation it says that the elect will have a seal on them and that they will not be touched for a time. But they too, in the end, will be killed like everyone else. We all have to die.
That's not true either. It specifically says that not everyone dies. It specifically says that. Some people don't die. Some people just transition right. Yes.
No, for some people, it will happen in an instant. It says that it will happen in an instant. It says every man has to die. We have to die to enter the kingdom of heaven.
What it actually says is that if he doesn't intervene, if the days were not shortened, then no flesh would survive.
Right, but we do have to die. we have to.
That's not what it says. It says that some people escape and some people get martyred. So I don't.
You cut out.
I don't know. It says some people escape into the wilderness and are protected, and some people have to be martyred.
No, I'm not. No, sorry. I'm not saying everyone dies right then in that moment. I'm saying the end of the end, at the very end, like we all will die physically. Like our physical bodies will die because we need new bodies.
Okay, are you just saying this based on the only scripture I can even think that you would be building this upon is that it's appointed to each man one time to die. Because but he can just simply resurrect you. He could just, there's a singular resurrection day,
The
and there's a
resurrection
singular
is within
judgment.
your bodies. Yes, our
There's
glorified body.
one where he says we will be transforming, where we will meet up in heaven or something. I'll meet up in the clouds.
That's right. Everyone will be resurrected at the same time. Who say the creator of all things can't pull your soul out of your body before you stop breathing? Or specifically your spirit.
No, I'm not saying he can't resurrect me, but I do need a new body. Our bodies are corrupted. We do need a new body, whether it happens transformically or not. We still, like, our physical body has to die in order to get a new body. That's the
Yes,
way.
we'll be separated from our fleshly body. Yes, and then
All right,
appointed
so-
a new.
The one about the Antichrist versus Beast part. There's a verse on was it Revelation 13 that talks about the second beast that comes up out of the earth, and he says he performs great signs, so that even makes the first even makes fire comes down from heaven, and inside of in sight of the man, and he deceives those who dwell on earth. So I mean, who's that? The second beast. It's not the Antichrist, is it?
No, I don't know. That's a whole debate.
It's a hope.
Yeah, this is
yes.
like the Apollyon, and this is when you start getting into all that stuff.
Well, yeah, Apollyon is what people call the Antichrist. I mean, it says there will be many Antichrists, but there is the beast, right? And he comes out and deceives the world. The part that ties in with the Watchers, in my opinion, I think even Sean from Kingdom and Context may disagree. I think he thinks that they don't get out, but I don't necessarily think that. I think Enoch says that they're put into bondage for 70 generations, and so that actually gives you a finite amount of time. They weren't put into bondage forever. They're put into bondage for 70 generations. And there's actually scriptural arguments that suggest that they weren't all put into bondage at the same time. They were actually punished at different times. But either way, so the argument could be like the 70 generations is up once they're going to be punished. I think that's what Sean's take is that at the end of the 70 generations, that's when they're punished. But I leave it open, a possibility that they get released. Like that they're in bondage for 70 generations. They're released for a short period of time, and then they're punished. I don't know. But I know that it says that the 10 kings hand their power over to the beast. And if you look into even the United States, they have an emergency program outlined, a FEMA program. And in that moment that there's an emergency, a nationwide emergency, it breaks America, the United States, up into 10 regions. So it could just be like the individual leaders of the 10 regions that are just humans, and, some president or whoever it is, right? Like they decide to hand it back over to one single leader, or it could be a worldwide 10 kingdoms thing, but I don't really know about that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know about this, to be honest. Like I don't think that we have figured it all out. Because maybe someone here will know, but how many so the Watchers came down and there was a leader appointed to each group, and then they had people underneath them. Was it 20 leaders with 10 people underneath each one of them, or was it 10 leaders with 20 people underneath each one of them?
I can go to Enoch and check.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's one of the two, right? It's either cool, because there's like 200 total, I think. I don't remember. I don't remember if it's groups of 20 or groups of 10.
I thought it only named 10, like by name, that were powerful enough to be
Maybe
named.
so. Well, then that's what makes me think like, okay, there's 10 kingdoms, 10 kings. If there's 10 primary Watchers of power, now I don't know though. I'm just saying, if that's the case, that makes you think, okay, maybe they come, because what all the stories say from back in the day is that these entities came down, and these are outside the Bible as well, and that they broke up the world into different regions and they reigned over their kingdom. and then they had offspring, and then what ended up happening was they started fighting each other. If you even go read the Atlantis accounts, it says that the reason Atlantis was destroyed is because the people that the people that ruled over Atlantis, they got greedy. And so they wanted to venture outside of their kingdom and start taking over other places. And then it says, like with Plato's account, that Zeus punished them because he warned them not to do that, but they were so like power hungry that they did it anyway. And then it says that Zeus went and met in the middle of the earth with these different leaders, and then they were gonna, punish them. And then the story ends.
So I
So
got
it's
the
like
verse.
this. Good.
So it's Enoch 69, verse 2 and 3. Verse 2 names all 21 of the watchers, the 21st being Azazel. And then verse 3 says, "These are the chiefs of their angels, and the names of the leaders of their hundreds, and the leaders of their 50s, and the leaders of their tens." So some have hundreds, some have 50s, some have tens.
And there's 20 of them?
21.
Okay. So then that wouldn't be
As
the.
itself being the chief.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So that wouldn't be the. That wouldn't really align with the 10, right? The 10 kings. It says the 10 kings hand their power over to the beast. So clearly, it's like the world, or maybe if Babylon's the U.S., whatever. That it's broken up into regions with kings ruling over them, and then all of them agree to hand their power over to the beast.
Have you looked at the animal prophecy in Enoch?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So in Enoch, there's the biggest prophecy given is the animal prophecy, where it gives the account of every major event happening in the world to the very end. And he correctly identifies every event so far, basically leading up to today.
Yeah, yep.
There's the
Oh,
one that
yeah, that's
Is that
describes.
Enoch 1?
Is that where it describes the events as animals, right? Like.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
it even talks about Moses and everything, basically.
Yeah.
So are we in agreement that Enoch and Elijah may be the two witnesses?
I think so.
I lean that they're not, but I think it's possible that they are. I don't think we know who they are because they did technically die.
They what?
So they actually did technically die. People think
No,
that
they
Enoch did it. See, that's what I'm saying. So it's a long debate, but so I got this one.
Well, I mean, Enoch clearly says that he was taken away and hidden with the angels, and he remained there. And in his animal prophecy, he predicts or he prophesies that Elijah would be taken to him where the angels are.
Yeah.
So
I
you're
used to think this as well, and I talked to North in depth about it and Sean, and I don't currently think it, but I got to do something.
Is it because of the verse in the Bible that talks about he was on the earth 535 years or something?
I don't remember the specifics, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in another scripture that's been removed from the Bible. It tells that Enoch passed or something.
Can't be Melchizedek.
I can't remember if it was Baruch or I don't think it's Jubilees. I think Lion would know the answer for sure, but he's probably busy.
I think it is Jubilees. And from the research I did into it, it's not saying that he died, but rather he was among men for this amount of time. Because remember, he was appointed to be he was the first scribe, the first prophet, and he was taken away so that he would scribe down all of the events of history, like through the whole span of time until the time of Jesus, like coming back. Because you have to realize, even in the book of Enoch, they have to go to him they have to go to the garden, and they can't enter it, so they call out to Enoch, and they're like, grandfather, please, I have a question, and it's regarding Noah and his birth. And so Enoch comes out, and he's like, what's up? What do you...
Right? Doesn't Enoch always also has an account of a place like the far edge of the earth, and like on the outskirts of the earth.
What do you mean?
It's like the
He sees
Garden of
the end.
Eden.
Yeah, he sees the end of the earth. He sees it.
Right,
But no,
right.
the
But
Garden of Eden...
there's like so a place that he said that was so nice, or something like that. I see if I can find it.
I've seen good research to suggest it's somewhere near the Philippines, by the description of the area surrounding the Garden of Eden. But that could be speculation, but I mean, when I heard it and it was broken down, it was pretty convincing. Because we have to realize where Noah ended up wasn't in the same place. Like he traveled in the boat quite a while. So but here's some white pilling. Here's a verse from Revelation 15. And I saw something like a sea of glass mingled with fire, and those who have the victory over the beast, over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, standing on the sea of glass, having harps of God, they sing the song of Moses, the servant. And after these things I looked, and behold, the temple of the tabernacle of the testimony in heaven was opened. That's when the wrath of God comes, man.
Yeah, Jubilee talks about that part actually. So it says, and he testified to the watchers who had sinned with the daughters of man, for these he had begun to unite themselves, so as they defiled with the daughters of man, and Enoch testifies against them all, and he was taken from amongst the children of man, and we conducted him into the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
In majesty and honor, and behold, he writeth down the condemnation of judgment of the world and its
Yeah.
wickedness.
So he's still in the Garden of Eden, writing down the condemnation of the world today. He's still doing it. And it says, from that time I was not drawn into the midst of them, but he seated me between two spirits, or two spirits, between the north and the west, where the angels received their robes to measure out a place for the elect and the righteous. So even during the time of Enoch, they were preparing a place for the elect and the righteous. So I think sometime in the tribulation, there's a place that the elect would go for 3.5 years, away from the beast, And then after that 3.5 years, during the wrath of God, the last 3.5 years or whatever, the elect will emerge and go out throughout the world, basically like being a part of the judgment. That was Enoch 73. It's also interesting. In the book of Enoch, it talks about how the sun and moon move because of the winds.
The ether winds?
Huh?
Do they move because of the ether winds?
So it describes that we get cold, warm, and hot winds from four corners, from four angels blowing the winds, and that the sun and moon rotate because of, like, they have that circuit because of the winds.
I
I'll try
wanted
to
to
find
say
it.
that I wanted to say regarding the winds in Enoch. You know, the word most likely used there in the Hebrew is ruach, right? Ruach, same word used for spirit, wind, breath. Um, it's an exertion of force, right? But these winds that move the luminaries aren't necessarily wind, but instead I would put forth just forces of you know, the electrostatics, like electromagnetic forces. Since the Hebrew doesn't have the word electromagnetic, it uses the word wind, but it's translated as the word wind, but it's the word ruach.
I don't know if he's using the same word. It could be. Yeah, it could be. It does
Like an
say spirit
etheric
wind.
wind.
Resembles breath. A sensible or even violent exaltation, figuratively, life, anger, unsubstantiated. Yeah, that could be the same word. Yeah.
Better yet, you know, the same thing, the same force that is involved with wind on earth, and the same force that's involved with the spirit is the same force that actually propels the luminaries. It's the same word used in the Hebrew, ruach.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm glad you brought that up.
So technically, consciousness is powered by the same ethereal force. Now we have this word ethereal, but really it's spiritual, right? Um, 'Cause that's basically what ethereal means, right? Beyond reach, beyond. It's something that leads you to believe that it's beyond scientific measurement, right? Ethereal, but that's not true.
It is interesting when it talks about the moon. It says, "After this law, I beheld another law of an inferior luminary, the name of which is the moon, and the orb of which is as the orb of heaven. Its chariot secretly ascends, the wind blows, and light is given to it by measure. Every month, every month at its exit and entrance, it becomes changed." That's interesting. Like it exits and enters from somewhere. We don't know.
Yeah, who said my name earlier? I was mad busy. I had stripper all over. I was about to touch my phone. Mic check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Was somebody calling me earlier or something? I heard my name. You guys talking shit?
I don't
Oh,
know
no,
Yeah,
it's all good.
I called you a jerk, Jeremy.
who was just talking before you, Jeremy, before the room went quiet.
I didn't hear it. I don't know. I forgot. I had my volume mad low. I was trying to focus.
They were talking about Enoch. Who was that?
Oh
Just to
yeah,
get to
right, Enoch. No, I heard that. I don't know who that guy was.
Dude, are you from New York? Aren't you used to that? Don't you just walk literally past each other calling each other names? I thought that was the whole point.
What's up?
I thought that's what New Yorkers did. They were just like aggressively calling each other's names all the time.
Yeah, you know what our favorite thing to do is? We like to chant. We'll like chant asshole, asshole.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's a group effort. It's a group effort. Yeah.
Yeesh.
One time we waited for 24 hours. I slept on a sidewalk in New York City to get World Series tickets. They shut it down like two squares before us. I was like, fuck. So mad people, and there was mad people behind us. So mad people didn't get tickets to World Series that year. And people were still coming out with their tickets though. And they were like flashing them, waving and dancing and shit, showing their tickets. So everyone started chanting asshole at them. Fucking great. Good times. I had
Yeah,
my friend bodyguard me while I slept on the street.
I don't know much about baseball, but I imagine it'd be how many people get in them stadiums? It must be like 100,000, right? At least.
I don't know if it's that many, but they get a lot of people in there. Yeah,
It's got to be that many.
it's
No.
baseball is so fucking boring, dude.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
the
they were
idea,
doing
though,
steps
isn't
to
it?
speed it up.
You're just chilling, you know.
I heard they
Soaking in the
were doing
atmosphere.
steps. Yeah, but the game itself is like mad slow, bro. It's like excruciatingly slow. I think they actually just took steps to fix it to make it faster.
Here we go. How many seats Yankee Stadium? 46,000. Wow. So
Yeah.
I suppose when it was standing, yeah, we're a lot closer. But yeah, 46,000. Wow, I was expecting a lot more than that. Old Trafford's way more than that. I think it's double that. You know, Manchester United Stadium.
I don't know. You guys love soccer though, so
Yeah, but you're American. Everything's bigger in America.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure we got some 100,000 seat stadiums, no?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
How many seats is Shea Stadium? That's what I want to know.
So baseball stadiums are smaller than football stadiums, right? So baseball stadiums are around like 50,000, whereas like football stadiums are more like 70, 80, which is closer to like Old Trafford. Yeah.
57,000 at Shea Stadium.
I mean, how many stadiums you guys even got over there if you want to just add up seats? Probably going to blow you out the box as far as like total seats.
We're going to make you a competition, Jeremy. Are you joking? You can get the UK in Texas like 4 or 5 times or something.
All right, so we won that one. Everything's a competition with me. I'm a grown man child.
Yeah, who controls your money, bitch? I'm joking, of course.
No,
But it
it's
is
too
funny
late. I
that
already wrote it down. I already wrote it down.
they put a debt around every American's neck in 1913. I keep talking about that with normies, and they're like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" I'm talking about that to my neighbour. He's like, "Well, you know, we used to do barter, and we realised we couldn't do that anymore." I'm like, "What, dude? You're missing the point." Every
Yeah, so
American's got a debt around the neck. They didn't ask for. They didn't deserve. And then they got debt notes. Debt notes. Think about that. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh dear.
as far as stadium capacity is concerned, you're using Old Trafford, which is like the largest stadium in English football, right? With the exception of Wembley. I'm sure Wembley's bigger, right?
I think Arsenal's is really big now as well because they changed it, didn't they? They had Highbury and then they went to what is it like Emirates? What is it?
Emirates,
Yeah, something like that.
yeah.
Spoiled
But that's
people.
still like
What's up,
so Tottenham, West Ham, Liverpool, and Arsenal, they're all around sitting around like 60,000. Tottenham's is like 62, almost 63. Old Trafford is 74. So like here in the US, football stadiums, like American football stadiums, are around the size of Old Trafford or bigger, most of them.
Yeah.
But baseball stadiums are around the size of like Man City's stadium or a little bit less. Down to like Chelsea, like Stamford Bridge, right? In between like Stamford Bridge and Man City's stadium. And then you get down to like our soccer specific stadiums. They're around the same as like roughly like Crystal Palace and Craven Cottage and kind of that size. 20 to 30,000.
You seem to know English soccer quite a bit, Napalm. Did you watch it for a bit or something?
Yeah. I still play soccer. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I think that helps, doesn't it? If I always say that to people, if you used to play a little bit of whatever it is, that definitely helps.
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of it, and part of like 2 of my other jobs involve soccer. So yeah, I'm still pretty involved in it. But yeah, no, I've visited Craven Cottage and Stamford Bridge when I was in London.
Nice. Every time I went to London, which is not a long time ago now, I've probably been 3 times maybe. I absolutely hated it, but I hated everything back then. So,
Did I tell you where Fulham is? Right off the river. Are you familiar with that area?
No.
It was pretty cool. I enjoyed that part because the tube station that we got off of, we walked along the river and up through this like beautiful gardens along the river, and then there was like some small little castle that had like beautiful gardens around it, and then we just come to this neighborhood where Craven Cottage is, and I'm in the like shop talking to the ladies that are working in the shop, and I'm looking at kits, and I was like, yeah, I used to go watch Brian McBride when he played college because he played at St. Louis University, which is where I'm from. So I used to watch him when I was a kid, and they're like, "Oh, we love Brian. Oh my God, blah blah blah." They're like, "You want to go out on the pitch? You want to get a tour?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And they just like took me out onto the pitch, like took a little
Nice.
tour of the stadium and stuff without like having to pay or anything like that. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Mohamed El Fayed used to own Fulham back in the day. I don't know if he still does, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff around that with Lady Di and his son. But yeah, when I went, I remember it was like went to a very grimy nightclub and they were like a party inside of a weird house. Like all them houses are kind of weird anyway, aren't they? Because they have all different levels and I remember the subway type of situation. It was really hot and like the air was hot and I felt a bit claustrophobic in there. I didn't like it at all. I was like, I bet if I went now though, I'd bet I'd enjoy it. Because people used to say to me all the time, "Oh, you need to go here and go there and do this," and I was like, "Yeah, but there's an issue, and the issue was me. It was always me." I was I was taking me wherever I went, and that was a big problem.
That's the problem.
So
Yeah, so there's this little castle called or palace, I guess they call it, called Fulham Palace, and yeah, there's some cool little like gardens and stuff around that area. Because the tube stop is down by like a bridge that crosses the River Thames there. We just walked up along the river, along all these cool like parks and gardens and shit, and then you come to this cool little like neighborhood. And Craven Cottage just sitting right there on the river. It's pretty cool.
yeah, I kind of want to go to. I want to go to Cambridge. I've heard it's a bit expensive though to like just sit and have a cup of tea or whatever. But nice places around there, and I want to go to like the seaside bits, you know, like Torquay and I guess Newquay and what else is there? Where does Rick Stein have his place? It's called Padstow, but they call it Padstein because he owns that much of it. Cornwall, that's it. Kind of want to go there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were only in London for like little over 2 days, 2.5 days, something like that.
Oh yeah, you did. Is that when you said you went to Germany as well?
Yeah, we spent a couple weeks in Germany, but we flew
Oh,
from here to London, like direct flight. So spent a couple days in London, and then a couple days in Paris, and then on to Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd really like to go to Germany. Remember what they did to Dresden? Never forget, people. But yeah, I've always thought wanted to go to and just go and I don't know, soak it up. I don't know. I think of like bratwurst and I don't know what is it? Just some cabbage, some sauerkraut.
Dude, you realize, I mean, you're not that far from it. I love how
I know, dude. I know. But it's
all
like
you all you
going.
Europeans are like, my buddy who's from Germany, he'd be like, yeah, I haven't really been to Paris that much." And I'm like, "How far is it if you drove from your house to Paris?" "I don't know, like maybe 3 hours." I'm like, "Dude, how have you not taken the 3-hour trip? Like, what the heck? Or 4-hour trip?" It's like
Well,
ridiculous.
especially now, because this is what we do, though. I mean, have you seen this generation? They all just stuck to their phones. They just walk along, and their heads are just down on the phone, and they don't even looking around. I'm like, yeah, it's like we're just being conditioned to stay in one little place, and it's like that Ready Player One thing, isn't it? You know?
Oh yeah, for
So
sure. I mean, you guys over there sometimes look down on us as like Americans that have never left their country, right? So many Americans have never left the United States. But then I think lots of times when Europeans come over here and start to try to like explore the United States, they realize like, oh, now I see why a lot of people haven't left the country because the country's so freaking big. It's not like, you know, in Europe, just consider all of those countries states, right?
yeah, that's why I always say Americans have got a terrible ear for accents because they're not, they never left, and why would they? Why do they? They don't need to. It's fucking huge. They got everything.
Yeah, we literally have like every climate you can think of here, you know? You want to go see the desert, you want to go see the mountains, you want to go see, whatever. It's all here. Tropical islands, we've got them, everything.
My brother's just come back from work. He works outside with animals. I don't know much about it. He's only just got his job really, but he's got sunstroke, so that's going to be
Ah,
fun. Yeah, it's going to be fun for the next couple of days for him.
we were literally just talking about that. Like I was
Oh right,
experiencing that the other day. Yeah.
I've had it once, and it's not pleasant. It lasted for about 24 hours. You feel a bit wobbly and you puke up a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, I was borderline heat stroke. I don't think I've fully had it, but then I made the
when
mistake
I
of
had
like
it, I was
continuing.
DJing.
Go ahead.
I was DJing at night. It was like a Saturday night, so I was DJing, and then I was luckily right in front of a toilet, so keep going and throwing up, and then just sort of carrying on. But yeah, it weren't pleasant.
Heat stroke is like when you want to throw up from it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I didn't get quite to that stage, to the throwing up stage. So I was like borderline heat stroke, but I made the mistake of deciding, okay, yeah, I'm borderline heat stroke. Let me give it 3 hours and then I'll go ahead and play a freaking hockey game. And yeah, that was a big mistake.
Playing golf one time, and it was 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and we were the only one. Well, there was 4 people on the course besides my group, so we had the course pretty much to ourselves. And about on hole about 16, one of the guys we were playing with in our group, he starts hyperventilating. I mean, just kind of, breathing hard and fast and like that. And we didn't really think anything of it. And then when we got back inside about maybe 30 minutes later, that's when I realized that was pretty bad, actually.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could die from heat stroke for sure. That's crazy.
Maybe
yeah, I made
if you're
this.
a pussy.
Well, sure.
No, just kidding.
I mean, I made the mistake of going out and doing like laborious work in the sun for hours and forgetting my water. And when it's 99 degrees in Florida is no joke because we have the humidity too. So it's like, yeah.
Just need a triple layer Marlar exosuit. It'd be good.
Yeah, there's the rub into you see. You got them pineapples, but we're not lizards, Napalm. All right? We need seasons.
No,
We need some cold
not lizards.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. We are not lizards.
Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask David Icke and his fucking followers.
True. I don't know. Your queen and king might be, but I don't know about you, Andy.
And look at their eyes. Look at their eyes. They close this way. Look, side to side.
Yeah.
Rumors that the queen's still alive. There should be those.
I don't know. I think everybody realizes she's so old that you couldn't even come up with some sort of conspiracy that she's still alive.
Some David Bowie fucking cocoon. Her shit's all good now.
Dude,
So if
Walt
there
Disney.
is-
It's Walt Disney snacks. Come on. David Bowie. Rest of class on page 52.
No, the whole thing with
Sorry.
the Lazarus video. Like they wrap him up and then he comes back. And that was the album before he quote died. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm never a fan of David Bowie, to be honest. I mean, he was okay. But I just
That makes
never,
sense.
some people just pass you
Well,
by
yeah.
kind of thing.
Dude, the David Bowie one and the guy that went on TV to talk about David Bowie, like that's somewhat convincing that could have possibly been him.
Michael Jackson did the same thing. Like it could have looked like the guy that it actually was supposed to be, but it didn't. So that's a weird one because you expected that guy to look like not David Bowie. Yeah, it's weird.
I'm not a fan of the whole we switching people out thing, as you guys know. I think he's fucking retarded, all this.
Yeah, me too. But if any of them seem somewhat convincing, it's the David Bowie one to me.
Oh, I hadn't actually looked into that. And I won't be.
He dies on a new moon, and the following month, what's his name? The actor, Professor Snape, Alan Rickman. he kicks
Oh yeah.
also on the new moon, like the following month. It's like, wow, what are the odds? You know, Andy. Eh?
What are the odds of what? Sorry,
What are
what?
the odds that one Bowie kicks on the new moon, and then Alan Rickman does the following month?
And
I see you, Andy.
ground control to Major Tom. Uh,
No, it's just I kind of expect that if you're David Bowie or Alan Rickman, you're obviously friends with a coven of witches. You know what I mean? They're gonna fake your
Yeah.
death so you can be a sex god. Yeah,
I think actually
makes sense.
that Bowie might have some knowledge as to what this realm is, and I think some of it was alluded to in his song with Queen, right? Under Pressure. Like literally the downward vector, if you're talking about an electric or an electromagnetic downward current, the slight pressure, and the lyrics of that
There's a
song,
building down.
pressure, pressing down on me,
Isn't there
pressing
something to do
down
with
on.
a building falling down too?
It's the terror of knowing what this world is about. Millions
Is
of
it?
good people screaming, "Let me out!"
Isn't that the pressure that brings a building down that rips a family apart? Isn't it something about it bringing a building down?
No, yeah, I mean it talks about the pressure being different things. Yeah, correct. But
That's interesting. I love stuff like that. Like breaking things down and going, look, it could mean this.
It's the whole
Lion,
unnecessary.
Lion, you're hot micing. Lion, you're hot micing. Hold on. Let's just continue talking so that I can move in.
That's the most unnecessary dida-didas ever. Freddie Mercury. Thanks. Unnecessary
No,
scat.
dude, that's actually I love the that thing
Dida-dida.
with when he used to do the
Yeah,
when he
like
used to do it in the crowd. Remember when he do a live thing, and he'd just be like "Dead up," and all the crowd would just do it with him. That was great. Reminded me of Minnie the Moocher in Blues Brothers. Remember that? And he's like, you remember? You've seen Blues Brothers at the end.
Please, UK people, leave jazz alone.
Here's the story about Minnie the Moocher. That's great. It's such a good song.
Leave our
Yeah,
jazz alone.
when the crowd tries to follow him, I love that. Commencing
David Bowie here.
countdown, engines on.
Man. Yeah, that was cut before they ever landed on the moon, and it also kind of goes with that other song, with your other English hero, it's Rocket Man, is it?
I like that they play in the background the SpaceX thing with the thingy, the car. There's the Roadster, and then Bowie playing in background. That was great. It's like this feels like MK Ultra a little bit. Just need some things to open my eyes up, like that Clockwork Orange thing, where it's just.
I just don't understand. Like, what was the MK Ultra push for Kabuki? They were like, "Yeah, push Kabuki, push it. Yeah, we'll use a couple different guys to push Kabuki. Like, it'll be cool. Neo Kabuki. What's up with that?"
Back to that, what Napalm was saying though about that song, the pressure thing. That it's interesting to think of everything as pressure of one sort or another, because I never even thought of that until I really got into flat Earth, and that's super interesting. And and Dell's thing where he's talking about everything's a push. There's no pull. Everything's a push, and people are still struggling with this. They're like, "Oh, yeah, I'm pushing my trailer," and And it's like, no, when you think about a tug of war, right? You got a tug of war and you're grabbing that rope. Where are you putting the pressure? You're pressing that rope. And you just don't think about it like that, do you? Well, most folks, anyway.
I was telling you about my tequila volleyball experience, and
Oh, sorry.
I'd gone back there. I mean, you recall, obviously, it's a very important story. You probably
Yeah.
heard all about it. But I went back there, right? And at the same spot, they were like, "Let's have a tug of war." A bunch of people got in a tug of war. I watched, and one of the people had like seizures after, and I'm like, "Man, you gotta watch it." You know, you don't know what tug of war can really do to a person.
Probably the
That's
juice.
just a little public service announcement. Yeah, just you don't know when you're too wasted to tug of war. I guess that can be. You have to be pretty wasted to want to tug of war, but you can be too much so. I'm sorry, I just needed to mention that. But the David Bowie thing. It's just weird that they kind of and then Life on Mars, right? It's just like the whole space themed rock album that is, right? That's pretty crazy.
I think my favorite Bowie thing is not even Bowie. It's this American dude in a bar just doing like a couple of his songs. Can't remember what that is, but I'll have a look for it and post it. I like people doing covers.
Stay out George covers of Bowie. They're in
I
like
can't even remember
Portuguese.
what his name was. Jesus, that's going back some time. I can't even remember what his name was. Bowie. I'll just put Bowie covers.
Oh, you'll just do that then?
Yeah, I'll just do that.
I'll just
Probably not
type
called.
that in there. Okay, that'll turn up a result.
Then.
John
I
Smith.
found it.
Yeah.
Mike Massey. That's his name.
Mike Massey. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll post it.
How is that possibly like the first result? You type in Bowie covers and that comes up?
No, it wasn't. It was further down. Plus, don't forget that I've watched it years ago,
Okay.
so it
All
knows
right.
that I watched it and whatnot.
I thought you were just trying to pull one over. All right, yeah. So David Bowie's still alive. He's just not touring. That makes sense. Total sense.
Or he's touring under a different name and singing different kind of songs.
Well, there's a theory out there. I don't believe it or disbelieve it, but I've heard that people think that there's a guy in the hip hop group Jurassic 5 that is Tupac.
So crazy.
I mean, you put a little makeup on, who's going to notice? I'll never notice.
I'm not going to say I believe it or I don't believe it. I'll just say there's people out there saying it. Let's just say that.
I mean, doesn't that whole like East Side, West Side, like murder, Suge Knight thing just seem like kind of some weird, fucked up CIA sting operation where you just don't know what the fuck's going on and Biggie Smalls is the illest?
They'll never notice.
It's the illest. You had to throw that in there, and you're like,
the joke's on us because he
hold on.
like all his shit was written by like a CIA's like psyop team. You know what I mean?
You're like, yeah, man. Listen, a lot of talent being thrown around. I don't know who was better, but anyway, Biggie was the best. But anyway, Tupac was good, and I'm sorry he got shot, but Biggie was the best. I will say, given the level of so like Tupac came out with hit 'em up, real like knee jerk, belligerent toddler reaction, and the whole other time Biggie was just chilling, big boy chilling, couldn't rattle him.
Just man, unbelievable cream. Yeah.
I love that line. I'm floating in the most peculiar way. It's so good. And the stars look very different today.
That would be dope if Biggie and Bowie had like a a tour date. You know what I mean? Did like a little mashup. David Bowie. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, it's cool. I like Bowie, but I just never really listened to his stuff. Really, I don't know. You know me. I just went down that Beatles rabbit hole and never came out. I love their two voices together, John and Paul. It's just so good.
Some of the solo Lennon stuff.
His voice is haunting, isn't it? John's voice is just fucking. It's like imperfect. I don't know. It's like it's not. It's perfect in its imperfection. That's what I'm trying to say.
Paul's the better singer. He's good with Wings. I like Wings.
Yeah, I never really liked Wings. I don't know. They just didn't. I don't know. Didn't really do anything.
Like
Did
two
they?
good songs.
Did they? What's the two good songs?
Well, there's two of them. I know that there's two of them. So don't even.
There's definitely two.
Band on the Run. How's Band on the Run? That's totally good.
Mm.
That's like you like the Blues Brothers. How the fuck do you not like Band on the Run? Damn. Messed up. It's messed up, Andy. Okay, fine. But anyway, Cold Turkey is really good off of the Lennon stuff, singles or whatever solo stuff.
You got a ton of good. I don't want to say a ton of good songs, but Wings has some decent songs, right? Live and
I
Let
only
Die.
I only remember.
Those are two good songs. Okay.
I only remember that Muller King
Silly
Tire
love
thing,
songs.
and I was just like, "This is
That's a great
not."
one.
The thing is, the way I see it is, McCartney needed like he needs to put some hair on the balls of his songs, and John Lennon did that for him. It's missing that edginess, if you see.
When you're that guy, you can never grow up. Nobody wants Paul to grow up.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's got the Peter Pan syndrome.
Oh man, the original Paul died.
He's just trying to wind me up, this guy. He's
gonna be in a tizzy in a moment.
No, really, seriously.
Yeah,
So
nice try. Nice try.
If you look into this, you'll find out pretty quickly. So there's a video. Okay, so
Never heard of
anyone
this
who
before.
plays an instrument from a young age never forgets how to play the instrument. So if you know how to play the guitar from when you're like the age of 5, that's something you can do when you're 20 years old. You can do it blindfolded because you've been doing it forever. So it's something that you don't have to look at. You don't have to look at the strings. You have to look where you put your fingers. Now, the only song that Paul McCartney wrote was Yesterday. Now there's a video. There's 2 videos of him singing this song that you can go look at. It's like there's a black and white one. I can't remember the dates of when it took place. It's like the 50s or something. Whenever they were playing, but he played Yesterday, and if you watch it, because they record him while he's singing it, he looks down one time. He places and he's left-handed. Okay, so he places his hand on the chord up top, and then that's the only time he looks down, and then he looks up at the crowd and he starts playing the guitar and he starts singing the song Yesterday. Now, in the 70s, after they all broke up and all that stuff, there's another video of him singing the same song Yesterday, and if you watch it, you'll see it's a completely different person. The entire time he's looking down at the music notes that he's playing, and that's not something that you lose over time. You don't lose the ability to remember where your fingers go the longer you play an instrument.
Yeah, so
There's that.
yesterday was on. Yesterday was a song that Paul McCartney wrote, right? So that's on a Wings album called Wings Over America, which I have on vinyl. So yeah, he kept that song and he played it with Wings.
Probably the sappiest of all songs written by the Beatles. If I'm wrong, maybe let me know.
Yeah, it's like as you say, you got the three people in one band that wrote three of the best songs in the world. You got Paul McCartney yesterday. You got John Lennon.
Man.
John Lennon's Imagine, and you got what's George's song?
Oh, Harry Krishna song.
That's really good too. You know, he lost a load of money on that. Well, they sued him, and it cost him about 350 grand or maybe more than that back
And he was
in
like, I'm
them
gonna waste
days.
myself away drinking alcohol and lots of cocaine.
What, George?
And
No,
then
George
Clapton
went alcoholic.
And then Clapton stole. Come on. And then Clapton stole his fucking wife, man. Oh.
Okay, now check this out. So John Lennon, he released the album Imagine in 1971. And if you keep in mind that the Paul McCartney that was alive in 1971 is not the same one that used to be alive, and you listen to the song How Do You Sleep?
Yeah, that sums it up perfectly.
It pretty. I mean, he's telling you exactly what's going on.
No,
The
it's not.
song is exactly.
It's the Beatles never broke up. It was a controlled demolition, you know.
So
Like
George
You've
wrote
got
Here
the
Comes
most
the Sun.
successful band in the world. Like, you're gonna let them break up like that? I don't think so.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Once Brian died, it kind of fucked everything up because Brian was sort of he made the first boy band, you could say, and he sort of made all the decisions and got them all organized, got them out of the leather, put them in the nylon, the suits, and got the haircuts, you know. So once Brian died, it fucked everything up, and people forget that they were together 10 years. They were playing together for 10 years before they made it. People forget that. And so they were like, John and Paul, like a married couple. And John had just had enough on it. He wanted to have a family and move on. And Paul obviously didn't, you know, just for obvious reasons. So it just makes me laugh, all this. Oh, they replaced him. Oh, fucking hell.
Who's
Yeah.
Brian?
Brian Epstein, he was the manager. A Jewish fella.
Yeah, I heard
that's what happened. Oh, okay.
Wait a minute, we got another
I mean,
Epstein.
no, that's a different Epstein. It's two
Am I coming
Epsteins.
through? Yeah, no,
There were
I'm just.
two Epsteins. Yes, there were
Mike
two.
coming through? Coming through okay? Epstein?
Yeah, he's going through, dude.
Thanks for the confirm, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that story for a second.
Well, you believe they swapped him out. So, I mean, people. This is why.
Here's the thing. In life, evidence is in front of you all the time. It's whether or not you choose to see it.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the deceivers put things out, and it's designed to distract people. And don't forget, sensationalize. How many things that they put out there that didn't catch on? You know, this is what it's about. So I'm just got here to keep everyone's feet on the ground.
Oh, you're the gatekeeper. I see. Cool.
Yes, I'm the arbiter of truth. And when somebody chirps up with a retarded fucking shit,
now
I'll say,
we
listen,
know.
write it down on a piece of paper and then go away and stick it up your arse.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hey, you're it, aren't you?
That's it.
You're the knower of knowers.
And don't forget it.
Someone needs to tag you. What do you know? Everything. What don't you know?
Paul, all the way.
Everything.
You're through and through. He's an original Paul guy.
Yeah, well, I stand on my own 2 feet. I don't need a fellowship. So
Who's saying anything about fellowship?
littered with these fellowship people, these panels, unfortunately.
The Beatles Fellowship.
Yeah, oh yeah, they use a lot of attractive language, I'm sure, but you know, whatever.
If we go to the White Album, track 3, 16 seconds. Paul says to Ringo, I'm just checking. She came in through the bathroom window. I'm not sure what that means liturgically, but we can get into it.
Lucifer entered in through the window. No, what was I going to say? Damn it! Hold on. I had it and then I lost it because I'm bad. Hold on. Keep talking.
Couldn't have been that good then, Sean.
It couldn't have been. You're right. Never mind. As you were.
But what if you come in like a wrecking ball? What then?
There's so much to unpack with that, dude.
Yeah, you never felt so
Tranny riding a wrecking ball, saying
Yep.
coming in. Ugh.
so hard before.
Right?
Well,
The Beatles or the Rolling Stones? Who's better?
that is not a question that anyone should try to answer. It's a very unfair question. But I'll take the Beatles.
How does it harmonic? Does it harmonically key in that Wrecking Ball has something to do with Pink Floyd's The Wall? Like
Who
harmonically,
knows?
they
Probably.
just, like,
I mean, listen.
overlap them?
They have
Just
to
really
keep
great.
recycling the same harmonic relationships and frequencies and harmonies and
Right.
and tempos and such, because it's just that's how the magic works here.
It is because it's like there's like the, I don't know, like these like proud songs. You know what I mean? Like that's supposed to be like a prideful song almost. Like you could nearly say that could be somebody's like anthem, national anthem or something, right? But
Yeah.
but
Yeah, like I'm a lion, you're going to hear me roar. Like, no, you're a human being. Lions do roar,
it's
but I have a
like that.
feeling you don't mean that like I'm going to do well in life. I think you have nefarious shit behind that. But who knows?
It's like the archetypes of the songs. That's all I mean. Like that they're sort of taking up the same sort of space, like the same.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, it's the
what
confidence. It's like I was saying with Katy Perry, she rides in on a golden lion with and and if you just add like one of her earlier
with
shows,
Super
when
Bowl?
she's got those rocket tits, right?
Well,
Sparklers.
the Super
Like,
Bowl, right?
what?
That Super Bowl was a really good one with Katy Perry.
Yeah, it's a crazy show to watch. All the symbolism, all the things they're telling you.
Yeah.
It's
she's
crazy.
she's like basically doing some kind of Middle Eastern like homage to some kind of goddess right there. I think she's like, yeah, but I think that's like on the Iranian flag or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to recognize that she's not doing any of that, right? That was designed for her.
Well,
Oh,
it's also important to recognize that in the history here too, like that movie, The Interview with Seth Rogen and James Franco about Kim Jong Il, which whenever I don't even remember it at this point. But that whole movie had happened that previous Thanksgiving or whatever. Or
Right.
whenever.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the
And then-
reason they get these kind of like very replaceable, very low intelligence people to take up these kind of positions of influence, let's just say, is because they probably don't realize what's going on. They just say, right, you're going to wear this, you're going to do this, you're going to we're going to do your makeup this way, and off you go. Right, and then they just repeat. They just repeat what they've been told to repeat, which is the whole point of singers, right?
I feel bad for the ones that kind of know the truth about a lot of stuff, but still toe the line because it's just safe for them. That would suck.
But it's around this time too, during that movie, The Interview, during Katy Perry's thing, because it's also like "Baby Or Firework" was used in that movie, so there's a through thread there. But then that's kind of like the beginnings of K-pop starts right around then, and that as like its own psyop on the Korean psyche or whatever, like fighting this communism with like, I don't know, like something like Korean Hollywood or whatever, like using it like that, like we do that, right? That like culture is sort of a psychological weapon, and I don't know. It's interesting to see it used. That's all. Sorry.
I just read a story that Brian Epstein was secretly in love with John the whole time. I never heard that.
Yeah,
before.
I've heard that story too. I was just going to say, I clicked on a video the other day and I was watching Rolling Stones, and like, I only watched it for a minute, but they were in Germany quite recently, and I just looked so. I mean, don't get me wrong, like 80-year-old, like jumping around on stage, like, I mean, that's impressive, but I just thought, who's paying to watch this? They're just like really old.
They're better than that, especially live. They're definitely better than that.
No, but I was just thinking, oh my god, who's paying to watch this? I don't know, but plenty of people are, so good luck to them and all that.
But
I just thought
the Stones live are such a big part of music. I mean, it's like seeing the Statue of Liberty speak to you. Last time I sat under Keith, I felt like I was looking at a real life statue. I mean, this is an icon of music for over 50 years.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
They should have retired him a long time ago,
the
personally.
icon of rock and roll, the Bad Boys.
Yeah.
And I got great things to say about Mick as a storyteller and even a businessman. And yeah, he's even got energy on stage. You couldn't say enough about Mick Jagger.
No, it's impressive. But like I said before, with John and Paul, it comes to a point where it's like and it's well known that Mick and Keith absolutely hate each other. And I just think that when they just carry on just for the money, to me, it speaks a lot more that John Lennon was like, you know what, I've done this for a while, and yeah, it was great, good little band, very successful. I want to move on now, and not clinging to this older thing. That speaks to me. I don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I didn't really have any insight to this point until I just watched a thing about Phil Spector and John Lennon making the rock and roll sessions and how disastrous it was and how hard it was for John to try and go forward as the front man of another band.
Yeah, that Phil Spector, he's out there. Let's just say that, it seems.
But it was really devastating. John was admittedly lost. He calls it his lost weekend. And he was here in Los Angeles, and he was literally a mess, a mess, not a creative, his creative input was being put aside by the process of making those sessions and everything. And Phil Spector was just such a strange bird about building it in front of everyone, because everyone was impressed by his production style, but it was just gruelingly time consuming, and they all ended up drinking, waiting for Phil.
Yeah, John was struggling with heroin. Apparently, he was a heroin addict. So by the end, he'd actually got on top of that, by the sounds of it, and he was sort of really getting his life together, and then got taken out, sort of thing. So
we could talk about the Beatles forever, but I recently saw something from '66 out of Germany. It was one of those 20-minute sets, and boy, it's John's band. You can just really tell, and I oddly didn't always notice that.
Yeah, it's definitely John's band, but it's fun to watch. Because Paul always wanted them to be musically sound, and so if you pay attention, like I've got this hour thing with where they go to America, and it's the what's his name? His name escapes me now. The TV host,
Alan Freed or something.
Welcome to the show. That guy.
Yeah, it's a really.
I can't think of his
name. Yeah, Ed Sullivan.
Ed Sullivan. I've got all the Ed Sullivan performances on one disc. Don't ask me how I got that. I don't think I could even tell you. But it's like in like 50 minutes, say, and they did some in California, I think, and some in New York, and it's really interesting watching them because Paul leads the way the whole time. Like he counts them in. He nods his head every time because, like, there's a beautiful bit where John and Paul are singing over one mic as they used to do, because that's the beauty of Paul being left-handed, and he sort of nods him in, now it's your time to sing, and John used to forget words, and he were all over the place a little bit. So this is why he said he calls it his Elvis period, because he was fat, and that's why he was singing "Help." That's why I wrote "Help." So
have you noticed John's stance on stage? It's open. It's an open stance. It's very unique. It's very strange looking. It's an open stance. As his feet are. How do you describe it? It would be wrong if he was at cricket or baseball. He's standing forward instead of sideways.
Yeah.
Open duck stance, I think it's called.
I just noticed it. It's interesting looking. It doesn't mean shit, but it is a bit. Yeah, it's a bit of a stance, is what it is. Okay, so since we're talking about the best, right, Beatles and the Stones, Hendrix is dead, so there's no reason to throw him in, right? But there's got to be someone right behind Beatles and Stones that gets this kind of quality caliber. You know, real
Wait a
close.
minute. Wait. Why did they swap Jimi Hendrix out? I mean, come on.
He just didn't get a chance. He didn't get a chance, you know, to have this longevity. I guess the Beatles didn't have longevity either. Just the Stones. Just the Stones. Anyway, going backwards, I have nice things to say about the Stones live. And, you know, they don't sell records. Everything about the Stones is about the live show. They make their money on merchandising. The industry needs to fix itself. The industry used to rely on distribution, and they gave merchandising and fan clubs away. The record companies didn't realize it was valuable. And now that the record companies aren't having to produce and distribute material, they should literally take back the fan club and the merchandising. Otherwise, the record companies don't have a job. That's what's strange about the music industry is the record companies were all about printing and distribution. None of it exists anymore.
I mean, nowadays they're just making a shit ton of money from streaming royalties, right? So it's not needed.
Is his mic dramatically low?
His mic is dramatically low, but what he said is true. And a lot of them now, they dominate.
Mic check. Is it better?
There you go.
That's
sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah. I mean, what he said. Do you want to say what you said again? I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the most relevant income for the record companies nowadays would be the streaming revenue. So, what is media on demand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
imagine the future when you describe going to see someone live. You would sound like, you know, we literally behave like cattle when we go see someone live. Between the parking and the bathroom and the food and the, you know, sitting in your seat. It's a lot of work. In the future, your children will laugh that you didn't just use a pan tilt zoom camera and drone your way through the image. Yeah,
Hang on a sec. If you're in your seats at a rock and roll concert, you're not at a rock and roll concert.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, but what he was saying is true. A lot of the record labels nowadays, they've just reinvented themselves as kind of how do I even say? They're digital distributors via playlists, really.
Right.
And so they control access to all these big playlists. They're, you know, for instance, there are these very, very popular playlists on Spotify, which have millions and millions of people subscribe to them, and you can't access those without a label. And the label has to approve of your track or of your kind of general sound, I guess, whatever. So that they're kind of gatekeepers to the masses still, but just in a completely different way.
It's their mistake. It's lost in licensing. Remember, we all used to make something called a mixtape. Had you been able to figure out their licensing problem, go to a quote-unquote record store when CDs first came out, you should have been able to make your own CD with the 10 tracks you wanted, and they can hash out the licensing on that. But because they couldn't do that for you, they lost the entire industry. Oops, shit, phone is ringing.
I don't think you were done, Crypto, Roger.
No, but I mean, I'm kind of used to that now. Unfortunately, people don't seem to have manners in these chats, but it is what it is. But no, I generally agree with. I think is it A7X. AFC. Sorry. Generally, just agree with what he was saying. It's they just have a different function now because virtually all money that comes in for digital music is via streaming now. So they just put themselves as middlemen in the streaming game.
Yeah, and they can place you into that relevant mainstream playlist, or they just can't, right? So
yeah,
what you said about the gatekeeping, I completely agree. I mean, I'm not that into international music publishing and so on, but just from what I can gather from Germany here, this is 100% the case here as well. So yeah.
Yeah, whenever there's a serious amount of money to be made from very little work, there'll always be some sort of middleman trying to extract that value, right?
So a few years ago, they kind of found a loophole in this streaming distributors like Spotify, and artists here in Germany were able to gather fake views on their music and made a shit ton of money by just putting server farms and putting tracks on repeat. There were plenty streaming records broken a few years ago here in Germany by that, and
Really?
and yeah, and following that, because it was just so obvious, you know, there was some newcomer German artist who like made 80 million clicks in 2 weeks, which is just so fucking ridiculous in context of the time back then. So everyone even knew it was fake clicks, but you know, they couldn't do anything, and then under the hand they changed even the chart, like what is needed to get a chart placement here, and they put it like twice as high as before, so not everyone could get gold by faking their clicks, etc. It was ridiculous, man, for real.
Yeah, and that just punishes real kind of independent artists, ultimately, doesn't it? So,
Of
because
course.
now it's much recognition. It's such a shame. Yeah, I'm actually going to be releasing something myself in the next week or so. So I've been looking at a lot of this stuff.
Demo? You have a demo? Send it to me. I would love to listen to it. As
Yeah,
I'm
I'll DM it to
producing
you, but
music
I'm not gonna.
myself, right?
Crypto, I don't get a copy of that.
Well, I'll
We
link
will
it to you.
we will be having serious conversation in DMs if I am not able to hear that the second you're finished with it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Fuck yeah, I'm so excited. I love when my friends fucking release music, man. Y'all are so talented.
Appreciate.
Oh, I think I heard something from you, Sensei, as well, right? From your SoundCloud, Gladflow. There were one
Yeah,
or
I got
two really outstanding tracks, man.
Thanks, man. I've been doing it all my life. That's just some fun stuff I threw together.
You should do more.
Well, thanks. I agree. I'm lazy, I guess.
Yeah.
really and truly, like I have my setup at home and I chill at it often and I just mess around with instruments every now and again. But you know, I'd like to take it seriously. I got a child on the way, so that's probably it'll be like, you know, when I want to spend time with the family, I'll just sit around with the little one there and my gorgeous wife and make gorgeous music
Oh
with
yeah,
everybody.
that's awesome, man.
I didn't know about
Yeah.
the baby on the way. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Is this new news or is this old news that I just missed?
No, it's old news that you missed, but I'm not like always talking about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. No, well, congrats, and yeah, hope everything goes smoothly, of course.
Well, thank you. And Crypto, you were part of when I met my wife here on Discord. So you're part of that crew, the whole crew of that time period.
Okay, cool.
So you had to have had something to do with it. Something.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy with that if that's the case.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate that, brother. But yeah, I'm serious. Spam the shit. I'll spam it in my server when you get your stuff done, when it's released, and hell yeah, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, but on the distribution side of things, see, as you were saying, I think there's really two approaches. You either have to kiss as much ass as possible, and hope that you get onto these playlists, or just forget that they exist and just build an independent fan base. And they're the only two solutions I can really see. But then you have to be good at marketing, and you have to probably have some web design skills, or email marketing, which is old school now, but still kind of works. That stuff.
So you guys are involved enough in the industry. Do you think that Tom McDonald's story is legitimate?
Who?
Tom McDonald.
Don't know who that is.
You're not familiar with the American white rapper guy with braids?
Nah.
Well, the controlled opposition guy.
Yes.
Yes.
His whole
Oh, Tom
claim of being
Yeah,
like
yeah.
independent and all that shit.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he's definitely diet woke. I'm not a big fan. He kind of makes points that are different to the mainstreams, but still not correct. Does that make sense?
Listen, it wets someone's whistle who's trying to be rebellious and go against the man or the mainstream without giving away too much, and it gets people lost in things like cloning and all sorts of other stuff. Which it just most of the stuff that he's going to talk about is going to make people look stupid if you look into it. That's why he looks stupid, right? The white dude with weird looking dreads, and he just acts all funny. It's like, oh, is he come out with some truth? That's cool, but I don't know anybody like him that's talking like him. So until people around me start saying the shit he is, I'm just gonna write him off as like another character like Marilyn Manson, right? Kids used to love Marilyn Manson because he was like rebellious.
Like aside from that aspect of it, do you think it's legitimate that he could have actually independently become as successful as he has become?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Oh no, yeah, I don't think so. Right when I started hearing, this is my opinion, right when I first started hearing about him, he was already fucking huge. So I don't know.
Yeah, the other thing to bear in mind is that all of the production quality is very, very high. So he was either, I don't know what his supposed backstory is, but if his backstory is like, oh, he's a broke guy who just kind of like got famous, like that's obviously bullshit, because everything that he's done has obviously got a budget behind it.
But see, that's even his shtick is like showing you how it's just him and his girl making these videos with basically just a camera and editing and cheap sets, blah blah blah. Like literally
the
showing
amount
you.
of work isn't that huge. Yeah, 2, 3, 5 people can do it, but the amount of work needed to put into making that person famous, especially in a short amount of time, it doesn't just he can't be grassroots. I don't think.
Well, I'm just suspicious of the production quality and saying, oh, just him and his girlfriend filmed all that stuff. Like, I don't believe that. Sorry, I just don't believe it. Like,
yeah, and that's probably bullshit too. Yeah.
My lack of belief doesn't mean it's not true, right? But that doesn't.
Yeah. I also agree with that totally. Yep.
Yeah, I mean the production quality to me isn't necessarily the giveaway that it might not be grassroots. It's like you're saying that he just kind of blew up out of nowhere, like big time, right? And
That doesn't happen. Even when artists catch fire, even today, it takes a second. It takes a minute. It takes some, like you got to imagine it's genuine people, starting to really gain some serious looks and some serious potential cash and potential futures out of the artwork that their genuine soul is working on. And I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't happen overnight, no matter what kind of fan base you get. I guess I don't know how to else explain it.
Look, the problem I've got with it is it's the production quality, sure, but it's also he's saying that he and his girlfriend did this, but it's like it's everything together, right? It's the production quality, it's the marketing, it's the writing the songs, it's writing the lyrics. Like this is a full-time job for years to get all this stuff done. and to get it done to a high level, right? So it's not just the product. Because, like, for instance, if you were a music video editor, then you could produce good music videos, right? For sure. But would you necessarily be able to produce high quality music in the first place and market it and build up a fan base and write the lyrics and write the songs and all of it to that
Right.
level?
No,
You know,
two people aren't doing that, and you need a team of people, at least a band manager, a tour manager, someone doing the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. That's a separate person just for that, just those things alone.
Yeah.
Then you have a separate person selling things like putting your name in merch. I mean, like I said, man, you got to have a lot of stuff going good for you behind the scenes. Even if it's just you, your girlfriend, and some buddies, like you can make content that tricks people into believing it cost a lot to make. But that's not what costs money. It's the getting your shit out there. You can make a decent product, getting it out there to people and the right people and enough people. That's the trick. That costs money.
Yeah, that was my biggest contention, right? Is not necessarily the quality of what's taking place. Like, I could see a 2-man operation being able to do all of this logistically, but algorithmically, would that take place? Is kind of what I'm
I
questioning.
mean, still you're gonna need well-skilled engineers and recording engineers for your music to sound good. Additionally, you gotta pay for equipment, etc. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just making good sounding music is a whole operation in itself, right? And just making good looking music videos is a whole operation in itself. So that's kind of what I'm saying, is like you combine all of these things. Two people haven't done that.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Dude, how many sock accounts are these people going to come in on, man? It's fucking ridiculous.
Are these the Nutter bots?
Yeah, and then they just start chatting with each other. I mean, this is sock account at least number 2 for Rob Noxious after he got muted in the VC. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there was a guy called Quiet Riot who I was calling out in VC in the text chat now, saying you never come to VC. And literally all he did is he unmiked for about 10 seconds, told me to suck his dick, and then left. I was like, brilliant. Cheers, guys. Well, it's just literally all they're offering.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's hard to get banned from the server, but if you keep doing actions like this, like, it's gonna have to be regulated. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because like Gio's so laid back and understanding and forgiving when it comes to this stuff, and even at that level, they've decided to strike because it's unfair. So it just tells you how misaligned their sense of like virtue and justice is. You know.
It's like, I don't know, whatever. I don't want to give them any time. It's like the minute they get muted, it's like, oh, you never let people talk. The difference between talking and literally just interrupting, speaking over people, adding zero value to conversations, like, takes a lot of things to just get randomly like muted. But at least with this guy, he's got a calling card as to all of his sock accounts. Seems to start with an exclamation point. So not Not too bright.
Yeah, but he's also got a very unique kind of, definitely 5 beers in and rambling style. That's really easy to tell, even if he didn't like tell you with the exclamation mark.
Oh yeah, I mean his last account, which alluded to him being a flat earther, even the tags being a flat earther, which is an obvious troll, right? The minute he opened his mic, I knew it was him. Like, oh god, this guy's back, and then I don't see him in the thing, but I see, oh, here's another exclamation point account. Yep, this is him. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, as you say, not too bright. He's basically the American Jazzaconda at this point.
Yeah.
Did you guys catch the there was a debate between McToon and a guy called Patrick yesterday?
No, who's Patrick?
I think it was on Rumble. I can't remember his handle name, but I'd never heard of this Patrick guy before, so I was wondering if you guys had. But P Suggers or something is this tag? Can't remember now. But,
I've never heard of him.
nah, neither had I. But he seemed like he was holding his own, but MC Tomb was just unbearable to listen to.
Dude, honestly, at this point, I don't think anybody should give McToon or FTFE or any of those guys like any time at all whatsoever.
Don't think I ever have, so it's a good start.
But I'm just saying the community in general, like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Bro, I love when they go on there like fight the flat earther or something. They're looking for a flat earther and no one says anything. I'm like, yo, I'm like hoping no one says anything.
Yeah, they go on to like other servers or whatever. Like I keep getting invites to go on other servers constantly or whatever. And it's these servers that host FTFE or McToon or whatnot. It's like, come join the VC. No.
Yeah, yesterday I mean, I have my computer account, my phone account. I left Triple M on my phone account yesterday. Just my mental is, I don't want to let these guys quote in on my brain anymore. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to share my ideas. Like I'm done playing in your stupid sandbox. I'm good. I have a DC versus Marvel debate that Demon Stride and I have been talking about doing for a little while tomorrow night. But beyond that, I don't think I'm gonna be sticking around that place, man. The toxicity, it's gross. I don't like it. I can't deal with that shit. It's not good for your soul. Fuck it.
Yeah, no, I went into that server once and it just happened to be like when I jumped into the VC, it happened to be maybe shortly after, I'm assuming Craig got there, or maybe right before Craig got there or something. But he was like, where are the flat earthers, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of working with heavy equipment, so it's not like I can open my mic anyways. But Apocryphon was going back and forth with them or whatever. And by the time I got done doing all my work, like that was all gone. Like literally Craig couldn't get his stream to work, meaning he couldn't get super chats, so he just left the Discord. Like the minute he couldn't have his stream going, he's not there to actually have conversations with people, right? It's just for his stream, just for his show, just for the entertainment factor. That's it. Because he was having issues with that, so he immediately just left. Once his stream went down or whatever, he was gone. Even though he could still have remained in the Discord server to actually have a conversation, he won't do that without it being streamed. So I was like, that 100% shows that dude's character for sure.
Exactly. If he ain't
But anyway,
generating revenue off of the Flat Earth backs, he's not around. Sorry, I know I cut in. I just wanted to back you up on that one, Crypto. Crypto. Napalm. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so like once I got done doing my work with the heavy equipment, a conversation was taking place or whatever, and I opened my mic to chime in on the conversation. I said one sentence. Somebody came back with like a rebuttal, which was a complete straw man. So I opened my mic. I'm like, that's a straw man. Go to close my mic again, and literally they muted me, and I couldn't unmute for another like 8 minutes or something like that. So I was like, okay, fuck this. It's like Ed Freeze is the mod here, literally just muting me because I've probably muted him in here before for like over talking. And just hearing my voice immediately triggered them to mute me and keep me on mute. So I was like, dude, I'm not going to deal with the server like this that is muting me just for who I am, not because I'm like interrupting people, because I do that. I interrupt people. Mute me if I interrupt people. Like, I'm not going to get upset about that.
Well stated. Those guys are a trip. The ego is, and that's why I say, even with the Globers, right? Come defend your ego, because that's what it is. If you're gonna step into a place and tell lies, whatever it is, it's your ego eating up that stupid story.
Yeah, so that was my experience with the server, like being in there for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and the minute I open my mic, the mods are just there to literally shut me down because I guess because of just me. I don't know. So I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to deal with the server that's like this. So I just completely left it. So they can have their echo chamber, literally the thing that they harp on us for doing, or try to claim that we're doing. Which is kind of funny. That's the new Glober move recently is claim that everybody else, everybody here just wants an echo chamber, blah blah blah. Avoid actually coming in the VC, right? Boycotting the VC, sticking strictly in chat, and then literally only going to their echo chambers to talk. The irony is not lost on me.
The hypocrisy. It's hypocritical, right? It's they pick and choose all of the elements of the things that they hear that suit their story, which is narcissistic and well, it was narcissistic to do. And then to boot, you're gonna go create a space where all you're gonna do is throw around your layered lasagna full of fallacies, a fallacy lasagna, lies upon lies upon lies, and pat each other on the back. It sounds like a circle jerk to me.
Yep. I agree.
I mean, them guys must not be here for us to talk to us too bad because last time they were looking, I think FTFE canceled the show, but there was like 20 of us just sitting in here, so he must not be looking for us too bad, or they just want to go to game places where they can get by this modding.
Jeremy, are you fighting with your satellites? Did you pay your satellite bill?
It is
What's up,
wild bias
Kiwi?
modding. It's
What's
like,
up?
I don't know. The last couple I heard, I'm like, oh my god, they're muting the other guy and letting FTFE or whatever, McToon, whoever, just talk over him. Like, this is so biased.
Yeah, that's the thing. So there's two ways to run this tactic, right? Like you can have the mute button yourself and just kind of start over talking, fundy muting, right? And then hitting the mute button, right? This is done on specific servers, or you can have others doing that for you, to where like, yeah, when I was over there at that server and FTFE was actually conversating with Apocryphon, like even FTFE was like, please stop muting Apocryphon. You don't need to do that. Like he was even getting on the mods for muting Apocryphon for no reason. I don't know.
Sorry, dude's got a phone call.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Who said what's up, Kiwi? I missed the name before I bounced.
That's me, Rex.
Hey, yo, what's up? Been a minute, man. How you been?
Just another working day, brother.
How you been, man?
Been good, been busy.
Good stuff. Busy's good.
Yeah, so like this first summer here in Rubyville / Baton Rouge area has been awesome, real awesome. Yeah, I can never really get on the mic because I mean, whenever I'm working, I'm always making a bunch of noise on the AC. But how you been, brother?
Good to hear from you, man. Good, man. Work, and that's about it, really. Chilling.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be able to have enough money saved up for winter to where, dude, be okay. Yeah, it's been crazy.
Good, man.
Did you say HVAC, brother?
HVAC, yeah. I'm a state
What
license
up,
contractor.
HVAC crew in the house, bro?
And
I knew there was somebody else that did it. I heard someone talking about it a few months ago.
aren't
I
you in
wanted to
Florida
chime
now,
in.
Rack? You're in
No, I'm
Florida
in
now.
Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. My
I'm
bad. Sorry.
by that Pontchartrain. So who else does AC?
Me, I do. I'm Tora. Tora for
Cora?
y'all. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have to add you, dude.
Cora and Rect, I gotta say, you were both my homies, and yeah, good people, man. Both of you guys. Please connect. That's awesome.
Nice. Cool.
You got your own company and all?
Yeah, yep. I just a one-man show. I just want like Chuck in a truck.
Same here, brother.
Yes, sir. It's a good way to do it. I'm down in Southeast Florida. It's freaking hot, dude.
Dude, I want to go to Florida one day. Like, that's kind of like our dream place to go, as far as to be able to start a company and everything. I don't know, maybe one day.
Yeah, it's not bad. I did it in Arizona is where I learned it all, and I got my contractor's license there. And when I came here, it didn't freaking transfer, so I had to redo everything, dude. It was a pain.
Buddy. Plus, it's different there. Wait, like, isn't Florida like the most strict as far as whenever you're going to get your testing done? They have like more craft get learned. Or is
Yeah,
that Cali?
hardest test I ever took, definitely.
Yeah, because they got salt water and everything you got to worry about.
Yeah, we don't have any. We can't have any steel, so there's no metal ducting, and like our AC units are bolted to the ground because they're scared they're gonna fly away in a hurricane.
That's wild. I mean, it's logical, but yeah.
It was amazing to me coming out here because all duckboard, dude. There's no more metal, no more cuts, no more freaking, like heavy materials. It's
Requirement
great.
to have nothing but duckboard? Duckboard and
Everything is
flex?
duckboard and flex. That's it. There's not even a TY here, bro.
Oh. What brand do you do?
Right now I've been installing Bryant's because they're on a good sale. Bryant is
Yeah,
green.
because of the whole pain deal, huh?
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I've been slinging Brian and Carrier for a long time. That's just my favorite, though. I've installed all of them, of course, and yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. I don't like the new microchannel coils though, but yeah.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not digging that. But dude, everyone knows anything but a Goodman, right?
Yeah. Do they at your CE do they do ADP as well? Because the news here too, like they came out with some coils that we can use, which is nice.
Yeah, I don't even buy from CE. I buy them from from Refra Center is the name of the place.
I got you.
They got some weird off brands like TGM and stuff, super cheap. But just for people to know, we know that there is pressure gradient in an enclosed system, guys.
I know it, man. The thing that I've been I kind of brought it up, I don't know, maybe like a month or two ago. The thing that trips me out is like you go for and you'll be able to see real well with the beach area, but whenever sunset happens and you can see that the sun is down in theory if you're on a ball below the clouds, yet you still see the light shining above where you still have shadows below the clouds, unless the cloud's so thin that it just shines all the way through. But I haven't like it's just a little bit of a mind trip that you can actually still see that it's shadowed on the bottom of the cloud, indicating that of course the light source is above.
Yeah, dude, I think clouds are an excellent proof, especially because they move independent of the Earth's spin according to them and all this. So I think
Yeah,
clouds are huge.
buddy. Let me see. I'm about to I'm on my phone, so
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Just driving to the next hot house.
Yeah, boys, I've been staring a lot at clouds lately, like taking in considering the type of day it is. So whether it's like a nice blue day and the type of cloud that comes in versus if the sky is darkening maybe and there's a different type of profile cloud that comes in. But when you start to look at clouds almost with the idea of like they're literally a condensation point, a condensed layer, it throws the entire observation into a new light because you start to think to yourself, a closed system with a condensation point being the cloud itself.
100%.
It happens right in the middle. Like it can't happen in an open system. It would get whisked away, taken away. We'll go with that word.
Yeah, that's awesome. That Taurus in here too. Oh yeah, last time that you were saying something, I was trying to see who it was, and yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, man,
So,
definitely.
if you don't mind, what city of Florida?
Yeah, I don't really care. I live in Jensen Beach, Florida.
Okay.
It's just north of West Palm Beach. That's a big area that a lot of people know. Directly east of Lake Okeechobee and I'm about to do some cool observations with Lake Okeechobee because these guys ain't ready for sea level observations with the theodolite.
Yeah.
And all these guys do it from mountaintop to another mountaintop. Don't tell you their elevation. None of it. It's such BS, dude.
But yo, Tora, if you have a second, could you just take a couple minutes and walk wrecked through the observation that you did with Bacon and those guys when you guys were looking at the moon?
Yeah. We triangulated the moon with 3 different people.
It was the other night. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
you
was
were
in
there.
on that. Yeah, I was looking in on that.
Nice. Yeah, they got
That's all.
schooled. They in the end they just think their app is bad or something, and I've used that app, dude. The thing is spot on, bro.
That's funny.
You want to go back over the results of that?
Yeah, it ended up proving the azimuthal grid of vision. Essentially, that's what happened. But the results of it were he's way down south, and the moon was in our southern sky. It just so happened to be, and it was way high up in his sky. And for us, we were taking measurements that were like 18 degrees off the horizon for us on the east coast of the United States. So after we triangulated everything and then put it in Blender and placed it on the globe model, none of the lines intersected, not even a single one. So then I said, can you guys put it on a flat Earth map? And they did that, and me and Bacon's line intersected, and it was like super close and local. It was
Is
funny.
there a video of this?
Well, they were running a live stream at the same time. Unfortunately, Demon Stride didn't share the screen while it was all happening, but I did capture the audio of it. I just posted in the live stream. There's 3 parts, but I posted the best part, which is part 3, catching all their reactions to it. It was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, they all admit. They were like, well, I'll never forget the day where I was when I became an anti-glober. They were all like confused, dude.
So good. Definitely.
So even Bacon and them, like,
Dude, Bacon was leading the charge. It was awesome. Tora was just literally providing, like, obviously flat Earth assistance, but everybody was coordinating through Bacon. It was hilarious.
Yeah, because they're
well, so
so
what I'm saying
confident that
is,
they can just make these observations, right? They think, oh well, this can never work on a flat Earth. Let's just go ahead and try to triangulate a star, blah blah blah, or any of that shit. And then when they go to do it, they get dumbfounded.
that is
Yeah,
so cool.
yeah, dude. But it's a tactic they use for sure. We need to challenge them more often. But I'm kind of done with them at the same time. You know what I mean? Like I don't even care. Like I think they're flat earthers, dude, and they just can't come to terms with it, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
It seems as though when there's, like, they have some kind of an authority with them, and I only say the word authority, like, to, Bob the Science Guy, those kinds of dudes, they all of a sudden have this, like, liquid courage, and they all start speaking in their Glober tongues and shit. It's like, well, when did you start becoming such good liars, man? Holy crap. Like, it's not cool.
Yeah, and even some of these ideas or concepts, it's like, how did they come up with the globe? How did they come up with their measurements? And you look at their measurements, and what they're doing is they're making measurements, quote unquote measurements, optically, right? So if the whole entire globe's measurements were based off of the way that we typically see the world on average, then if you go back to try to test to see if the Earth is a globe, and you're using optical means to do so, meaning optical measurements, measuring to where you think you see the horizon and shit like that, you're always going to come close to or come up with the numbers that they put forth, right? Because that's how they tricked us into thinking that the ground below our feet is actually the curvature that we experience based on our vision. It's due to optically.
Yeah, it is optically, and it doesn't match what they say is reality because they'll call stellarium reality, and then when they go out and make the measurements themselves, it doesn't even match up with stellarium. So it's ridiculous. I just realized something, and I mean it's kind of close, kind of interesting. I'm still going to share it with you guys. You know me, share everything that I possibly think is weird. So they say it's a 3959 claimed radius. Now, the numbers that the Vibes of Cosmos, you guys know I'm a big proponent of the Vibes of Cosmos model, what they show, what they claim. They state that the Earth and Sun both orbit the Earth at 5,500 kilometers above the surface. 3959 miles converted to kilometers is 6371. 800 kilometers off. I still find it interesting to be that close. Dude, that could be the distance to the stars for all we know, right?
I think that's the distance of our actual like limit of perspective, if that makes sense. So if you think about the azimuthal grid of vision, if you think about the way we view the world in this perspective, it seems as though it's kind of this hemispherical dome. You do have some rising up of the ground below you, so you have kind of this, I don't know how to best describe the bottom portion of it, below your eye level or whatever. But the top portion of it is this hemispherical dome, and if you're seeing in this hemispherical dome, the limit to that appears to be right around 4,000 miles. So even if something is outside of that limit of perspective, it will stick to that roughly 4,000 mile appearance of distance based on our perspective.
Well stated. And that's the thing.
Like
If
when
you
we look
take-
up.
If we take the central point, I'll just say real quick, Torres, we take the central point as you are the center of the circle, and then you look out. So you're looking out at that distance, and then you simply turn around. You observe the circumference of the circle, right? You turn around in 360 degrees, and then you look up, and that's the very tippy top, the peak that you see. Again, the imaginary, but if you can imagine in your headspace that you're really drawing a circle, a half dome with your eyeballs. Withdraw. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is this kind of like 4,000 mile-ish, give or take, limit of perspective. So think of it as you have like a half dome glass on your desk, and you take a flashlight or a light source, and as you shine that light source onto that piece of glass, you'll see a rendering of that light source on the glass, right? And no matter how you move the glass or the light source around that glass, that piece of glass, it can be high above it, it can be close down below it. Either way, the render of that light is always going to be on the glass itself, on the surface of the glass. That glass is not a physical thing when we're I don't think it's a physical thing when we're viewing. It's just the glass is representing our limit of perspective and how things act based on the light source's interaction with our limit of perspective. Meaning you can raise it up or down and you can move it further away, but it's always going to render on that limit of perspective or the surface of the glass.
Yeah, it's clearly saw too. Like when you have those big puffy clouds in the sky and they're all around you, you can just see the dome around you. Like that's it. You could see the clouds drop towards the horizon. The ones above your head or right above your head, they're all at the same height.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, that's going to be a smaller, that's something that's within the limit of your vision. But I think the celestial objects are outside our limit of vision. So where is their actual physical location? It's outside our limit of perspective. Therefore, each person's perspective sets where that renders to them, which is why many times you're not going to get like a convergence onto one specific point for triangulating like celestial objects and stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense the way you just described it. Well stated. Thank you, Nepal.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm sitting here nodding my head and I'm like, well stated, Napalm. Damn, homie. Pull that stuff right out of my earball or right out of my brain, Tora. Oh, I got you. I gotta walk into a hot house though, guys. I'll be back. Good luck, don't pass out.
Drink your liquids.
And that's, I mean, napalm, that matches the description again of Vibes of Cosmos, because they say that the sun and the moon are local to you, i.e., if you can see them, they are like local to you. But the stars are actually on a completely independent layer. They're on the seventh layer of the like the final layer of the design, the absolute like roof, if you will. We talk about the ceiling all the time. Well, the stars are on a layer much higher than the sun and the moon. So there's a lot of credence to that, man.
Yeah, I think that's why they all appear as though they're like basically the same distance. In the Glober's mind, this is what they call a celestial sphere with an infinite radius. Tell me how that makes sense. How can you have a sphere with an infinite radius?
Dude, I don't know, but I just can't get past the fact that on their model, I have to accept that if I am in the Northern Hemisphere, hanging out in Ontario, Canada, Toronto, that people over in Australia are walking around upside down relative to me. That's not fair, nor does it make any sense. I don't get it. And I say that's not fair because I'm saying that it's intellectually dishonest to make a claim like that in order to reinforce your stupid globe model.
Yeah, I mean everything in their model is relative, which the only thing that should be relative is the individual's perspective. But in their world, everything else is relative, but that. It's like a complete inversion.
So I guess it's flat then, guys.
Seems to be.
Wonder how all the Globers are going to take that news.
Well, according to Demon's Dread the other day, I saw a post or an event saying that the flat Earth is dead. I'm like, really? Because I thought your globe was nowhere to be found. Saw it on the back of a milk carton the other day. Stated missing.
Well, I mean, the flat Earth can't be dead. I mean, I'm looking over the beautiful flat Earth, and I can see trees, I can see animals, I can see, grass, hills. I don't know what that means. Flat Earth is dead. That's a bit of a weird statement. Seems very much alive to me.
Maybe he meant dead still.
Yeah, that makes sense. He meant it wasn't moving, of course.
Obviously.
How's it going, Elisha Sav Oive?
I don't know. Let me roll up my tunes. Wrong server, right? But anyway, you just have it implied.
Oive, they know the Earth's not a ball.
Mate, what do you reckon about all this heat wave hype?
Heat wave?
Yeah. Did you not see it?
Are they complaining that it's going to be hot during summer again?
Something like that.
Right.
I don't know. They're making a stink. They're making a stink of it, and there's a little bit of humid today, but just a casual 24 degrees or whatever.
I mean, it's been like pissing it down with rain for the last week in England. So I don't
Yeah,
know,
you gotta have your give and take. Otherwise, it would be a bit weird. Otherwise, it would be island.
yeah, true. So when it pisses it down with rain, that's global warming. And when it doesn't piss it down with rain and it's really hot, that's also global warming. And I mean, presumably when it's 24 degrees like today, that's also global warming. I don't know.
Pretty sure it was global cooling to begin with, wasn't it? In the 70s.
Yeah.
They just keep flipping the script. It's like, which flavor of retard do you want to be today?
Yeah. The climate changes, guys. It changes every year. It's a shocking fact. It's colder in December than it is in July.
How dare you?
In other news, water is wet. We'll be back with more reporting next week.
Yeah.
Wait. So if water is wet, then level must be flat?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
about right.
Just checking in. Thank you, boys. Has anyone heard of a theory about Polaris being an instrumental piece in how the moon and sun and other celestial bodies are created?
I've heard ideas of Polaris being a central. I don't know. Yeah, something along those lines.
That's cool, dude. I'm so glad that you're the person that I'm not by any means demeaning anyone else is here, but I'm certainly glad that you responded, Napalm. Give me a quick second. I'm just pulling something out of the microwave. I'm going to come back and explain this idea in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So basically, Polaris is like a diffuser of light. It takes the, if you again tip your hat to the idea of there being a black hole sun or a central source, light source, that central source projects up. Polaris is like a diffuser of negative and positive energy from that light source. The positive energy gets sent to the sun, the negative energy gets sent to the moon, and because it's an electromagnetic system, the movement between the sun and the moon are all based on attraction and repulsion, like a magnetism system. The other celestial bodies are just a result of Polaris, kind of like a disco ball hanging from the ceiling of a room. It's a pretty cool concept.
Yeah, I've heard it. I've definitely heard the idea before, for sure. I don't know about the whether or not it's true or not. I have no clue. No clue. It's an interesting idea to me, though. One of the things I want to see done, right, is zenith measurement at both poles. Meaning, like, taking actual 90-degree zenith measurements of Polaris, meaning you know that you are directly positioned in what would be considered the geographic north, as well as the South Pole, meaning like not only star trails, time lapses from these locations, but also like actual empirical zenith measurements of the stars. Like we have a claimed South Pole station, right? They say it's the ceremonial pole, it's not the magnetic pole, it's not the geographic, it's close, whatever. But even then, it's like if we've got people that are stationed down there and whatnot, there you should have the ability to take elevation angles to these stars and prove some sort of GP as to the geographic South Pole location as well as the North. I've just never seen it done.
It's my opinion that Polaris is on it's not at the very center of existence. It's not the geographical center of the sky. Perceivably, it is the closest star to the center, but Polaris itself doesn't actually have an orbit or a revolution, a circuit. But it's very small. In my opinion, it's possibly the smallest circuit out of all the stars in the firmament. It happens to have the smallest circuit, which is it's just really around the toroidal center, right? So if you believe in a toroidal field, it's really like the and to analog it to like the eye of the storm, right? So Polaris is going around the eye of the storm, but the very eye itself is the center. The center of the eye is the center, right? And Polaris just happens to be right at the edge of it. So it does
Sure.
kind of
Yeah, but in
deviates
theory,
a little bit.
you should be able to go to that location, right? And if they say, "Oh, it's ice and blah blah blah," okay, well let's set up a tripod, get it perfectly level, point straight up. We should be able to get a perfect 90-degree to these stars from specific locations on Earth.
I'm skeptical on the sidereal year and how they even get star triangulations, because they triangulate a star and they tell you where it's at, right? But they have to use other stars as reference points, and it's like there's so many variables to conclude the actual position of a star or how far it is. I don't take their math. I don't think any of us really take their math serious when it comes to the distance of these stars and their angles. I disagree with how they even come up with the sidereal year. So yeah, I don't think you can get to the geographical center of our realm, anyways. Even if theoretically you could, time. The idea that compasses stop working, right? So how are you going to find the exact center? You know what I'm saying? Like let's say it's within a 200-mile diameter, right? Let's say 200-mile diameter. It's still pretty close, but how are you gonna find the exact center when everything just stops? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And that's, I mean, let's draw out some not conclusions, some things that we know, right? The constants, if you will. We're going to be on the plane, so we're still at the base, and Polaris is up in the sky. And I mean, if we're going to throw around the idea that could range anywhere between, I don't know, 6, maybe 4,000, 5,000 miles, maybe something like that, to say that we're down to like a 200 to 300 mile variance on the plane, and the star is X amount of miles and kilometers above us, I think that's pretty close to being at the middle. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Makes any sense at all. He's
It
first
doesn't?
talking about triangulation of the stars. I suppose he's talking about distance too. Then he starts talking about how where that star is, GP is relative to other positions on the surface of the Earth. So I mean, I think there's conflation and confusion and complete misunderstanding of how these measurements actually work.
No, see,
Yeah, well,
that coming
Dan, if
from
you don't
you
have,
is not
hold on.
really counted as a response. I was looking for one of napalm or
Right, Danik, you don't have to come at him like that, bro.
It's all
Danik,
right. Like
Danik,
I might be.
hold on. Just
All I'm
wait.
saying is that. Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Danik, you don't have to come at him like that. We were discussing, like, I was just wondering, about getting these GPs from these specific what we claim are locations, right? But what he was talking about, triangulation of stars and things like that, wasn't necessarily exactly sequitur to what I was saying. So it's not necessarily that he's conflating them. and he has a misunderstanding. So if you have questions, maybe just ask him what he was talking about, as opposed to just trying to allude to him not understanding.
Well, actually,
we're just speculating, and I just want to say that I find the triangulations that NASA uses to determine the distance of a star, the position of a star, I think it's based on flawed math, flawed arithmetic, flawed trigonometry, flawed geometry, or whatever you want to call it. So the way that they measure the way that they triangulate a star, one way is to use Polaris, ironically. Another way is to use the center of the Earth, right? So they use the center of the Earth, which is in a theoretical position, and then they use that as a reference point, and then that's how they come up with their first side of the triangle. So right off the bat, the foundation of the formula is flawed because you're
Correct.
establishing the equation starting with the position of the center of the Earth, or not the center, but the core of the Earth.
Where's the first side of the triangle again? You said it was the center of the Earth, and what else?
Hold on, Zanuck, don't click people. Let them finish. Let them finish, guys. Let everyone finish their whole thought, please, Zanuck.
The longest side of the triangle, right, is the side who's we're talking about 2 points here, right? Of one side it's at the core of the Earth. The second point is the star itself that you're trying to find its position and distance, right? And guess where the third point is?
The sun.
The surface of the Earth, and it includes angular. What do you mean?
That's not true.
It includes curvature math. Yeah, they do, bro. It's all theoretical.
It's not. They don't. If you want to, for the triangulation, it's more of a parallax measurement. And so they'll get a measurement to a star at a certain position with respect to the sun. And then and another part of its orbit, they'll get the same measurement 6 months apart. And that's how they quote triangulate, but it's more of a parallax measurement to the distance to a star. They're not measuring the distance from the center of the Earth to the surface and then to the star. It's incorrect.
Yeah, the angle,
different.
the angle of the star from the surface of the Earth, and they include curvature in that formula. So again, it's all theoretical.
Yeah, because if you try to do parallax,
theoretical. You said it's from the geometry with their math, with their trigonometry. You said all these things, they have errors, but you haven't been able to eliminate one of those errors.
if you try to do parallax, like the moon or sun, they got to account for curvature, because if not, you get a whole different number.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lane.
And when they do it with a star, they actually have to account for the whole orbit because they'll do it 6 months apart. So.
Yeah, Lion makes a good point. There is some sort of need for the center of the Earth when it comes to angle measurements that they take for things like celestial navigation and blah blah blah. Everything comes back to the alleged quote unquote center of the Earth in order for their calculations. But the problem is where you're taking the measurement from is going to be your end point. The way that they've tricked us is saying that your end point is the center of the Earth, meaning it's Earth-centered. How would I state that? Earth-centered, like coordinate system, and Earth-centered meaning the center of the Earth is the start point of the coordinate system. But what really takes place is your starting point is you, and then you have how you visually see the world in perspective in this azimuthal grid of vision. And the way that we see that, we're taking the measurement from us, but then we're trying to drop that down towards the center and allude that the curve is the surface when actually the curve is our perspective.
So yeah, another way is to use Polaris as a reference point instead of the core of the Earth, and then so you're the observer, from the observer's geographical location to the angle of Polaris back to the star that you're trying to get its distance. That's another way that they do it. But it's go look at some of the diagrams, bro, for this stuff. It's insane. I'm not saying I'm an expert at all, but from what I see, it's based on a lot of theoretical variables that make up the formula.
Yeah, you're right. That's where the trick comes in because they want all of their coordinates to be Earth-centered, meaning based from the center of the Earth outward. When in actuality, it's the perspective, our azimuthal grid of vision, our dome of vision that sets that curvature, not the surface itself. And where we're taking the measurements, we are the actual end point of that measurement, not the center of the Earth.
But before I jumped in, what were you saying? You were saying you were on a track, dude. You were on a thought process, and I interrupted you.
Me? No, I was just saying I'd like to see like somebody actually be in what could be undeniably the GP of like Polaris, at least within that area, and the alleged southern rotation.
Oh, yes, that reminds me. So if you go on Indeed.org, you fill out a resume, right? You can actually find offers right now as we speak, and I can pull one up, a recent one. They're 6-month contracts to work in Antarctica. And all stuff, civil contracts. They're looking for 5 years experience, 2A1C hydraulics license, and CDLA. Right? I don't have 5 years experience. I have all the qualifications. I meet all the qualifications besides 5 years experience. But my plan is to eventually take the offer because I do have military experience too. But I work construction, and most of it is snow removal, anyways. And if people get stuck or whatever, you can dig them out. But yeah, it's 6-month contract, dude. And I want to vlog the whole thing. I want to go over there. I want to witness a 24-hour sun because I do believe it's a real phenomena. I want to document it because there's people that are independent journalists, independent people not connected to the Masons, not connected to NASA. They're not part of some media conglomerate. They're not part of the cabal. They're just regular people that went to Antarctica to witness the most recent eclipse in 2021 that happened in Antarctica. And they documented a midnight sun because, I mean, the eclipse happened during the midnight sun in Antarctica. That's when it happened. So, like, it was sunny at midnight, and then the sun, or not exactly at midnight, but it was sunny at night, and then the sun was eclipsed. And they got a perspective from Antarctica itself. And there's thousands of videos possibly.
So if you believe that, man, it's interesting you actually say that actually is probably real. How is it possible for the sun to be 24 hours in the southern hemisphere as well as 24 hours in the northern hemisphere? Can you explain that geometry to me?
Yeah, so this is a mystery, and I've been pondering this for years. How can you have 24-hour sun in Antarctica for weeks at a time, months at a time, yet keep the flat Earth? Right? That was a dilemma, but
24
you know,
hour sun, a different time of year,
it was,
at the North Pole in Alaska. You believe you agree that it happens in Alaska though?
yeah, and I have no problem. No, I think most flat earthers agree unanimously that it happens in the North, in the Arctic.
Zanuck, you're roboting, and you're also asking him a question and not giving him the space to answer.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure most of us agree that the midnight sun is a real phenomena in the Arctic.
So but our sun in Antarctica. What about the Antarctic?
Well, this is where we differ, even amongst flat earthers, because some of us believe the whole thing is a fraud, the whole thing is made up. I'm not one. I don't subscribe to that idea. I think that it's a real phenomena. It's yet to be fully explained how it can actually work on a flat Earth, but it doesn't dissuade me from believing in a flat Earth. It's just we don't know everything. You know, we don't know how it all works. Hello? Did I lose you guys?
No, I can hear you. I think Xanax just has a really bad signal.
So, yeah, people have talked about the firmament playing a role, right? Being a factor, and the lensing effects that it can play on light. Because light does seem to act strange when it goes through the firmament. And that's something that most people don't take into consideration when they're measuring these stars and their angles and stuff, that we have a dome firmament over our head, right? That dome is like depending on how you look at it, your perspective, it's either concave, right, or convex. And depending on how you look at light, whether you're on the outside of the firmament or the inside of the firmament, it's gonna mess with it a little bit. So, but the same way that light can be shaped by the glass, the crystalline structure, the superfluid, that's how that you can get a 24-hour sun on the rim of the earth, because the light seems to actually, and I'm reluctant to say bend. I'm so reluctant to say it, but I had to say it bends around the dome itself at its base, at the rim of it. And that's how you can actually light up the whole rim itself.
That's called the angle of incidence. So when you introduce a structure like a prism or a dome or a glass dish or whatever, and you have light entering it, or even water and changing direction, like the Pink Floyd album Dark Side of the Moon, that prism or that surface changes the angle of incidence. So the light will change character as it interacts with that surface.
Thanks for that, bro.
No worries. And I'm just saying, because you were like, I don't want to say bend light, and dude, it's all good. But I mean, to be specific about it and to honor obviously what you're saying, but to further illustrate just exactly what it is, because yeah, you're right. Like the aspect of like bending light, we have bendy light in the chat as an example right now, is a little weird, because bendy light almost works to refraction and prop up their aspect of refraction. But what we're looking at here is literally like how light interacts with surfaces when it meets with it, and things of that nature.
Yeah, so not only does it like perspective play a role, optical perspective and Euclidean geometry and all this stuff, but the idea that there's actually a crystalline structure that makes up our sky, our ceiling, and that the stars are inside of that thing. How are we supposed to figure out the dimensions of that dome precisely, right? The configurations, the exact diameter, we don't know. And the ceiling of it, how high is it? We don't know. That's why in the book of Job, you know, the creator kind of belittles Job a little bit regarding these same exact questions. Um, these things are impossible to figure out. The fact that the sun behaves in such counterintuitive matter, because like we all thought that the sun was, you know, fixed, and that the earth moved around the sun. But once you start understanding how the sun moves, dude, the sun actually does go spiral up to the dome, right? So throughout the year, it's spiraling up. So it's rising in elevation as it reaches its pinnacle point, its climax, which is literally at the summer solstice, where it's the furthest from the Earth, but it's also the closest to the north, where it's at the tropic, right? That's where it's at its highest point from the surface of the Earth. Then it makes its way back down in a spiral nature, right? And then when it completes that spiral nature, when it goes all the way down to the closest it can to the Earth, is when it's at the winter solstice. And that's the outer tropic. So it spirals back and forth, up and down every year, and that you have to consider those variables when you try to also measure the distance of the sun, because it's not universally at 3,000 miles, because 3,000 miles is a specific measurement when the sun is at the equator on the equinox. It seems to be around 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface. But that number can vary between the tropics because the elevation switches that the sun makes. Now, this is completely counter, the consensus, obviously. But if you were to admit that this was a real phenomenon, that the sun actually does spiral and it oscillates in its elevation from year to year to year, then the whole you can't prop up the model anymore. This is something that's so insane. If it were to be true, then the fact that the sun moves around like that, dude, the whole thing would just collapse. Like there's no holding it back no more. There's no patching it up anymore.
So the measuring on via radio waves, for example, that's all fake. Triangulation, all fake. Aristarchus, all fake.
Are you just making a comment to yourself, Zanuck, or was that a question, or what was that? Was that a straw man? What was that? I don't know what that was. You just randomly talk about things being fake. Did someone say that, or are you just like saying that yourself?
Oh, I was saying directly to him. It was a straw man or a non sequitur. It was a sequitur comment. He mentioned several comments about sun being different heights. It's throughout the year, that it's roughly 3,000 miles at the equator. All that was specifically addressed by my comment, Gio. When I say then the radio measurements of radio telemetry, radio measurements of the sun in the distance is over 93 million miles. And then, of course, then you dispel simple measurements, very rudimentary angular measurements, such as Aristarchus made. How do you account for the sun being 400 times further away than the moon if both the moon and the sun are roughly 3,000 miles? That wouldn't fit in the flat Earth model at all, because then you have a 1.5 million mile flat Earth, which we don't have that.
All right. Well, your second time around, that sounds like an actual comment. The first thing you just started saying things were fake, and I didn't hear anyone say that, so I don't know what that was related to. But that second time you did it, that was actually an actual comment, I guess.
That was the meat on the bones there, yeah. So we have Aristarchus, we have radio telemetries, we have radio telescopes, we have all sorts of ways to measure distances to certain objects in the sky that are, sub 100 million miles away. How does that work into the picture when there's an assertion that things are only 3,000 miles away? Because that's not that far. The kind of instruments we have in technology, we should be able to verify whether those objects are indeed 3,000 miles away.
I mean, if you actually use real data and not theoretical variables, then you would come to the same understanding that I have. But since you basically base your formulas off of theoretical variables that have no real actual observation, like where you yourself tested it, it's all based on math. That's older math, based off of older math, based off of older math. So like the idea that you have a literal position of the core of the Earth, and you know how far it is from your point, right, and then to the point of the star. How can you?
We're cutting in and out here.
I have a phone call, but How can you possibly get the position of the core of the Earth, right, without theorizing and speculating the diameter of the Earth, which nobody can agree on the diameter of the Earth, the circumference of the Earth?
That's called a straw man.
I have maybe a different
straw man
question.
defined.
Zanuck,
So,
do you think perhaps that it's a little insulting, at least to the old guard here, that you keep trying to use things like Aristarchus as evidence for a globe? Just a little bit? Like,
not at
and then
all.
especially for the people,
Not at all.
who
Because,
want to learn the truth. You know, those folks too.
yeah,
You're not doing them a
not,
service.
not,
You know what I mean? Just like a little bit insulting that you keep trying to do that.
no,
You know?
no, this is something, because he just brought up a straw man, very clearly a straw man, talking about the core of the Earth and the surface,
No.
as well as other types of
So you
rudimentary mass.
just hold on.
Hold on.
Just so
Let me
I don't care
let
about.
me finish. Let
Listen,
me
you know
finish.
what?
Let me,
No,
no, you hold on. You hold on. You hold on for a second. You hold on for 1 second. I want to finish my thought. Thank you. So let me finish. So what I
I
said was,
didn't want to know anything else.
brought up
I
the
didn't
math.
want to know
Brought up
anything
things.
else,
You ready?
partner.
Hold on. Hold on. I want to finish the thought. I want to finish the thought. It's my right to finish the thought. So what I was saying, because he said rudimentary math and assumptions and theories, no, it's something you can actually measure yourself without any of that. So quite the opposite of what he said. You can do a measurement to the sun and the moon and get a relationship between the sun and the moon and yourself as far as a ratio. This is no theoretical math involved. I mean, it's just basic trigonometry that you can do yourself. It shows that the sun is 300, 400 times further away. Thank you.
Better. It's not insulting though to you, even though we know better than that.
How do we know better than that when you can do this measurement yourself? You can do Aristarchus' test. It doesn't matter how old Aristarchus was or who he was or what he stood for. It matters that the test that he
Problem
did
is, I have to
can be
start.
replicated by. You're interrupting me. You must have a reason for interrupting me, so go ahead.
Nah, finish it up, Danik.
So you can do this test yourself. It's a simple test of ratios based on angles that we can verify, and everyone I think can agree to that we can verify that the sun is 300 to 400 times further away than the moon. That's all I'm saying. So that is in stark contrast to what he had claimed as being theoretical math and non-observable and based on theory and assumptions.
So what's the circumference of the Earth?
25,000 miles.
So please help us. Walk us through how you would measure the distance of the sun at any given moment.
Why would you ask me what the circumference of this Earth is based on our interaction, our topic?
I was wondering if you believed in the common consensus of the diameter, the scientific consensus, and apparently you do, but it's all good. Listen, so how would you walk us through it, walk us through it.
Okay. So many times a year, you can look at the sun and the moon in the sky where the sun is half illuminated. So it means the sun, in order for it to be half illuminated, it has to be directly in opposition to it with respect to you at a 90-degree angle. So you look at the moon, and the moon's looking at the sun, and the angle between the moon and the sun and you is exactly a 90-degree angle. And you can verify that by counting pixels of the shadow and width of the moon at any time that you have one of these observations. And then
Dude,
the critical,
you lost me at counting pixels, bro. You lost me at counting pixels.
just to make sure you have the exact shadow on the sun, on the moon, that is directly in the middle, that's bisecting that circle, that is directly cut in half. You have a circle that's cut in half so that only see half of the circle is black and half of the circle is lit. That means the sun is in direct opposition to the moon. Now, if you don't believe that's possible or that's true, then of course our discussion stops here. That's a whole other discussion. But if you do accept that, because that's logical, that the sphere is up there and it's illuminated directly half, that there's a 90-degree angle between you, the moon, and the sun. Now, that's not the answer. The answer lies in the angle from your feet to the sun. If that angle to your feet to the sun is anywhere near 89.5 or 6 or whatever you can accurately measure, then that ratio trigonometrically will mean the sun is going to be 400 times further away than the distance to you to the moon. Even if you got it close, Aristarchus got it close for something, still means it's 30 or 40 times further away. But the actual measurements, which modern equipment can show that it's 400 times further away because the angle is 89.6.
I mean, I appreciate you answering and walking me through it all. But the thing is, bro, like, listen, like, you don't see all the room for error, like all the unknown variables that might play a part.
Has been
Or am I the only
progressively
one?
cleaned up over time due to the accuracy of instruments they're able to make. No, I might not have heard me. Yeah, the accuracy is getting increasingly better over time, and markedly since Aristarchus. So we have now a very accurate way of measuring these angles without margin of errors. We consistently see this angle regardless of where these two objects are in the sky. So it can't be a refraction, because if it's refraction, that angle of incidence due to the atmosphere would change it, and it doesn't. I mean, it's interesting, right? You can make these kind of measurements and do this yourself. Sure, dead. Test 1, 2.
No, I can hear you. I'm just not talking. I'm just listening.
It's pondering.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. I mean, all these ideas are compelling in their own way. The azimuthal grid of vision, the dome, crystalline structure, reflections, all that. But at some point, you have
All
to kind of
that.
narrow down.
All that what though, Anik? You know the personal
that.
dome is pretty damn accurate. As the Glober would
No,
say,
actually,
it's pretty good. It's close enough.
the dome is close enough. No, you can't. The dome doesn't work. It doesn't work at all, actually.
Why doesn't it, Zanuck?
Because
Please tell me.
because very simply, there's a impossibility of a dome containing certain objects when we measure a linear relationship between angles for every movement across the surface. This linear relationship is impossible on a flat surface.
Okay, can you repeat that again just for awesomeness? A lineal relationship is impossible on a flat surface.
Linear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just repeated it for awesomeness. That's okay.
Correct. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
A lot of these simulations that I've witnessed people make of the flat Earth model is flawed. They're flawed because the data that they put into the simulation or the program, right? It assumes that the sun has a constant elevation, right? But like I mentioned earlier, the sun doesn't have a constant elevation. It doesn't just go around in circles. It's very dynamic, and it goes up and down and all around, in and out. It expands,
That's yearly.
contracts. Yearly.
Yeah, yearly. Not okay. Well, I'm talking today, like right now. You and I can both look at the sun, measure it at whatever elevation in the sky that it is, and compare notes. And then we can measure the distance between us and see whether that models a flat surface between us or a curved surface between us for an object that we're both looking at.
I agree.
And when you do that, the dome cannot work because the linear relationship between the distance between you and me and the angle change being linear does not work on a flat surface. It can't work.
So we're gonna draw straight lines to objects we see in the distance.
So let's say they're above our head. We're only going to do it when it's right above our head.
What a crazy concept,
Something
though,
similar
Jeremy.
to it.
So,
Yeah,
If you draw straight lines to things that are directly above your head.
No. Aristarchus.
If you draw straight.
So now you don't have to worry about. Yes, straight line. Everyone agrees there's no refraction for something going straight through an atmosphere, a differential medium. No angle of incidence. That's been defined by the fact you're looking straight up. So there would be no angle of incidence because we're looking straight up. So that would be accurate. Yes.
Okay,
Now,
and now how is drawing lines?
Be a straight
How is drawing lines
not
straight?
straight up.
Hold on, Zanuck, you just went, bro. It's not your turn again. Were you not done?
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. That was somebody else.
No,
all
Zanuck,
right.
you totally did, dude. Because anyways, Jeremy,
You did,
please go
right?
ahead. Dude. Please go ahead, Jeremy.
So we're gonna draw a line straight up above us, and then what?
And then draw a straight line to another object.
To an object above our head, then what? How does that give us the shape of Earth?
Then you go to go some distance across the surface, and when to that sun is directly at the same spot above you, and measure the distance between you, and keep that obviously the perpendicularity of the GP from you and that object, and then see whether that comports with a round or flat surface. You'll find that it doesn't comport with a flat surface because you can't have a linear relationship between angular and distance.
I don't know what
60 nautical
angles
miles
you're getting. We're only drawing. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Well, we have think about it. You have to have an angle to the object because for that object to be above me at high noon and to be above you at high noon, there's gonna be an angle difference where it is in the sky.
Yeah. All we've done so far is drawn straight lines up above two people. How does that tell us anything? That there's an object above our head and we have a distance. We have a distance between them and a straight line going up. There's no angles. What angles?
Object straight above you at high noon. I should say maybe more latitudinally it'll be the same, but in the sky it'll be slightly shifted. That slight shift in the position of the sky will be an angle you can measure, like they did with it. They had an angle.
Oh boy, we're back to the 1500s, folks.
Right above your head. One was slightly inclined. Both at high noon. This is something you can do. Anyone can do this. You can do this you can do this in Mojave Desert. You can do this.
I know, Xanax.
In the ocean.
Okay, we can do it anywhere on Earth. We can do it anywhere on Earth. Yes. So far, all we have is a distance between two people, and a straight line going up from both of them. I don't know what angles you're talking about. You said we were just drawing lines straight up, right?
Yeah, but right, but the two objects. There's going to be an angle. There's going to be an altitude angle between those two. They're different. There's a co-altitude angle that will be different between those two objects.
What altitude angle? We're only drawing lines straight up. 100. We're only drawing lines straight up, right?
Yeah, two different objects. You have a different. I'll have a different GP of an object above me than you have above you. We can measure the angle between those two objects, and then find out.
So we're not drawing lines. So we're not drawing lines just straight up.
We are. Yes, we are going straight up to two different objects. The GP of a star that's above you today.
We're drawing a vertical line in the air. Just so we're clear. Because maybe I'm not following you. We're just drawing. We got two guys on the ground. We're drawing a line straight up from both of them, right?
Two different stars appear. Same sky, two different stars. So when we look at those two stars, there'll be a co-altitude angle that will be different.
What angle? Yo, my man, where are the lines? Hey, Xanax. Where's the lines that go? So two guys on the ground. Oh boy. Go ahead. I'll wait till you're done.
I was waiting for you. I was letting you talk.
We got two guys on the ground and a line going straight up. We got two guys on the ground and a line going straight up from both of them. What angle? Are those the only lines? Are there more lines than that? Are we drawing more lines than those two lines?
You want to ask it 3 more times? So we have the two lines. One bloke, another bloke, all looking straight up. Two different objects, Jeremy, are located as a GP. The co-altitude angle, the angle between those two. The angle between those two is a number you could look at as well. Even though both those objects are GPs for both observers, there is an angle difference between the two objects. That angle can tell you the distance between the two people on the ground making the measurements. Does that make sense?
Where is the third line? Is there a third line, or are we just dealing with just these two lines going straight up from the people?
There's an angle difference between the two objects. Like, for example, I got a red
What
star.
angle, bro? So far I have two, Zanuck, please. So far I have two lines going straight up in the air from two people. What angle
They're
are
two
you
different
talking about, bro?
They're two.
Yes,
Dude,
there's
I
two.
think everybody understands.
Dude, there's two angles. There's two lines going up from two people to two different objects. What angle are you talking about,
Well,
bro?
that
You're
angle,
confused.
the angle between the two objects. If you look at the North Star, you look at the pan of the Big Dipper. I forget the name of that star at the end of the top of the pan.
Okay, Zanuck, hold on.
There's a name.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish the thought. You make it clear. So we took two stars: the North Star and the pan of the Big Dipper. Pan star, the last one. I can't remember the name of it. There is an angle from you, and you'll be able to measure it. And both people can measure it. How many degrees those two objects are apart from one another in the sky? Would you not agree with that?
Okay, so we have two guys on the ground and two lines going straight up from them. Is there a third line anywhere in this whole scenario?
Yeah, the line between the two stars.
And we're gonna draw a line between the two stars.
Right.
Okay, now what? What angle are we getting?
Actually, it's not really exactly a line between the two stars. We're looking at an angular position from you to the two stars. We don't know what that line would look like, whether that one star is closer than the other. So looking at a line between the two stars is incorrect. I take that back. We're looking at an angle.
Oh my God, you're driving me nuts, Zanuck.
No, you're driving me nuts because you're making me say things I don't need to say. It's obvious, Jeremy. I have an angle.
What's obvious?
Because the horizon to the sun right above me is 90 degrees. Would you agree on the ocean? Close to 90 degrees.
Listen, I'm just trying to follow through with your scenario. I got two guys on the ground and two lines going straight up from them. Is there a third line involved?
No, there's no third line involved. We're just an angle.
Yeah,
What
I think
angle?
you guys are. Sorry,
What
I'm
angle?
sorry. I think you guys
An
are
angle
talking
between,
about.
I have an
You
angle
guys are
between,
talking about two different arguments right now.
No, I'm not. He's not understanding the simple fact that there is an angle measurement between any two objects in the sky. That can be measured very easily. Any kind of contraption can get together and measure a rudimentary angle between any two stars in the sky, and that'll remain constant for anyone on the Earth. Okay, so we have a star that had a 45-degree angle from you, and you have a car that's straight up. The 45-degree angle star will be 45 degrees angle in your field of view, different than the star that's right above you at 90. Not that complicated, and that 45 degrees will represent a distance between you, because one guy has a GP between you, the other guy has a GP of the star right above him, and they're both 45 degrees difference. That 45 degrees does not represent a linear distance between the two that is by a spherical surface. It will not work. It has to be. It won't be a flat surface. It has to be a spherical surface. You should
I
give up because
dude. I don't know. You got two guys. So far, we have two. In your scenario, we have two guys on the ground with lines coming up straight from them to two stars. Is there any other lines involved? Is there any other lines? Okay, so I don't know what you can glean from that information, but that doesn't tell me any. I don't know what you can glean from that.
The line between the two guys.
You
So
can't
there
glean
is a
anything
third
from that, Jeremy. You can't glean anything from that because what they try to do is they try to take the fact that the way that we visually see the world, meaning as things get further away from us, they appear to drop down towards the horizon. They take that arcing motion and claim that that is a curvature between the two individuals and that the lines are going straight.
Exactly.
And basically, you get the way you get the formula complete is if you complete each side to the triangle, right? 180 degrees, right, is a triangle, triangulation. And the difference in angle between you and Polaris to you and a certain star, right? You complete the triangle, so you have to estimate.
No, there's no
the
triangle. There's no triangle.
So how I have no idea how you're figuring it out. Then
Well, if you weren't, then listen. There's a distance between you and me. I can't see you. You're so far away. I'm in San Francisco. You're in LA. we both cite a star. We both cite a star and give it a GP because it's right above us. And we both know where that star is because we both have been looking at the stars forever. We have it mapped out. We know what that star is called. If it's the same for everybody, we have an angle between us. It does not comport with the fact that we don't know what the surface looks like. We are guessing what does the surface have to look like for this to be possible. Because it certainly can't be possible if we go 500 miles and we see this particular angle difference between these two stars, between the two observers looking at those two stars. So we then say that the surface is curved at this particular rate to accomplish that particular differential in angle between the two objects, which are GPs for both of us.
That's an assumption that the light from the stars is coming in completely parallel to a curved surface. Now, if we just took into account that these objects, we don't know the distance to them, but visually they curve in a radius specific to each individual of 3,959 miles as the radius of their perspective, then you get the exact same thing on a flat surface. Thank you very much.
You don't,
Do they curve?
because if you have
Do they curve downward?
Digital mic drop.
no, you
Do
don't,
they
that's not
curve down?
true. Because if it's near horizon, if it's near the horizon, you'll see a drastic difference in these distances.
Stop.
So now you want to start measuring stars near the horizon? Is that what you want to do? Because that's
No,
going to even be worse for you, bud.
Okay, you're just making things up now.
I have a question about the hypothesis. When you're saying that though there's those objects like curve, are you saying that they curve like downward? Is it like straight downward?
I
The
didn't say
direction in
that
which they curve?
I didn't say that they curve.
Okay, say
They
it again then.
optically appear to get closer to the horizon.
Why?
The radius of which, what do you mean, why?
Yeah, why does that happen?
Yeah, why does the ground appear to rise up towards your eye level when you look out towards the distance when we know that the ground isn't curving up?
Because perspective.
Oh, okay, cool. There you go. Bingo.
So why doesn't that follow the same rates that you would expect from perspective?
What do you mean?
If you're, for example, if you have a flat surface, you have an object 10 meters away, 20 meters away, 30 meters away, you want to guess how much each one of those are raising up in your view, you're going to use a certain laws of perspective or geometry to predict
Yeah,
that.
but the thing is, nobody's
let me
measured
just
this.
finish. Let me
Oh,
just
I
finish.
thought you
Sorry.
were finished. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a certain rate in which these things approach your eye level if you're looking horizontally and over a flat surface. And the stars don't follow that rate. So how come you're attributing the same mechanism if the rates don't match the mechanism itself?
You done?
I'm done now. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So the stars are outside our distance or our perspective, meaning our limit of perspective is set at 3,959 miles.
Why does that?
That mean a limit of perspective?
No. Let's investigate it. What is that? Where does that come from? Where we're getting that from? And
That's just
what
the way
exactly?
that it is. That's how we visually see the world. So what I'm saying is
how do you verify
we
that?
have the
Well, one
ahead.
way to. Oh, go ahead, Napalm.
No. I was just in the middle of talking and Bacon was.
Oh, I said that's just the way it is, and then I asked, how are you verifying? How did you verify that?
Yeah, all celestial observations can verify this for you.
How are you verifying that with celestial observation without assuming that the Earth is flat in the first place?
Well,
Oh wait, so I can't affirm the consequent, but you can?
I'm not affirming the consequence.
Well, one thing I'll throw in here: if the equator distance is 24,901 miles, if that's accurate, then the radius of that circle over on a planar surface, 24,901 miles, the radius of that is 3959. Or it's like 3963, I think, technically, something like that. But it's right at that number. So that would mean that from the equator to the North Pole is that 3963 number, and Polaris sets when you get to the equator.
Cookies. Oh
That's
man,
not
that's a
new
cookie jar
information.
moment.
Right. So let me see if I understand the claim that was being made about the limit of our perspective. I'm trying to understand what that actually means. So f below a certain distance, perspective works the way we think it works, right? At least that's what I understood. And after this limit, then for some reason perspective works differently. So why exactly is that the case, or how do you know that to be the case? Any of those
What
two
do you mean it
answers.
works differently? In your model, you have the same thing, right? Where you have this
Mhm.
celestial sphere where stars outside the solar system get set to infinity. Why can you have your cake and eat it too?
No, I use the same equation for both. I can use the same equations for both stars and objects on the ground. I'm not using a different rate. They're following the same equation. But the
No,
equation inputs a certain height. Yes, I can give you the equation and show that that's the case.
yeah. What I'm saying is that is our limit of perspective. So those objects can be passed further away than our limit of perspective, which is why your direct triangulation fails.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get what gives validity to the claim that there's a limit of perspective where it works differently.
Just as Gio alluded to, we have a limit to how we visually see the world. And it appears as though that each individual, each person has this limit set at a radius of roughly 3,959 miles.
Right. So let's say I have an object like a basketball, and then I move the object away from me in a certain direction. If I keep moving in that direction, in order to see the basketball, I don't have to move my head anyway. I just keep looking at that direction because that's the direction in which the ball is moving away from me, right? So far, so good. I can say that again if you didn't follow.
Sure. I mean, just try to get your point.
Well, I wanted to see where our common ground stops.
Well, I don't know how a basketball is the same as a star, but
I didn't say
whatever.
that. I'm trying to understand how you understand perspective.
What do you mean
See if,
how I understand perspective? Perspective
well,
is
I
not
think there's some.
something that's cut as dry as it's just straight trigonometry. I think that's been proven out. So
Yeah, I wanted to see where our common ground stops. So I think both you and me would agree that if a basketball moves away from me in a certain direction, and I'm looking at that direction, that's the direction in which I'm going to see the basketball. I can move it further and further and further. If I keep moving that direction, that's still going to be the direction in which I'm seeing the basketball, right?
I guess I don't know. Sure.
Right. But if there's some limit of perspective, let's say at what you said, the distances?
3,959 miles, roughly around
Oh,
4,000.
right, the radius. Okay, R. So after I move the basketball to the distance R, even if I move further in that same direction, am I going to see the basketball changing direction at that point, or it's still going to be at that direction? Or you don't know? I don't know. It's a fine answer. That's the answer. That's okay. What do you think happened if I
What do
move the
you
basketball?
mean by that direction? I don't
Okay,
know what
so
you
let
mean.
me. Right. So let's say
Because
I
just
am.
moving a basketball away from you is not analogous to something
Yeah, I'm not
in the sky.
trying to make that analogous to anything else. I'm just trying to understand your perspective, and where this limit starts and what happens after I reach it. So I have, let's say, my eyes are 2 meters above the surface. I'm over a flat surface that extends as far as I need that surface to extend. And then I also have a basketball at my eye level, so also 2 meters away above the surface. And then I move the ball away from me in any particular direction. Let's say due east. I start moving the basketball due east, and I keep that at eye level, so it's always 2 meters above the ground. So it's always exactly eye level, and it's always due east for me. If I keep moving that basketball, is that basketball at any point on while I'm doing that, not gonna be eye level or not gonna be due east.
Sure, yeah, you can have atmospheric effects that would cause that basketball to either rise above or drop below eye level.
Right. Is that the atmospheric effects that you're referring to when you've said a limit of perspective? Are you talking about atmospheric
Not
effects?
at all. Not at all.
Okay, so aside from atmospheric effects, is there a certain distance in which the ball will no longer be either at eye level or due east?
I don't know. Where are you trying to go with this, Bacon? I'm literally in the middle of work, and like, how is a basketball moving away from me analogous to a star?
I'm
Yeah,
not
'cause,
saying
I mean,
it's
Bacon-
analogous to a star. I'm trying to understand because you said there's a limit to our perspective. I'm trying to see how can I break that limit with using a basketball. I can't.
Well, we're talking.
No, because a basketball at 4,000 miles is, first of all, not going to be visible.
Okay, replace that by a very strong light source
Okay.
that I can see even at that distance, right? So what happens with the light source? Is at any point in which it's no longer due east or no longer at eye level?
Think of it this way. Let me just get to the point, since it's very horrible, this road you're trying to take me on. So let me just get to the point. If you want to get a better visualization as to what a limit of perspective would be like, something that's analogous but it's not the exact same, would be like taking a half dome paperweight and putting it on your desk and then moving a light source around that.
Just 1 second, please.
The light source gets rendered on the surface of that glass, right? And as
Sorry,
you move that
I
light
missed the
source
word.
around,
I
the
missed the
light
word.
source can move up and down and side to side, even without being moved directly in those directions from the
I'm not
observer.
following.
It can
I'm not
appear
following.
to be this way.
I'm not
What
following. I
word
missed
did I
one
say
word.
that you don't comprehend?
Yeah, paper something. You said paper something. I tried to understand what you said. I couldn't make
Paperweight.
out it.
A glass paper dome. You can use
Oh, a glass dome.
a glass sphere as well. I'm not
Right.
claiming here. I'm not claiming that there is a specific glass dome above us. I'm using it as a visual representation as to the limit of perspective, meaning
Okay, so start
everything
again.
within that glass dome is going to whatever follow what you would consider normal perspective, yada yada yada, so on and so forth.
I'm lost. Well, hang on. You lost me. You lost me in the beginning
All right.
of that.
Look, if you look at the visual, I just posted one that shows the little glass dome thing, and yeah, I'm also not saying that the sky is a glass dome. However, just like Napalm said, I'm just backing up what he said with the visual. If you see at the beginning of that gift, you see how like it's got a little glass paperweight thing. It's got a little azimuthal equidistant map underneath it, and he's got a little pen light, and all that is just showing here is how if you see at the beginning of the GIF, there's a little dot of the light that is on the dome, even though, the pen light is an inch or two away from it. So it just shows how you can have some kind of larger system of lights, as it were, that would be kind of projecting or displaying on a localized dome region.
Right. So we're not talking about limit of perspective then. We're talking about
Yes,
light refracting on the dome. Is that it?
No. In this analogy, no. It's just used as an analogy. In this analogy, the limit of perspective would be the glass dome. The lights, whatever's beyond it, is beyond it, and what you're seeing is what's showing on the glass dome in your perspective region.
Right. So what's happening there? Okay. So the glass dome represents the limit of perspective. So in that case, what happens is the path of light it changes after it enters that dome. So is that what the limit of perspective does? Light bends when it enters it?
No.
Okay, so I'm not following that. What does the limit of perspective actually do? Not something else that does something else.
It just
real quick, let me try something. So
wait,
basically,
let Napalm respond though, because it was a direct.
all right, cool.
Yeah, it just kind of sets your limit as to how things are going to be rendered to you visually, right? So things that are outside that limit are still going to follow that same arc or have the same radius, the 3,959 radius, even though the objects may be past that. In the way that that flashlight is above that glass dome, the light is rendered onto that glass dome, and as it gets moved around, like you can do this yourself, right? As that light gets moved, the dome can drop that light down, even though the light is staying at a same elevation over a flat surface. The dome is what's rendering it downwards, meaning your limit of perspective is what's going to draw that downwards. Now, if we go back to like Gio explained, if we have this dome of vision, right? Not a specific hardline dome, but anything past our limit of vision is going to be drawn downwards and upwards based on the same radius because that's the limit to our perspective. Then we would get visually what we see with Polaris, where it appears to set on the horizon at the specified distance that it does because it is reaching. We've gotten far enough away from it that our limit of perspective draws it so far down to the horizon that it no longer becomes visually renderable.
Well, I think the question stands because what you're presenting there with that dome, yes, the position of the light can be changed from that because of that dome, and the mechanism for that is that the path of the light is changing after it goes through the surface of that dome. So if that's not happening, if the path of light isn't changing from this dome of distance that exists around an observer, then what is then the mechanism that is changing the position which I'm seeing things?
What is the mechanism that draws the ground towards eye level? Is it light bending?
No.
What is the mechanism?
For what exactly?
When I visually look out towards the horizon, what is the mechanism that causes the ground to appear to rise or ramp up towards my eye level?
Well, the direction of each point is physically higher the further it is. It's not changing to be higher. That is the direction which it already is.
What
So
is the causal
perspective,
mechanism?
there's no
It's
causal
perspective.
mechanism
Thank
because that's
you.
already. One second. There's no
No, no,
causal
he's trying
mechanism.
to trick you.
I have nothing
He's
more
trying
to
to trick
say.
One
you.
second. I wasn't finished. There's
That's
no
not true.
causal. Once I wasn't finished, there was no causal mechanism because those are the direction in which the things you're looking at already are. And that's what I was asking from the basketball. In order for the basketball not to be due east and not to be eye level, I have to see it in a direction that the basketball isn't actually there, which is not the case for a ramping, something that appears to ramp up in my view, because all those points that I'm seeing that are closer and closer to my eye level are all in the direction that they physically are from my eye. So there's no mechanism to change anything of that. They're already in their actual positions.
So if I'm walking away from Polaris, let's say I start with Polaris at my zenith, which I would love to see that, by the way. But if as I walk due south, is the direction of Polaris as it goes down towards the horizon, is somehow that direction changing?
From your orientation, yes.
What do you mean?
Well, we use our own orientation to determine what's the direction of Polaris. So, for example, if I'm at the North Pole, my upward vector points at Polaris. If I am at the equator, my upward vector points perpendicular to Polaris. By moving away from Polaris, my upward vector is tilting, and the elevation of Polaris is relative to my upward vector. So the direction relative to my
What?
upward vector is physically changing.
The
On a global
direction to your upward vector. So let's
Yes,
use your
relative to
basketball
me.
example and let's put your basketball on, I don't know, a hoop that's 10 miles high. If I'm standing below that hoop, and I move further away from it, what's the difference between that and Polaris?
Are you doing that over a flat surface or over a curved surface?
A flat surface.
Well, when I answered about Polaris, I was picturing it as a curved surface.
Oh my god, dude. I'm done. No offense, but I have work to do. I'm like,
That's
if you
okay.
can't comprehend what I'm saying at this point, I'm pretty sure the room does. So
I didn't say I didn't comprehend. You asked me a question and then you had a follow-up question. But I noticed you thought I answered based on a flat surface, while I answered on a curved surface. So I pointed it out. I didn't say I didn't understand something.
Yeah, Napalm, we got it though. No worries, brother.
yeah, I mean, it's crystal clear to everybody else. And this whole what direction and vector thing is just to divert away from the fact that you don't want to actually understand what I'm saying, because it completely refutes and destroys everything that you use to claim that we live on a globe.
So you're not only gonna back off the conversation, you're gonna claim victory before you do that. That's okay too.
Yep.
So do you still not understand, or
Oh, if you're
are you
willing
like?
to explain me, I'm all ears.
Well, are you honestly like not understanding him, or are you just trolling right now? Like I'm curious.
Oh, I think I understood many things that he said, and some of the things that I don't think I got a satisfying answer for yet.
Well,
I'm not sure
well,
what
let me
you're
try to
asking me.
portray a picture for you, so maybe you might understand. So you understand that when he talks about limited perspective, he's not talking about refraction or anything like that. He's literally talking about optical perspective.
Yeah, that
How
was
things
clarified during the
there's a
conversation. I
yeah, so
understand.
there's a vanishing point, right? 180 degrees in all directions. It's regular geometry, right? So 360 degrees is a circle, so half of that, right? Whether you're flat earther or not, let's just pretend that at least the surface is flat and we have a dome over us, right? Or at least that the stars, the sun and the moon arc over our heads, right? So they arc over our heads. So there's a 180-degree arc over our heads from the east to the west. So from one horizon, right in the east, to another horizon in the west, there's 180 degrees. You following me?
I think so, yeah.
So if you're at 90 degrees, you're right in the middle of the two horizons, right? And you're watching the luminaries arc over your head. So at the zenith, they're 90 degrees perpendicular. As the
One
luminaries
second, one second.
start,
I lost
as
you. I lost you for a
all right,
second.
all
I'll
right,
go back a little bit. So you said I'm right in between the two horizons, right?
yeah, you're in between the two horizons. Each
Mm-hmm.
horizon is at literally at 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep it simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in the middle of a 180-degree arc, and right over your head is the zenith, right? The middle point of 180 degrees, which is 90 degrees, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you're watching everything in the sky moving over your head and setting, right? When it sets at 180 degrees from the other horizon, which is 90 degrees from you. So
For
from
my
the
zenith.
observer, everything sets at 90 degrees. So just
Mm-hmm.
for the conversation's sake, pretend in the simulation that the sky is fixed at all times, so we don't have to worry about Polaris precession, right, or arcing or orbiting the Earth, right? Just for a second. So you're at Polaris, like our brother here mentioned. You're at Polaris, right underneath it,
Mm-hmm.
at its zenith. So it's literally perpendicular over your head. Now it's fixed. It's not going to move. Instead, you're going to move, and you're gonna walk, or you're gonna run, or you're gonna travel any direction. It doesn't really matter. So Polaris is fixed at a certain elevation over your head at the zenith, right? So while you move over, you're watching Polaris. As you keep moving, you're watching Polaris start to dip. It's starting to set, not because Polaris is moving, but because you're moving.
I
And
understand.
the further you travel away from Polaris, the closer Polaris will get to your field of view's vanishing point, which is at 100, which is actually at 90 degrees.
Right. Can
So
you
by
stop
the
for a
time
second?
well, hold on, I'm almost done. So by the
Sure.
time Polaris starts to reach the horizon, because you keep moving so far away, it's just about to dip over the horizon. And that literally happens at around 93 degrees, where Polaris will be completely obscured by the optical horizon.
Okay, was that an attempt to explain the mechanism of the limit of perspective?
It's the limit of perspective. It has nothing to do with refraction. We're not
Right.
invoking
So
refraction here.
I
We're not
wasn't.
invoking the curvature of the Earth. Just simple.
Yeah. So everything that you said to me was already understood as the claim I was trying to address. Right.
Why are we debating then?
Because
You
I'm
said you
not.
didn't
I'm not
understand.
with a. I'm not having trouble understanding what the claim is. I'm having trouble understanding how to account for this on flat Earth. So, if the claim is that that happens because of perspective, there is a relationship in which you would expect that to happen. So, if you have an object a certain distance away from the surface and you back away from it, it drops at a certain rate. That rate, if you're saying that's caused by perspective, would be determined by an equation that depends on how high the object is and how far you're moving away from it. Stars don't follow that equation, don't follow the relationship that perspective would dictate. It follows a different one.
Bacon, can you see this image I'm posting in the chat right now?
Yeah, so let me just summarize to lie
No,
on
because what
my
you're
whole.
saying, I mean, what you're measuring is a drop in the visible hemispherical dome of stars that you see. I'm not calling the whole dome, the whole thing above us, a dome. That image I just posted shows how you have like a local dome, like a little planisphere that you're within. Now, whatever the stars are up out there, however far they are, whatever shape they're in, is beyond what we're able to perceive. We're seeing what we're seeing. So that drop, that declination is in the sphere of your perspective dome. It's not the sphere, it's not the surface that's curved. So
No, I
that
understand that claim.
linear exponential relationship works with this. This is what they've inverted to push the globe lie. They've inverted this
How are you getting a linear prediction from that?
because the star is dropping this. If you're trying to take it like a flat plane with a flat plane of stars and not involving perspective, that's not how we actually see. So you have to actually incorporate the fact that we see in a hemispherical region around us on a
Yes.
massive planar surface.
No, yeah, sure. Let's apply perspective to that. And you think if I have this this flat plane of stars above a flat Earth surface, as those stars move ahead of me, they would rise and set in a at a linear rate.
Yep.
So Bacon, let's say we take the stars and we put them at 4,000 miles away on a flat surface, but the 4,000 miles away is an arcing dome around us, and as we move, that dome updates. What would be the relationship, and how would it be different than on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, with the assumption that the stars are at an infinite distance and that the light is coming in parallel? What's the
Do you
difference
s-
between the two?
Yeah, when you say the dome update, so I understand the scenario you're proposing, are you referring to the movement of the stars over time? Is that what you're referring to?
I didn't say anything about the stars moving. Let's say the
No, you
stars are
said the
stationary.
dome updates. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
As you move, that's all.
Oh.
As you change positions, it will, just like on Stellarium when you put on the azimuthal grid. As you move around, it changes. That's
Yeah,
all.
but so he's referring to the dome I see, not the actual dome that updates. Is that it?
Nobody said anything about an actual freaking dome, dude.
Oh, so I don't know where to put the stars
Oh,
in
never
what you
mind.
just said. Then. Where should I place the stars to picture what you have in mind? I would just want to understand what you have in mind.
He's just saying that okay, if you have a 4,000 mile limit of perspective around you, radius limit around you, he's just saying, I believe he's saying, as you move around the surface of the Earth, you're going to see a different section of sky, meaning that personal region of that you can see changes as you move because you're moving on the surface, so it moves with you because it's your perspective limit.
Oh, I understand that like the positions of things around me will change after I move on the surface. That I get, and if you want to attribute each one of those directions to a point on the sphere around you to represent your field of view around you, this sphere of all light, all the light that is coming to your eyes, I also understand it. That's not where my contention is. My contention is using that explanation and get a linear relationship between distance and amount of angle dropping over a flat surface. That's what I want. I need a better mechanism for it. I mean, if you want to claim refraction, upward light bending, I think that could work.
So if
But none of
what
the other.
it's not refraction, dude, it has nothing to do
I'm not saying
with
it does.
refraction. So if we have this, like we're talking about, azimuthal grid, quote unquote, dome of vision, nothing physical, right? That the stars are presenting themselves to us in. Meaning, as we move away from Polaris, because Polaris doesn't move, so we'll just use that one. As we move closer to it, it rises up in our field of perspective. As we move further away from it, it dips down. And it follows a relationship of how many degrees per quote unquote nautical mile. And the reason you guys use nautical mile is because that's derived from what? The center of the earth outward, which is what has been done for everything, is what all of your
Well,
quote unquote nautical
use a
miles
statue mile
deal
then.
with the center of the earth and a degree of the surface from the center of the earth. But what we're saying is you are the center. The hemispherical dome that you're measuring the degree to is the celestial sphere. And as you move on this flat surface, you're constantly updating where that center is because you are the center. That's why all of this works out mathematically to be the exact same way as how you guys claim 60, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. This can only work on a curved surface. No, that nautical mile was derived from the alleged center of the earth. So it begs the question of the surface to begin with.
Oh, how are you working out that mathematically without even having?
You know how a
the height?
nautical mile was derived?
How are you deriving mathematically that the observation will be the same if
Do
you
you
don't
know
even
how
have
a
a height?
nautical mile is derived?
Can I finish my question? Then you can ask another one. How do you figure out that you can use a flat surface and derive the same relationships if you don't even have a distance to the stars to place them, and then derive what relationship you should see? How are you getting that you should be the same
Can I make
if
a
you don't
quick
even
comment?
have the model?
Can I make a quick comment? Because I've been trying to get it for like a half hour. The comment I want to make is that we don't. It's not to use a nautical mile. We can use a statute mile. It's not derived from using or from a consequent of the spherical diameter or circumference of the Earth. We just measure this. We know we measure angular distances to certain stars, and we get linear distances that are comporting with a spherical surface, not a linear surface, a flat surface.
It's
So
only
you say
comporting
that
to a
Polaris
spherical
pulls
surface
the distance
based
that
on
we
the
away from it.
assumption of the stars being at an infinite distance and light coming in parallel to a curved surface, nothing of which has been substantiated, which is why I say that you can flatten that surface out and you can put in the dome of perspective and you get the exact same result.
Oh, I
So
had
that's
never
not
saw
true.
this demonstrated. I mean, I keep hearing this claim,
That's not
but
true.
I would like to see this equivalence being shown, not just claimed.
Go
Yeah.
outside and as you move, you will see the stars updating based on your movement.
Yeah, I agree that happens. I'm asking if this is the prediction from what you should see on a flat Earth and what you should see on a globe Earth could be equivalent. Not just what I actually observe. I know what I actually observe matches what you should expect to see on a sphere. But if you're saying you should expect to see the same thing on a flat surface, there's this mathematical equivalence,
Close
and you're just claiming it. You're not actually showing that
is with the moon, for
this
example.
mathematically.
We know the
One second, Zenik. You're not showing that this mathematical equivalence exists, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
Also, we can nowhere near.
You're breaking up.
If
Not infinitely far, and it's still roughly about a curved surface. In fact, so it is.
You broke up, Xanik.
We could use things like the moon, which are much closer, and get a roughly the same type of result, showing there's nowhere near a flat surface. It has to be a round surface. Because this relationship between distance and angle is not representative of a flat surface.
All right. Sounds like you just repeated a mantra without actually listening to the conversation, but maybe you were breaking up. I don't know.
Sorry, I was going.
This is
So
basically.
let me ask you a question. So how far? So what is the moon's? How far away is the moon's GP when it's set to the observer? Dude,
I muted him. Xanik, you're breaking up. I had to mute you. Go ahead, Napalm.
I mean, that can be for Bacon or Xanik or whatever. Like, how far away are the GPs of the things that appear to set in the distance?
It depends on the thing.
What's the difference between the moon, sun, and stars?
Are you asking for the distance to the moon, sun, and stars, or for the distance to their GPs?
I didn't ask for the distance to those objects. I asked, what is the distance to the GP?
Yes, that's what I just asked. If you are asking about the bodies or the GPs. So if you're asking about the GPs, then it does matter if it's the moon, sun, or stars, because the moon has more parallax than the stars. So the relationship between angle and distance isn't exactly the same.
Correct. So what is the distance to the GP of the moon when it's setting for an observer?
I have to calculate that. Are you talking about when the bottom limb sets, or the top limb sets, or just the center?
We'll say the center for the sun and the moon, and then, well, you can't even really get one for the stars because they're
unresolvable.
Really set on the horizon, which is interesting.
They're unresolvable. Yeah, they get too dim before you can see the setting.
Why is that? Why can't we see the stars intersect the marine horizon?
Well, there's more and more atmosphere, the closer you are to the surface. So the more the angle to something approaches horizontal, is going to go through more air. So more light is going to be scattered, and less of the star you can see.
And it just happens to be that's. Sorry.
So this light is so bright that you can see it from billions of light years away, but somehow it can't push through a few miles of Earth atmosphere.
Well, when I see it at night, it's already very faint. I mean, if I turn on the light of my room, I can't see the stars anymore. So saying that you can see them from very far doesn't mean that there's a lot of light getting to the surface, because even during night, where you can see them, they're still very faint compared to any other thing that emits light. So yeah, they're barely visible. If you just turn on your room's light, you can't see stars anymore. And sometimes even you can see stars if you just got out of a clear room. It takes a while for your eyes to adjust for you to see stars. So yeah, they're not that bright. So yeah, it's quite easy for them to not be visible.
And I was just going to say, though, it just happens to be that that's at the claimed radius of the Earth, 3960 miles, like, around 3959. It happens to be that everything disappears, from us at that exact distance that they claim is the radius of the Earth, even though it's actually optical due to perspective.
Well, who said that that's the distance in which stars disappear?
Well, what happens when you get to the equator to Polaris?
It's closer to... It's basically at the horizon.
Yeah, it sets. It vanishes. And the radius...
I think that...
The radius of the 24901 circle is 3959 to Polaris.
That's not the distance from the North Pole to the equator.
Well, you and I have not measured that ourselves to check that. I'm just saying the radius of a circle over a planar surface is. But you can also measure it in other places as well. Like you don't even have to go to Polaris. You can just measure 4,000 miles somewhere else on the Earth, and the stars will also set at that limit.
Well, if you're on a globe and stars are very far, you'd expect to get them on the horizon when your distance to their GP is a quarter of the Earth's circumference. So if that's the distance in which you are claiming we are from the GP where it disappears, then I don't see why you'd think that's a coincidence. Maybe I didn't get your point. I'm not sure.
But Gio, you don't think we can measure something 3,000 miles away, something like the moon, that we can actually see contours, see shadows, see objects hit it? I mean, we know that this distance is over hundreds of thousands of miles away. So this claim that the star is vanishing because it coincidentally follows this radius of presupposed radius or circumference of the Earth is a little bit silly because we know that these things are much further away.
No, we don't,
We can
because the
measure.
things you want to try to
Oh,
bounce
we
off of
can.
it, like if you're trying to bounce light off of these objects and get it in return, you're making a complete assumption about the medium in which that light is traveling between you and that object. So if you're
What
incorrect
assumption am I going to make?
about what that, if you're incorrect about the medium in which that light is traveling through, to be able to bounce off of it and come back to you, if you're incorrect about the density of that, you can be vastly off on your distance calculation.
In what way? How would you be making an error in that distance calculation if you didn't understand the medium for which we do understand it in certain ways? Obviously, we travel through it. We know what we're going through. We can also get telemetry data to know how far and how fast
We
we're
do
going
not
with
travel
respect to the
through it.
ground we left.
You and I
Hold on.
do not travel through it.
We as humans have instruments that can be measuring this. You can see it. The instrument could be your eyeball and a stopwatch. You can see the thing take off. You can see how it angularly changes size. That angular change of size is its velocity. So we can tell by how long it's traveling, how fast that rate of the angular size is changing, where it's going to be with pretty accurate predictive results. Why wouldn't you? Because that's how things move. They move through this perspective, and that perspective
Dude, you're just
is
off in the weeds.
determining. No, I'm not. It's not the weeds at all. I'm saying I can see a spaceship take off, and I can see it get smaller in time. I have a stopwatch in one hand and a telescope in the other, and a way to measure the angle. I can tell how far it is away by how the angular size is. Do you not agree that I can tell how large the object is, like the Space Center, for
What does
example?
that have to do with the
Space
moon?
Station? Because you can see the moon, you can actually bounce radio signals off of it. You're saying because we don't know
What does that
what
have
the
to do with
medium
the
is.
angular size of a rocket going away from you and bouncing radar signals off the moon?
Because it's no different that you can measure things at a smaller scale. That is like a template for how we can measure things like the moon.
Two different forms of measurement. Dude, you're all over the place. No offense, Zanuck, but
Yes.
all you're doing is you're just
Using
diverting
all,
the
yeah,
conversation away. You're just diverting
well,
it away from the fact that we just
I'm not.
completely exposed how perspective has been hijacked into leading you all to believe that you live on a sphere.
Did you?
Hey, real quick,
Which part? I think I lost that part of the conversation.
Is there a muddy in the waters fallacy? Because I think that we should add that to the list.
Fairly stated.
Giving you the information that you need to decide what information actually is truthful and logical. If we can send radio waves to the moon and have a bounce back, or we can triangulate it from ground-based observations, no different than we can parallax triangulate things like the ISS or satellites that we see in the sky, and get verifications by where those things are in relation to other people on the surface, and we know and known distance between them, suddenly gives us a strong argument that those objects are farther than 3,000 miles away.
Did I say that the stars are 3,000 miles away?
Yes, he said everything is 3,900 miles away at the limit of our perspective.
No, he didn't.
Does that mean that those objects are at that distance, or that is the limit of our perspective?
Oh, it'd be interesting if they were further than that.
Dude,
How far are they then?
don't know, Xanax. All we know is that we have a
That
limit.
was a test to see if you've been listening, Xanax.
I would say that I would agree that the Xenix's response doesn't really match Naples' claim.
Thank you. That is correct.
I think you misunderstood what the points were being made were.
Yeah, and he kind of diverted into a whole nother topic, which is shooting radars at the moon. It wasn't really the topic.
Well, I think
we were talking about where things vanish. We're talking about where things vanish in the sky, visibly, perspective, etc. We're not really talking about the idea of rocks in space or any of that. That wasn't even the discussion.
Yeah, I think Xenix's response could be valid if what he understood to be the argument was the argument. It just wasn't. Like I wouldn't say that he was intentionally divergent.
No, that's not true.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was following the argument. I was basically using the argument to dispel the idea that we can't see or validate things that are further than 3,950 miles away.
Nobody made that claim.
Yeah, no one said that's how far away it is.
Also, the argument's circular anyway.
I know that.
The argument was circular anyway, though, even if that was true, right? Because he's saying, well, we've been to the moon and it's X distance away, which is a claim in itself. And therefore,
I didn't say that.
Well, you said that we can shoot rockets to the moon.
So we shoot rockets up, and as they leave the atmosphere, we can actually see their angular size change, and with time and the angular size change verified the speed, we know how far away they are over time.
Right. So what I said was accurate, and you're just saying nah. Anyway, cool.
No, we're seeing rockets that are farther than 3,000 miles away.
So literally, what I said was accurate, and then you said nah. Anyway, this is why people don't like talking to you, bro.
No, I didn't say we assumed that we had gone to the moon. I didn't say anything about that. I said we were able to validate distance based on observations that we have to a certain extent. We can't see 3,000 miles, but we can certainly see, something maybe 1,000 miles. We see certain objects that are 1,000 miles away.
What do you think I said?
You said we are validating distances because we assumed that we went to the moon. We've taken spaceships to the moon, so we know how far that distance is. Therefore, we know we can see farther than 3,000 miles. I didn't say that, and you said that.
So how is that different to what you just said just then? You're talking about angular size change over distance.
Because we're looking at things we actually validate their distance, like the ISS, like satellite.
How are you? You're like strawmanning yourself at this point. How are you in such a tangle?
I'm not. What are you talking about? Listen very carefully, Crypto. I'm talking about objects. So I said I'm going to talk about clarity, and you want to talk over me. I just want to be very clear.
No, you win.
So you're going to do it again. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no, you win. You win. Well done. You win.
Yeah, so we were originally talking about the distance at which the stars vanish due to perspective, right?
Correct. The limit of a perspective. That was what I was disagreeing because we actually have seen.
Yeah, and how that's been hijacked to assert the sphere. By the way, I was going to say earlier, this whole thing is actually pretty similar to Eratosthenes. It's actually a very similar concept. It's a similar deception. It's in the same category. It's just a slightly different. By taking a stick and putting it in the ground, it's using the light to reflect on the surface to make the assumptive conclusion of by assuming a distance to the sun. Whereas what we're talking about with like the stars setting and rising due to your perspective,
has to do with your line of sight. So it's like it's similar to a stick in the ground. It's almost like could be converted like your body, like in the one where the stars are setting. It's like your body is the stick and your eyeballs is the line of the light. Whereas when the stick in the ground, it's the stick on the ground and then the shadow on the ground. They're actually very closely related. It's a similar inversion and pretty
What about-
classic. That's one of the main things that they try to push this globe lie. They've just inverted perspective and asserted the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, then what about Aristarchus then? If you're gonna see this moon set over and over again, and you see the Aristarchus calculation, you can do it, replicate it yourself. How is it possible for you to say that something near the horizon, like the moon, is less than 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles away? You see it very clearly, and then you see something like the sun, also roughly the same distance, also very clearly, but it's supposed to be 400 times further away. You're not off by a little bit, Gio. You're off by a lot. I mean, unless you have some explanation for his measurement, which doesn't have to be his measurement, it can be my measurement. I've done it many times.
Yeah, you broke up again, man. I'm not sure what the end of that, what you were saying there. You broke up.
Oh, was it hot miking? Sorry, I forgot to turn off my microphone.
You talking about me, Gio, or Bacon?
Bacon was hot miking a little, but it wasn't a big deal. No, I was saying that you broke up as well.
Oh yeah. So how do you rectify the situation that we can see further than 3,900 miles away? Because if we have Aristarchus's information, which is a measurement you can make yourself, where the sun is 400 times further away, yet both are clearly visible at the horizon as they disappear. But one obviously is 400 times further away, unless you have some explanation as to why we see Aristarchus's the geometric positions of these objects in such a way that it would prove that the sun is 400 miles away, 400 times further away. Sorry.
Yeah, you want to get into the assumptions of how they're assuming. You want to get into the assumptions of that. I mean, the sun and the moon are two circles that are roughly the same size. How do you think you've concluded that one of them is 400 times a different distance? We'll break down the assumption again.
No, not an assumption. Clearly, you're not following the actual test. We see an object half lit. Now, you can make assumptions there why it's half lit, but we have a half lit moon, quarter moon actually, but half lit moon in our field of view, and that assumes that there's a 90-degree angle between us, the moon, and the sun for that to occur. Now, you saying that's not possible, or that's not happening?
Yeah, it's an assumption. You just made an assumption.
What's an assumption? Show me. So where's the assumption in that?
You just said the word assumption, Zanuck. You said we can assume.
I'm sure.
You just said the words, bro. Do you listen to yourself?
Well, yeah, we can.
You just said we can make the assumption.
Yes, I listen to it.
And then I said, yeah, there's the assumption. You said that's not an assumption. Like, are you all right?
No, the assumption that the Earth is being lit by the sun. Is that an assumption?
No.
Yeah, it's an assumption.
He said
he's
not. He said he's not all right.
How else is it being lit? So it's not. No, I'm not all right.
It's an assumption that the Earth.
I'm not all right with what you said, Gio.
Yeah, you've
clearly saying, come on, let's not play. Let's not play games.
You've made an assumption.
You know we have the sun,
Earth, and moon are all three. All right, your connection's real bad. You're making an assumption right there that the sun, moon, and Earth are three balls or three separate objects. That's one assumption. There's more to come.
Yeah, well, so you don't think the moon is an object? You don't think the moon is an object? I don't care what the shape of the Earth is. All I care about is that the sun's an object and the moon's an object.
Well, it depends on what you mean by object. They are celestial, viewable.
Something physical you can, something that light can bounce off of.
No,
the
that would be-
celestial bodies, they're identified as celestial bodies and they travel around a circuit. There's no like, you make the assumption that that's like stuff that you can actually interact with, like walk on it, land stuff on it. That's an assumption. The other assumption being that one severely is a different size than the other. From my understanding, they're both 51 kilometers. Hang on, Zanuck. From my understanding, they're both 51 kilometers in diameter based on the Vibes of Cosmos, again, model and what they show. And that entire model, before you even speak it down, holds more weight than anything that you speak about, period. You're hand-waving away of the globe as a model. Or sorry, hand-waving your way the flat Earth as a model. Apologies.
Okay, can I speak now?
I don't know. Can you? Shoot.
Okay, well, listen. So I'm talking about an object that we all agree that there are some type of objects. They're illuminating. We can see light coming from them. We can also see reflective light that matches the light that came from the sun. So I don't know where you get in this whole thing about they're the same size, or one has to be 400 times further away for those angles to comport with one another. So we have an 89.6 degree angle at our feet to the moon versus the angle to us, the line to us to the moon. And the moon to the sun to us is 90 because we have a half lit moon. That is obvious. So you can say that's not true. That's fine. You can challenge that. But all this evidence points to that sun being 400 times further away. And you're disagreeing with that because of reasons. You're not making any sense with any of the objections other than what you think the Earth and the sun and the moon are.
Okay, I'm just going to address you directly on this one point. I'll withdraw after this and just saying that it's not assumptions when I'm following a model that has written and video literature that follow it and show it all prescribed with dimensions, etc. You, on the other hand, have none of that.
Are you kidding me? That's
not.
A baseless assertion right there. That's a baseless assertion.
From
Everything
a standpoint of what, Zanuck?
A model that has predictive, quantifiable, repeatable, calculable values
based on measuring your shadow, which was done back in the 1500s.
No, I didn't. That's a non sequitur and a straw man all combined in one. When did I ever say shadows? Which shadow did I ever mention? Please.
Asking you do hold up the globe model.
I didn't say shadows. I never mentioned shadows.
No, I didn't. That wasn't my question, though. My specific direct question on it was, you do speak to the globe model, and measuring your shadow is one of the things that they do to, quote, prove their model. Is it not?
One of the thousands of things. Yeah, that shadow can be one test that tends to work pretty well, but that's not the only one. There's thousands of tests you can do to prove that the Earth is a sphere. For example, going up in elevation, why does the horizon drop precipitously as you go higher? Comporting with a spherical shape. Why do objects also disappear in the distance?
All right, this is quickly going into a Gish gallop at this point.
I'll withdraw.
No, he mentioned all the ways that I am asserting a globe based on shadows and other types of things that he says do not work as well as his model of a flat Earth, which I believe is far less accurate. It has a fraction of the evidence that I have to produce for a round Earth. So we're not Gish galloping. We're now comparing whose evidence is stronger than the others for something that is, he's saying, is assumed on both sides.
Yeah, but you're just throwing things out there
using,
like, oh, I increase in elevation, therefore the Earth is a globe because the horizon is below eye level. Dude, it's the same on a flat surface.
Yeah. So what would cause? No, it's not the same. When
Yeah,
I'm
it
at
is.
30,000 feet, the flat surface would
Oh my
be
God, we're
rising at
not
eye.
going to
No,
your
it would be
stupid
rising at eye level.
airplane,
You can
30,000
yes.
feet, and then your red lights and all this kind of shit. We went through this yesterday. It's like the same thing over and over again on repeat. And no matter how many times we dispel it, you just come back to reassert
No,
it as if
you
somehow
haven't
you have
dispelled it
some sort
ever.
of like
How do you?
intellectual high
Okay. Why
ground
don't
to
you
be
tell
able
me
to
how you
hold
dispel?
just because you continue to
So how do you?
reassert.
Please tell me how you dispel
We're
me
not even talking
flying
about
at
that, dude. We're not going down that road.
10,000
The
feet.
problem is you come up with the same things that we dispel day after day just for you to come in to throw it back out there so we
You
dispel it
haven't
again.
dispelled it though.
Guess what? I'll talk with Bacon again about how perspective has been hijacked. He's going to act like he doesn't understand or comprehend what I'm saying. It'll happen again in a week or a month
Yeah,
or
don't
something like
poison
that.
the
I'll have
well.
to go through and reiterate the same points over and over again.
Yeah, don't poison the well, please.
Well, yeah, I was sort of
Are you
hoping to
saying
not.
that to Zanuck, Bacon?
No, to you, since you said I would act like I'm not understanding. That's
All right.
poisoning the well.
I'll retract the poison. I hope
Yeah,
someday
that was
you understand.
it. Really was.
Thank you.
I was just hoping to avoid the Xana Gish Gallop because he was about to take us into his little rifle of things that, like Napalm was saying, that we've gone through a million times. I was hoping to be able to, stay on a topic that we could actually get to the bottom of, rather than just going off on his trail of whatever all his little things he has.
Well,
Which
well,
we've already
Gio, I was
kind of
trying to
done
there.
that, because we've already done that actually, because we were talking about something pretty interesting, and basically, Zanuck, you've kind of derailed it and you brought up all these other things, which, I mean, I guess the conversation can flow, in a way, but it's like we've had to go through all these other things rather than the original, getting to the bottom of the original discussion that we were on. So. I mean,
Well,
some leapfrogging can happen in conversations, but it just seems like if we leapfrog from one thing, you know what I mean? Like, it's like you didn't really want to actually confront the things that we were on. So then you're like, oh, what about Aristarchus? And what about my airplane HUD display and all these other things? And it's like, well, did we actually get to the bottom of the original one? Like, I'm not saying anyone has to concede or anything. I'm just saying, like, it'd be nice to intellectually get to the roots of what we were on rather than just flying off and all these other things.
That was my problem
well,
for pulling it away, because he mentioned the 400 times the size light source, blah blah blah, and I walked in with the 51 kilometers. So I apologize for pulling the conversation off.
Then it goes back. If you don't want to use that, then why don't you say, "Yeah, that's interesting, Zanuck. We have a value based on a measurement that really says that these objects are much further away than the 3,900 miles of the limit of perspective," as Napalm was saying. If
but
that's
you
the
don't
case,
have
if there's
that
a wrench
without.
in the it's an easy way to just.
It doesn't throw any wrench in anything
You have
because it's based on assumptions, things that you can't validate. So it's a story, but it's not actually anything that throws a wrench in anything. It's an invisible wrench.
Well, we can validate that moon does measurably have an opposition that's 90 degrees to the sun. That's why it's illuminated a half. That's not true. You don't think it's illuminated for some other reasons? It's just a light that turns half on, half off, just at the right time when the sun is at a perfect spot where it would actually make sense for it to be as far as it is away. That's a bold condemnation of that evidence, but okay.
That's a bold straw. It's a bold straw man, an assumption
There's
that
other
anyone.
evidence we can go with.
That's a bold straw man, an assumption that anyone in this room made any claim you just said. The moon definitely illuminates in its correlation to the position with the sun. That doesn't mean that that it's reflecting the sun's light.
Okay.
However, it is illuminating in relation to its position.
Oh yeah, we can measure that. I think there's measurements of that particular radiation from the sun or from the moon that actually matches the
Now he's
frequencies
just
of the
drawing us back
source.
into this, man. That's all he's doing. He's throwing out straw mans so that you call him out on the straw man so that he can then attack
Let's
it.
let's try something else then. Let's find something else to look at.
No, nobody wants to play with you, Zanuck. You've already thrown all the toys out of the sandbox, and everybody's like, yeah, we don't want to just sit here and build castles with you, bro.
We were on an interesting conversation originally about perspective. Like we were and Bacon, we were actually going back and forth with it. I don't know. We got Zanucked, I think. I mean, what happened?
Well, I know. I mean, I think it's interesting. You think that the reason that the star suddenly disappears not because of the atmosphere, as Bacon was mentioning, but you think it's because of the limited perspective and this azimuthal grid of vision. So we can go back to that. I mean, it's an interesting conversation. I don't think it has a lot of merit, but go ahead.
Did I say that it didn't disappear? Like, it doesn't intersect the marine horizon, right? So did I say that the star doesn't disappear because
does
of
disappear.
light attenuation? Did I make that claim?
I don't know if it was you or somebody else that mentioned that you couldn't understand that this light traveled trillions upon trillions of miles, and suddenly it's obscured by just a little bit of atmosphere. That was someone, you said that maybe it was the other guy. I can't remember his name.
No, I said that.
That's where I jump in and say,
I
okay,
said that.
so yeah, that isn't that kind of disingenuous, because we know that I can block this light from the stars that travel
No,
trillion
that
miles. I just
wasn't
want to put my
part of
hand
our
up.
dude. That is such a small portion of our conversation because we both agreed that these stars do not go down exactly to the horizon. They don't. They attenuate beforehand.
How far beforehand?
It depends on where you're viewing it from and your light pollution.
The North Star, for example, seeing it, a
Dude,
couple degrees
Zanuck,
from
I'm
the
not having
equator
a
north.
conversation with you. I could
All right,
care
fine.
less to have a conversation with you.
I'll have a conversation with someone. I'm bored and I did an experiment and it turns out the Earth rotates and we're on a sphere.
Experiment. So what was your hypothesis?
My hypothesis on the conjecture of the Earth is flat and the Earth is a sphere was the two are not interchangeable, and one will produce a prediction that will either be true or false.
So that's your question. That's your hypothesis.
It is indeed. That is the outline of an experiment that will create a probability that increases with the amount of repetitions and input variables.
So what is your dependent variable?
The dependent variable, in fact, there's two. There is the angle, because I've got an extension built on my house. There's the aperture of the.
Oh God, we're not talking about your stupid fucking counters, are we?
No, the sun on my house.
I'm out.
It's funny how flat earthers all go out when I can say, "Hey, look,
No,
this
it's
doesn't
your
work on a flat
assumption,
Earth."
dude,
And the
that we've
prediction.
gone over before. You're like, it's like you people just come to reiterate your arguments that we've dispelled in the past.
Oh, you've
as if
dispelled
we
it.
just
Sorry,
want
I
to continue
apologize.
to
I
fucking
must
do
have
it
missed
over and
how you
over again.
dispelled it. Go for it.
Dude, I'm not doing it. I'm
I
not
know.
doing it.
No flat earther will. I know. I just
No, because
happened
you're
to
disingenuous.
miss
So
it.
is Zanuck. I don't want to deal with you guys. I don't know if anybody in the room does.
Well, my
Well,
statement's
you
quite
thought you
simple.
dispelled. Yeah, but you thought you dispelled the whole Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens thing, and that came back and bit you in the ass too. But you were going
No,
to go back
I
and talk about
told you
that.
straight out the gate. Why are you trying to bait me
I
back
mean,
into
I'll do
conversation?
it
Dude,
if your
straight out the gate. I
hypothesis
told
Can we
yielded
you
a
talk about
straight
cause
out
this?
doing
the gate.
effect. Is that did your
Can we
when you
talk
did your
about it?
hypothesis? Did you get a cause doing effect? Oh, my bad, Zanuck. I might be breaking up.
I heard you. No, Napalm, can we at some point when there's calm and there's nothing to talk about, can we go back and revisit Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier
There's
and the
nothing to
angles?
revisit because I told you, you audibly told me about this Mount St. Helens thing. I went and looked it up. And then when you provided an image with graphics to it, it was completely different to what you audibly told me. So that's when I said, oh, I didn't realize you were dealing with the side of it. Because my initial thing was like, even if we don't take into account of refraction or any type of angles or perspective or anything like that, there's no way that this is possible. But then I realized you were talking about some sort of side peak as opposed to the actual peak, which completely changed everything.
That's why
So it's
we need to.
irrelevant. I
I
don't
want
care
to
to have
talk
this
to the guy.
conversation
Hold on, Zanuck.
because
Hold
it's
on.
not like you
respond real
destroyed me on it.
I
No,
want to talk about.
I'm going next. After Zanuck responds, I'm going next, please.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I want to talk about it. a lot to do with the misinterpretation of the side peak into one of the variables, that it does have to do with the actual height of Mount St. Helens and Mount Rainier, and how the relationship between the two angularly exists for the person in their field of view. So yeah, I'm convinced that you have the wrong impression and result of that, or what the data represents. So I'd like to go back and revisit that, because I gave a good drawing which actually clarified it, but you didn't want to talk about it at the time. But that is a good one.
Okay,
It
not,
actually does talk
not
about
right now though. All right, not right now though, because that.
Okay, so hopefully we
not
can do
right now because I want to go over that. Okay, you can do it later. Not right now. This guy has the hypothesis, some experiment he did. Can I go over that with him, please? Because we've done this Mount Rainier thing a zillion times. Who was the guy that had an experiment? Is he
An
here
observational
still?
statistical analysis, if you want to call it an experiment, that's up to you. I experimented with input variables, yes.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I might have broke up.
Oh, sorry. I said yes, Jeremy. I did a statistical analysis of what would happen.
You did an experiment. All right, that's a.
Well, yes, it's an experiment. You could assign variables to it, but ultimately, unless you can classify an experiment as being definitive, it's always probabilistic. So I just did observations with predictions based on input variables, which gave me a probability of the Earth being flat or a sphere, and it came up 100% a sphere and 0% flat.
Guys, is it him or me breaking up?
Yeah, Jeremy,
is
it's
it
just
him or me breaking up?
It's you breaking up, and it's the same thing. They just make all the same assumptions that we previously talked about.
Oh, all right.
Okay, can I ask a question?
So, am I good now though? Because I can.
You sound good to me, Jeremy.
You have delay. You have delay.
Hold on, I want to go over your thing.
You have delay.
What's
Maybe
up?
it's me breaking up because you've always sounded okay to me.
No, Jeremy has I think a 1 or 2 second delay. I don't know. Try disconnecting and reconnecting, Jeremy. This usually helps with the latency.
Okay, so can you just did you do a high? Check.
You're good.
All right. So in this experiment you did, was this was natural science you did, and you found a cause to an effect, or did you do something?
I don't class myself. I'll tell you what I did. I don't class myself as a scientist. So the first single statement. Let's see if we can agree
just
on
before
this.
you tell me, just please answer this. Did you find the cause? Hold on, real quick. Just before you answer this, did you find the cause to an effect? Hold on. Before you tell me what you did, did you find the cause to an effect?
I think
Okay,
there's something
did you
really
find
weird.
in your experiment? Did you find the cause to an effect?
Yes, it looks like I did.
Okay, can you hear me? You found the cause to an effect in your experiment. Okay, awesome.
It looks like it.
Super. I don't know. I'm having a bad connection issue. I don't know if it's me or him, so I'll back out, I guess. I don't know.
I think it's the delay, Jeremy, because you told me to hang on for like twice, and I wasn't even speaking at that point. So I think I must have come through like 5-10 seconds after I'd actually spoken.
I think it's 1 or 2, but that's enough to cause all that. Yeah, it's very hard to have a conversation with that delay. I mean, it's no one's fault, but it makes it really hard.
Well, in Discord, I'm green. I've got like 3 green bars.
Well, it's always good to check your latency. Yeah.
Can you do that in Discord?
Yeah, if you hover your mouse to those bars, it will tell you your latency.
Oh, 76 milliseconds. So yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's hear about the cause. What was the cause of your effect? Can you tell me?
Yeah, the cause was the apparent rotation of a body that we are on.
So you're saying the cause was the rotation of Earth? Okay, and you did an experiment on this where you manipulated your cause, your independent variable?
I didn't manipulate the cause. The independent variable was time.
So you didn't do an experiment. So you don't have anything showing that it's the Earth. You have something showing that it's time's causing something. We're not. I'm not really interested in that. That's neat, but doesn't really do anything for me. But thanks. Thanks, anyways.
Okay, if you're not interested, that's absolutely fine, and that is.
I mean, if you ever get if you ever get something real where you actually manipulate an independent variable that you're claiming the cause is, then let me know. But that's. I mean, you're just guessing it's Earth rotating and not actually doing an experiment showing it. So.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying, and yes, I'll agree with that. If the Earth rotates, it matches reality as I observed it in the experiment perfectly, but it could be some unknown thing that's causing that effect that just happens to match if we were on a planet that's rotating. Absolutely agree with you. But at the moment, it's my best explanation in lieu of anything else that can explain it. So there you go.
Zenik, are you there? Zenik?
Hey, Stingray, you realize perspective and a moving body can perfectly explain it, right?
Perspective is actually a view transform based on a frustum, and no, you don't need perspective to explain it. Perspective would be something that you interpret based on that view frustum. It's not something that explains it. You can have independent vectors that have nothing to do with perspective that accurately represent it. So no, perspective is a 2D view transform. Thanks.
Okay. So how we visually see something in our field of view has nothing to do with perspective?
Taking a single bearing of a direction with 2 units has nothing to do with perspective. That is correct. Yes, the size of something has to do with perspective. That's not what you have to do. And if it is, I can calculate that based on the view frustum of the optical equipment I'm using, but thank you, yes.
Cool. So why does the ground appear to ramp up towards my eye level when I look off into the distance?
It's nothing to do with your eye level. It's to do with the center of your eye. If you're laying on your side, it's from the side to the right. It doesn't matter. That's just distance size relationship,
Right.
which is perspective.
So
Up has got
why
nothing to do with it.
it's not a size relationship if it appears to roughly fill close to 50% of my field of view with the ground?
Well,
Why is
something's
that the
happening
case?
with someone's scraping a mic. I think it's you, Zanik.
And go on mute.
Should go on mute?
It sounded like you were way away from the microphone, Zanik, and you were scraping it as well. But anyway, yes. So as is my, ultimately flawed 18-year understanding of perspective and view transforms being a size-distance relationship based on a view frustum, if you would like to point me to literature which corrects me, I would be very open to reading that because I love being corrected.
Sure. So size and distance places things above where they are.
Size and distance have nothing to do with the placement of them. Where they are in relation to your viewing angle does based on the distance and a view frustum doing a perspective transform. If it's not to do, perspective can quite simply be described as the relationship between distance and size of something. Double the distance, half the size. What's in view, calculating the perspective of a camera, you need the view frustum for and a center point, and that's it. Well, actually, you don't even need the center point to do a view transform. But perspective has only to do with distance and size. If it's something else, please point me to the literature and I will read it and get back to you.
Have you ever seen a perspective grid? Have you ever seen a perspective grid where
It's still
things
screwed, Zanik. It sounds like you're talking from ages away.
lower?
Yes, I have, Jeremy.
So that's another thing other than your size of the object. It's where things
No, incorrect.
appear
Well, no, that's slightly
in your
incorrect.
visual field
Oh,
due to
sorry, you were
perspective.
breaking up as well
So
in
you can
that,
add that to
Jeremy.
your list.
Based on their distance, right? Things will appear to drop down
So
towards the
a
center of your
perspective
field of
grid
view.
is normally a uniform set of defined squares that happen to join together as a grid, which represent units, as in, let's just call them 1 unit by 1 unit. They decrease in size over distance. If you know the size of that grid element, being, let's say, 1 meter by 1 meter, and you randomly pick another grid somewhere in that perspective grid, and you measure the actual size difference relationship, you can actually work out the distance between the two. That's just perspective, size over distance. Yes, thank you.
So where your horizon line is set, is there a limit to how far you can see?
So horizon, nothing to do with limit of how far I can see. The horizon is a tangent to a curving surface or a cutoff. It could be looking over a box if you wanted. The distance
So
of which I
on a
can see is
flat
either based on one
surface,
of two things. The distance of what I can see, I'm guessing you're either on about, let's say, light attenuation or my ability to
how
resolve
about
the
instead of
size of something
guessing what
based
I'm
on
on
perspective.
about,
I don't know
why don't you
which.
just answer? How about instead of guessing what I'm on about, how about you answer my question? Can you see forever? Or is there a limit to your vision?
Yes, when my eye receptors can't see the light anymore, I can no longer see that object is one thing, yes.
Cool. Is there any perspective element that doesn't allow us to see forever? Is there a limit to our perspective?
When you say our, you mean our eye or an optic that I'm using?
Our eye.
Oh, everybody's eyes are different. I've got astigmatism. I wear glasses. If I take it off, I'm
Let's say
fucked.
an average person with 20/20 vision, is there a limit to their perspective?
There's no limit to perspective. There is a
So you
limit
would
to
be
what.
able to
Let me
see
finish. Please let me
forever.
finish. Let me finish. Rather than going on people's eyes, let's take an optic because it's just the same.
Nope.
Recording onto a digital sensor, there is a limit to the size of something that can be recorded based on its distance. If it takes up less than a pixel, it's going to be damn hard to figure out what that is. So it depends what you mean.
Ah, yes.
Perspective
So we
is something getting
have a
smaller
limit.
with distance.
So we have a limit to how far we can visually see things, right? So what if
Based
there
on
are
their
things that
size.
are, dude, if you're gonna I'm done. I'm done. Because I'm trying to work and I'm not just gonna sit here.
No, but you're assigning me an argument based on their size. Saying how far can someone see? I'm not going to say 10 meters, 100 fucking meters, or 5 miles. I'm going to
Here's
say I can't see a pin 10 meters away, but I can see a fucking ship 14 miles away.
Gotcha.
I can say
If
that.
you would allow me to elaborate instead of talking over me, maybe we could have a conversation. So if I have an object that is thousands of miles wide and thousands of miles tall, will I be able to see that forever as it goes off in the distance?
Not forever, but with a decent optic, or I wouldn't say someone's human eye because that'd be difficult, but in an optic, I would be able to tell you based on the optic and the lens the exact point that it will get below, let's say 10 pixels would be a threshold to really decently resolve it. I can tell you the distance it would have to be to actually take up 10 pixels in, let's say, a P100. Yes, I can. I
Cool.
can tell you when it's going to go.
Cool. So let's say we have an object that is thousands of miles wide, but it's also thousands of miles away from us. Is there going to be a limit to where we will be able to see that object as we look off towards the horizon? Or will we be able to see this 1,000-mile wide object for more than, let's say, 4,000 miles away from us?
Yes, 1,000 miles away using basic trig, you can work out the angular
More
size of
than
that laterally. Wait, let
more
me just
than
finish.
4,000.
Let me just finish. So obviously, 1,000-mile wide object, 1,000 miles away, is going to take up 45 degrees of my vision, which means the human eye sees a detail portion of the vision of only 10 degrees. Obviously, peripheral, we've got a lot of it, which means that object's going to be huge at 1,000 miles. And guess what? At 2,000 miles, it's going to be half that size.
Correct.
And then at
I
4,000
understand.
miles, half that
I
size
understand that.
again.
I understand that.
Cool. So yes, I'll see it.
So as that object gets further away from us, there will be no obstruction at all whatsoever
Not a
from
4,000, not
the
a 1,000
artificial
mile
horizon.
wide
Dude,
object
I'm done.
at
I'm
4,000
done. You can't
miles.
fucking
Absolutely not.
control
No,
yourself.
that'll take
Hey,
up
you
what,
cannot control
13
yourself,
degrees
can
in my
you? You just
vision?
have to talk over me.
I answered your question.
Yeah, Stingray.
It sounded like you stopped,
Ah.
Napalm.
Stingray, please allow him
I thought
to.
Napalm was done and Stingray was answering him. I might be
Maybe
cutting
I'm
out though.
delayed, but my wait a minute. Let me just check. No, still 75 milliseconds.
Go ahead, finish it up, Napalm. I think it was an honest mistake.
No, I'm not going to finish with this guy. He keeps talking over me and he's not directly answering my questions. He thinks so. There is no limit to our perspective, meaning the ground below us, if it's flat, where do you think what portion of our vision would be filled up by the ground as we look off into the distance?
If we're parallel to the ground and looking parallel to the ground, approximately half. But why does that matter?
Approximately what?
Approximately half. But why does that matter?
Sure. So we've got approximately half of our vision filled up with the ground below us. If we were residing upon a flat surface and we are standing like a normal person looking out into the distance, how far are we going to be able to resolve that ground that's filling up roughly 50% of our vision?
I don't know the exact distance. It would depend. The variables would depend on the day and the atmospherics. I would say, on average, and this is a guess, but I'd probably say about 10 to 15,000 miles.
10 to
If it's a high contrast object that we're
15,000
looking at,
miles?
10 to 15,000 miles, yes.
Can you give me where you're coming up with 10 to 15,000 miles?
So if you look
Based
at if you look at a tangent or the most atmosphere that you can look through at a distant body, I would say it doesn't matter what you say the distance is, it's the moon.
I'm not talking about the moon. We're just talking about the ground itself.
I'm talking when the moon apparently intersects the ground. I can still see the moon. The moon is over. Well, it's a hell of a lot. It's many thousands of miles away, let's say.
So you think that when a moon or a sun is setting in the distance, that where it appears to be touching the ground, that ground that has ramped up to fill 50% of your field of view is the ground that is directly below that object in the distance?
No, that's not what a planet Earther thinks. No, we think the planet got in the way.
Never mind, dude. You cannot have this conversation because all you're trying to do is fit your answer to my questions to some sort of globe when I'm not talking about that.
No,
So like I said,
you just asked me a question. You said, do I think the ground that somehow an object is intersecting, which actually wouldn't be a thing ever observed, like the
that's
moon does
not what I
not hit the
said.
ground?
I just asked you how far do you think you see the ground that's filling 50% of your field of view if the surface is flat? You said 15,000 miles.
Yeah, that will be, 10 to 15, I would say. We'd be able to see high contrast, very large things that have the angular resolution. So in other words, let's say anything like above 1 degree that we could clearly make out. I would say yes, we will be able to see a high contrast thing at 10 to 15,000 miles, yes. On a clear day. Looking over an ocean.
Yeah, you're crazy. I'm going to disengage if you think that we can see 10 to 15,000 miles of ground on a flat surface. You think that's what you would see?
I think I'd see an object perpendicular to myself moving
Why are you
along a
bringing up
flat
objects?
ground
Why
10 to
are you bringing
15,000
up
miles away
anything
if
other than the
it took.
ground?
Wait a minute.
Hold
Sorry,
on,
go
guys.
on.
Hold on. Hold on. I don't know. Napalm, were you done or?
No, I'm
'Cause
just
I thought you finished.
the dude can't legitimately answer questions.
I know that's the problem with arguing on the internet. Like people won't answer yes. I know, but we got to still give them a shot though.
Yeah, but the thing
Well,
is, you're
it's
asking
like
me for
I
a
say,
yes or a
hey,
no.
Or
let
you
me
can
ask you a question
disengage.
about the ground, and he'll be like, so an object in the sky. And it's like, no. Let me ask you a question about the ground. So if we had an object in the sky, and it's like, no, let me ask you a question about the ground. So the sun, it's like stupid. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you can
That's real quick, dude.
disengage, but if we're gonna go ahead.
That's why I said
But
early on.
real quick, hold on. I mean, you can disengage them, or if not, we gotta let them finish, man. I mean, that's all. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Dicelo.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that's why I said early on in this conversation that we were having with, I think it was Chike, about the same topic. We have to distinguish right off the get if we're talking about celestial or terrestrial or the combination of the two. Like how you said, a sun or a moon setting, that kind of brings the celestial and the terrestrial together. So we have to distinguish that before we get too far off the rails. You got to understand that any little escape route, you give them, they'll take it. So all this has to be addressed.
It's not an escape route. It's clarification. That's all it is. I never said anything about I can if an object's in the sky. I said a perpendicular object on a flat surface that's high contrast, many thousands of miles away, I would be able to see if it has sufficient enough size, because I doubt light attenuation would make a blind bit of difference at, let's say, all right, let's bring it in, let's say 1,000 miles. I can see a high contrast, very large object that takes up 1 degree lateral space in my vision at 1,000 miles. If you really want, I can go away and calculate how wide or big that object would be.
Can you present me one picture of an object on the surface of the Earth that's 1,000 miles away?
No, because
Well,
it's
no,
curved.
I like that term. Escape route. I like that. That was perfect. Anyway, continue.
Because we're talking about the surface of the Earth, and objects that are non-visible can be backlit by the sun that were not previously visible up to 250 miles away. That's the best that we can do.
Absolutely agree with you. Shouldn't be the case, but is.
So what would lead you to believe that you would be able to see 10 or 15,000 miles away? Do you think the reflection of light through the atmosphere would not attenuate at 10,000 miles away? We were just talking about stars earlier that don't intersect the marine horizon due to light attenuation through the atmosphere.
Yeah, so it would depend on, well, it actually partially depends on the color temperature, but the luminosity of that light. A high contrast will allow me to see the light because it would not attenuate beyond my ability to receive it, either in my eye or a sensor. So the fact that it disappears and goes down when it shouldn't, it should just be going straight away from me, that's an issue.
I'm not talking about the sun, dude.
No, I'm not. I didn't mention sun once in any of that.
So what is going down? What are you talking about? The fact that it goes
Okay.
down. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if you stand, Rant is
What
done
do you?
this.
Well,
A few people.
no. What are you talking about?
Oh, a
The
ship
fact
and
that
its
it
lights.
goes down. What are you talking about?
Ship and its
What is it?
lights. A vessel, a water vessel, a ship, and its pilot lights.
Okay, so how far do you think you can see a ship's pilot light? Through the
Well,
atmosphere.
it depends on my elevation, and it depends on how high the ship's pilot lights are and the pilot house is.
Right, because you have an angle of incidence, right? Meaning even a light that could push its way through the atmosphere will not be renderable due to your angle to it, right? You realize the angle can become so small that even a light will not be visible to you just due to the angle. You know that, right?
Yeah, but the issue is not that the light is not visible to me. It's that the ocean got in the way. So imagine this, and this would be brilliant flat Earth proof for me.
Anything can be non-visible to you strictly based on an angle. You understand that, right?
Well, I think you used angle of incidence wrong, but anyway, imagine this as an experiment, as an observation for a flat earther. This would be incredibly strong evidence. If someone ever presented this to me, incredibly strong evidence for a flat Earth, like really. Now, you can, and I'm in the middle of the United Kingdom, so I can't really get to the coast that easy. But I've said this to people on the coast, and no one's ever done it. Is if we assert, we assert, and we just say the Earth is flat, the oceans are flat, and then we say, well, a pilot house on a vessel is, let's say, 30 meters high from the water, or whatever that is in feet. Let's say 60 feet, for example. And we know that we can go up the bank to 60-foot elevation, but just for the sake of it, let's get a little bit higher or a little bit lower for the observations as well, but approximately 60 feet, and we can vary it. Now, when that vessel travels away, and I found these on Ship Finder, when it travels away, due to perspective, if you're looking, parallel to the water, to the horizon, that pilot house and that light, if you're looking at nighttime, should not go down. If it's above, it should converge to the center of your eye line. If it's below, it should converge up. What it shouldn't do is converge past the center of your eye line or go up but then down. Now, two of those support it's on a curved surface. Now, if someone ever presented that not happening, either of those two, or for the sake of argument, if you were dead on 60 foot, it just vanishing off into nothingness rather than diverging away from that line, that would be incredible evidence for flat oceans. I'd love the Earth to be flat, guys. I really would.
Actually, that's dishonest. The fact that you choose to believe still that it's a globe means
you don't choose
want
to
it
believe.
be flat. It means you don't want it to be flat.
You don't choose what you believe. You know that, right?
What? I'm sorry. Since when were beliefs not a choice only?
Since most of them are evidence-based and logic-driven. You can't choose to believe that a fairy exists if you just want it to. There has to be some reason that's, to you, and it might be different for everybody, but to you,
Man, that's too
it
bad.
needs to
You're
be
struggling.
logical.
Yeah, you're struggling pretty bad with that one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Choose to believe that then.
Well, yeah, because beliefs are a choice only. So nice try. That was all you almost could. I mean, someone else might have let you back that one up, but I'm
So
certainly not.
what you're
I
saying
think you
is
should have put
you
the
right
word
now.
truth into that versus belief.
So what you're saying now is you can choose to believe that the Easter Bunny is real.
Anyone can make that choice, brother.
Of course.
Even if it's not real.
Belief
It's a
is a
choice to
choice,
believe
dude.
something. Yeah, belief is only a choice. I can't believe you're going to try to continue to argue it. Audience, are you smelling this one?
The truth is the truth. The truth doesn't need you. It doesn't need
We're not talking about
anybody
truth.
because you don't need to cut me off. Let me say the truth is the truth because it stands under its own merit. It runs its own tests and it stands proud without any other quote anybody believing it.
Could not agree more with you. What the fuck has that got to do with belief?
Because belief and truth are not the same thing.
Correct. So again, why are you mentioning truth when we're talking about belief?
Because you're saying that belief is not a choice.
Correct.
belief is a choice. I can choose to believe in God. I can choose to believe in multiple gods. But at the end of the day, there is only one son that came from the Father up top, who is the ultimate creator of this entire place, and that is the truth. Whether you choose to believe that or not is your choice. Does that make more sense to you?
Absolutely not, because everything you just said was either I don't believe, not because it's a choice, because there's lack of logic and evidence in it. Here's a question for you. Do you not think any single person ever that's lost someone or suffered loss would love to choose to believe that this is not the only life and that they're going to be resurrected and joined with their family or loved ones? That everybody would choose that if it was a choice.
So you're appealing to what you think every single person would do. That's pretty sloppy. Also, check the Livestream voice text. Shit, hang on. There you go. Beliefs are a choice. We have the power to choose our beliefs. Our beliefs become our reality. It's from the National Institutes of Health government website. So if you want to keep trying to back this one up, that's okay. Or you can admit concession that beliefs are a choice. And you can fucking Google it if you really, really want to convince yourself.
I'll admit that if you believe everything your government says and its sources, then to you, reading off
Google
Google,
it. There's a lot of other
belief is
sources, partner.
absolutely a choice.
Listen, all the other sources you're going to find are going to say beliefs are a choice. You lost this one. That's okay. You can take the L. Let's move forward.
How dare you? I believe everything my government tells me.
Exactly.
Why would
Even
they
your government
lie?
doesn't have your back. Even your government doesn't have your back. That's where we are right now. So yeah, beliefs are a choice. You don't have to like it.
I think, all right, I'll tell you what, I'll concede this. I think if you want something enough, and it might not start out this way, so let's take me for an extreme example. Let's say I want there to be a God. Let's say I want there to, I want him to love me, and I want an afterlife. Now, I want all of those things. Now, I'm not saying it's beyond my ability to convince myself that that could be my truth and that I would believe it if I really, really tried. But what if I didn't believe in a God and someone just came along and said, here's evidence of a God, and it convinced me? My belief before then wasn't really a choice. My belief in a God now that there's incredible strong evidence wasn't a choice. It's that there's evidence and it's logical.
Okay, so yes, I agree with the sentiment. So if you go back to the government's definition, if we want to keep going with that, I'm catching some flack in the live stream text. Do you guys want a different Google search, or do you not believe me, or are you just going to pick on that one? Because that's irrelevant. Now then, our beliefs become our reality, right? Since beliefs are a choice and our beliefs become our reality, to us, a belief can easily become how we'll treat it as fact, right? As knowledge. We'll defend it to the death, like we know the thing, okay? So beliefs can become that powerful. However, it still starts with the choice.
So here's a question for you then. Do you think you can go from a positive belief of something to a negative belief on something without it being your choice?
Let me think.
I just so you know, I gave you my example of God, for instance. Like, I want to believe, but I don't logically. But then if someone suddenly presented me with evidence that says, this is evidence of God, and that was convincing to me, regardless of whether I wanted to or didn't, I'd believe, or that I'd class that as belief. Now, here's the caveat. If I wanted to believe there was a God, that evidence wouldn't have to be as strong either.
No,
But
I disagree.
That's not a choice.
So it's like it's in trauma, right? If you can understand, it's a little simpler. So like people with trauma,
that all kinds of problems in their life happen, the alcoholism, addiction, sex, whatever you got. And the trauma, it's not the trauma itself, right? The real world thing that happens, it's the person's reaction to the trauma. Now, that reaction wouldn't have happened without the trauma, correct? But at the end of the day, right, that phrase works really well here. At the end of the day, it's your choice to continue to be affected, continue to think about these things and let them harm you in your soul instead of do something to get past it, forgive yourself, forgive others, do something like that. So it's your choice to continue down the road of being hurt, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, I'll agree to that a fair bit, because I often gave an example of if there's two people stood talking to each other and they're friends, and then they see an elderly person crossing the street, let's say a crosswalk or zebra crossing, whatever you call them, and that elderly person stumbles and falls. One of those individuals, you both observe the same reality and the same event, but one of those individuals might choose to laugh, the other might be shocked and want to go over and help. Now, that's their choices. They both believe that what they're doing is just them, and it is them, and everything that they've experienced through their life took them to that moment, which probably caused that. I'm not saying you can't influence what you believe, but I'm saying if I were to come to you and say, hey, look, I've found this new object. It's a unicorn that's made out of diamonds. If I showed you it and you inspected it and you couldn't find a flaw with it, that wouldn't be your choice to believe it. You'd have no choice. And I'm saying, well, if you've got no choice in that belief, how can you say belief is always a choice?
It's still coming from a subjective stance of what you consider as fact or beliefs. The difference between the two, deciding which is which. So, because it doesn't. Okay, so listen, facts exist outside of our opinion of them. Let's say, right? So a tree's a tree, whatever the fuck a tree is. We call it a tree. We notice aspects of it that we can talk about in utter utterances. Oh, leaves, soil, or you know what I mean? It's a very barbaric way of talking about, communicating about the reality in which we find ourselves. So it's not. So that, like I said, the thing exists with or without our ability to even know close to what the fuck it is. What's an apple? You can't even put a name on because it has functions. It does tons of shit in this place, right? So you can't just say apple, That's our best way to describe what we're seeing. Yeah, I don't know if that made any sense.
No, it does. But, well, I say it does. Just caveat here. It's 10 p.m. in the evening, and I'm on 4 hours sleep after being up at 5:30 a.m. So even if it does make sense, it probably, in my mind, is a little bit fucked at the moment. But no, I've enjoyed this last part of the conversation.
Dude, I get rambling sometimes and make weird points. So anyway, I appreciate you sitting here for my sarcastic TED talk.
No. I enjoy it. And like I said, I'd probably enjoy it more if I wasn't on fucking 4 hours sleep and almost falling asleep at my desk now. But I am going to have to go because my eyes are
some
actually
water and get some
closing.
sleep. Go get water and sleep right now.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, bud. Laters.
Yeah, man. Take care. It's amazing how just if you're feeling down, chug some water. Chug 1 or 2 big glasses. Most of the time it'll help.
What I found amazing is that Napalm was trying to get him to focus on the ground. All he wanted to talk about was the moon. You tried to talk about the ground. All he wanted to talk about was God. It's like he focuses everywhere else besides what the fuck we want to talk about, which is the actual ground.
It's interesting combo, right? It's fun sometimes, but yeah, you're right. Absolutely. We can't seem to stay focused on the planar surface upon which we reside.
They're always using the sky to prove the curve. So, guys, just to be clear here, their proof for the drop over distance is refraction, or their explanation for the drop over distance is refraction. Is that correct?
What happened? Where'd everybody go?
I killed the chat with my question.
Did you? What was your question?
Dude, I like stabbed the chat right in the heart and I walked away and I was like, bye. No, I was just asking their explanation for the drop over distance would be refraction, from my understanding, correct?
Their explanation for drop over distance would be refraction. Drop over distance for them would be Earth curve, I think, right?
Exactly. Like the idea that the observed 3959 claim results, like that's the macrocosm, the big number, 3959 radius. When you unpack that on a microcosm scale, like a digestible scale, you realize that requires for 100 miles travel, a 1.25 mile drop over that distance traveled.
Yeah, drop from your original position, but not drop in elevation.
Exactly.
Yep. So the thing that we talk about is the only thing that's updating as you traverse, the only thing that you have to update is basically your perspective, viewpoint on the world, or how the world presents itself to you based on your perception, perspective, however you want to define what I think we all understand we're talking about. In their worldview, as you move, you have to not only update the gravitational vector, you have to update the elevation, everything but perspective gets updated.
So picking and choosing what suits. Got it.
Well, it's like saying, let's make every other thing need to update as you move throughout this realm. Or we could have just one thing that updates as we move around this realm. They want to say everything else updates, but this one thing that we can see is obviously based on us as an individual and where we are within this realm and how it presents itself to us individually. We can easily understand that thing updates for us as we traverse this realm. Whereas for them, it's everything else updates and not that one thing.
It's almost like a sleight of hand trick. It's like a magic trick.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't understand why people think it's crazy to believe that one thing updates within this realm as you traverse through it. But it's not crazy to think that all of these other things are updating. We just don't have any definitive, verifiable proof that it takes place. And one thing that we know happens, which is perspective, we actually don't account for that updating as we traverse this realm. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like it's not even taken into consideration for any of these measurements at all.
Yeah. And I think there is some laws to it at short distance, but we're not just dealing with short distance. Everything that people want to bring up is not in relation to short distance. Everything follows certain laws within short distances, but as you continue to go further out, you have things that take place, right? Because you get these optical illusions. You get this illusion that the ground is ramping upwards towards the center of your eye level, filling roughly 50% of your vision, when we know in reality that ground is always going to be below your eye, even though it appears as though it's ramping up towards it. And that artificial short-term ramping up of this thing below you, that's a parameter in which things that are really high above you and really large, as they get further away from you, have this weird interplay with this artificially risen up ground below you. And all it is an optical thing that is taking place.
Yeah, exactly. What I noticed from that, just like you said, how we can account for it in short distances or whatever, I feel like they have that same issue with refraction too. Because I always ask, like, how long, like this light bending, like you're saying over like miles. You know what I mean? That's what I'm confused about. I'm like, what the heck? I thought it's just like you guys have these little experiments you've done, or short distance, I should say.
Yeah, and even then it's like something like you can be looking out over the ocean and something 5 feet in front of you can cause a disturbance in the atmosphere that will affect the horizon that's miles away from you. Like a campfire in front of you as you're like light a campfire on the beach as you're looking out towards the horizon, and that horizon is going to change and be affected by something that's just inches in front of you.
Yep, seen that before for sure.
Right? So you have so many things that could take place between you and that horizon that could be either raising it up or lowering it down or whatever. Which is why it's so idiotic that they want to just pigeonhole us to let me draw an orthographic view of something in perfectly straight lines to all these things, and let me tell you that this is how the world's going to present itself to you, even though you never see it in that viewpoint.
Yeah, even though that's not reality. Like, what the heck? That's what they always ask me. Why don't you just draw that perspective from the side? And I'm like, that's not possible. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about here.
Because you know what happens when you move to the side? Your perspective updates based on you being on the side.
Yeah, now I'm just going to draw another dude at the horizon.
And guess what? I don't know. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But this is the crux of their argument. And I wish my life wasn't so busy to where I would actually have time to fully plot this out and be able to just lay it out where it's like irrefutable with all the math and everything. It's going to take a lot of testing and all that kind of stuff to be able to establish the baselines that have never been established.
Yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. That's the whole thing. They always say, why haven't flat earthers done anything? And I'm like, we're just like getting started here. Like, watch out. The future is going to be crazy, dude.
Yeah, the bottom line is eventually they'll have to take away our ability to spread information. It'll just be too abundant that it's not a globe. You know, we've only had 8 years, 9 years, 10 years of people, a lot of people starting to wake up to it. Give us another fucking 10 years and like, I don't even, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like right now it feels like a struggle, but I'm going to feel really bad walking around the world, knowing how hard so many of these people fought against the truth when we were just trying to help them understand it, right? Like it hurts my heart now, but I'm doing what I can to keep spreading the truth and such, all those cliches. But like I said, imagine, yeah, we're just getting, the truth isn't going anywhere. So we aren't going anywhere, right? We're just getting our engines revved up. In fact, we're still building the goddamn vehicle. So anyway, that's my take there.
Yeah, I mean, the huge influx. I think there was a huge influx in like 2019, 2020 of people jumping on board. And you can tell it's definitely not as a stigma in the public as it used to be. It's gaining traction, man. People aren't laughing at it like as they used to. They're actually thinking about it. And I know, obviously, in here it doesn't seem that way. But out in the world, man, it's not us against a globe. It's us against like the people in control, and we're trying to help you. You know, we're like on your side, man. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, the issue I have is like I don't have the time or the skill set, right, to be able to model some of this stuff out and work out the mathematics. But the people that do actively try to not understand what you're saying to be able to say, well, this just wouldn't work on a flat earth, right? It's like I don't know how many times I've laid out the understanding that I have of how we visually see the world, like I was doing with Bacon earlier, right? I don't know if you guys were here when I was talking to Bacon. Were you guys
Yeah,
here?
which he's been brought through that how many times? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so many. And it's like, bro, he's got the skill set, probably the time, and the mathematical knowledge to put that all together in a way that would be slam dunk, okay, this can work on a flat surface. The problem is he actively tries to not understand what I'm saying to be able to even like model that out. Because then it's like, well, what's going to cause the light to bend this way? And it's like, that's not the point, dude. That's not the point.
It's a knee-jerk reaction. It's kind of like an OCD tick, right? Even if they get it, they're too stubborn to admit it deep down in their core. So it does, they're going to respond, and they're going to respond with something that matches the narrative and shows their regurgitation skills. But that's about it. And so, like I said, it's so much deeper than even believing a story. It's to their core, they have to go against what we say.
And yeah, right quick, like I've never heard Bacon actually say like I'm confused, hold up, whatever. I'm like, Napalm's walking you through some stuff right now, and it sounds like you're just purposely not being intellectually honest with the walk, which, that then you just become a stick in the mud and you can't progress in the conversation to develop ideas that we're throwing around.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I don't always articulate things in the best way. I have certain things in my head that don't always come out in the way that I see them visually within my mind's eye, right? But I feel like it's so intuitive to me that it's frustrating that like people just can't comprehend it. But then so many of you guys are just immediately like, "Oh yeah, I get exactly what you're saying," and then everybody on the other side just actively tries to not comprehend it. I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, they have some weird definitions for cognitive dissonance. Is really what it is. I think they were telling me. I was reading a quote from Scott Fitzgerald that said, I think it goes along the lines of person's first rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in the mind without letting one of them like rule you, essentially. And they're like, oh, that's called cognitive dissonance. What?
No, it's not, dude. Well stated. Being able to understand both sides. Because again, every time they say something, right, we can take an opportunity to steelman what they're saying, i.e., build up the model, just like the Tin Man. You don't have to believe in it, but you can show it. It doesn't have to have a heart. You don't have to believe in it with your heart, but you can steelman, show what they're talking about, and then pick it apart with your own experience and observations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
would
go.
love to hear somebody like Bacon try to steel man what I've tried to lay out to him so many times in the past.
Yeah, they'll just say, "Oh, I can't. Everyone thinks something different, so how could I possibly steelman this or whatever?" I'm like, no, that's not what a steelman is.
Dude, even the idea of visual ramping that you guys were just discussing earlier, like Napalm was saying. So if we strip this thing down to the bare minimum, we take a hallway observation. I'm standing in the hallway, and we know that objects go away from me, and as they go away from me, they come up effectively to that horizon line, right? Just like I'm standing in a hallway, and we see the hallway, it slightly ramps up. And then we also see clouds rolling in from the top, and we know that those clouds ride along the ceiling, so to speak, and when we're standing outside observing the horizon. right? These are the things that happen. Now, the thing is, I can call my buddy who may be 10 miles away from me, 100 miles away from me, whatever. And if we're maybe looking across a lake and that boat is sailing away from me and the boat is coming up to a horizon, disappearing, he then says, hey, I see the boat coming towards me. That boat is riding down, visual ramping, riding down the ramp coming towards him. It's the same thing. The clouds ride the ceiling. They go down as they ride away from you. They come up as they come towards you. It's floor and ceiling. Simple.
Yeah. The thing about that, like the hallway, like a long hallway, that gives you all sides, right, coming together at what we would call a vanishing point. That's why we have the idea or concept of a vanishing point. Typically, when we're not around something that has walls, right, we're not going to get that point. We're going to get that vanishing line, which we call the horizon. And when you think about the hallway aspect of it, so we have this ramping up that takes place due to angles of the ground that's going to ramp up to fill roughly 50% of our vision. Now, if we had a ceiling that was equidistant above our eye height as the floor is to our eye height, then those two would meet at the same distance at a specified point. But if either one of those is larger or smaller, the point in which they appear to meet is going to be obscured, meaning the shorter one, right? Let's say the ceiling is much higher than our floor. The point of the ceiling that is going to appear to meet the ground is going to be much further away than the ground in which it appears to meet. So as you continue to throw off this ratio, the appearance of meeting the ground is going to be a much farther point for the object above you, the further it is above you. Does that make sense?
It exactly does. And I can further stonewall what you're saying by simply stating that I live on the 4th floor of my building. I look out to the horizon, and the floor of my horizon is made of trees. That's right, the floor of my horizon is made of trees, and the ceiling of my horizon is made of the sky, i.e., it's blue right now because it's daytime outside. Now, we all know that I, Kiwi, am not taller than any tree. I'm only 6'2". These trees I'm looking at are probably 40 to 50 feet in height, yet they make up my horizon line. How does that work?
Well, the thing about like your viewpoint there, right? When you think about it, the point in which that last tree that you see that makes up your horizon, let's say that tree is 10 miles away. The cloud above you that's 10 miles away might only be like 70 degrees in elevation from you. Right? Where if it was intersecting
Sorry, dude, I'm
with
like mid-bite eating as I talk. Yes, but I totally agree with you, man.
you know what I'm saying? Like the bottom portion of your view, right? If we wanted to draw straight down from our feet, right? As if we were to draw straight up from our head, that would be our 180 degrees, right? 90 would be, let's say, our eye level. If we're going to the trees, right? We're going to be just right at what, a degree below the horizon is that tree, or really it would be at 0, would be that top tree is 10 miles is 0 degrees. Whereas above you, if you wanted to measure 10 miles from your apex on those clouds, that 10-mile point is going to be all the way up at an elevation angle that's like 70 degrees from you. That's how much the differential is, because those clouds are that much higher than you are above the surface of those trees.
Now, Sorry, I hope I didn't realize I was off mute. Apologies for the background noise. Now,
No,
the
you're
thing
fine.
is, if it's a windy day and those clouds are moving with fervor, moving at a quick pace, and I happen to watch them vanish into the horizon, the thing is, those clouds are going to eventually meet the tops of the trees as they go away from me. Does that mean that the trees are actually touching the clouds? No, it means that the clouds are effectively, they have met their final perspective. I cannot resolve those anymore. They have vanished beyond the point of my ability to resolve them in my perspective.
Correct. Yep. They haven't actually met, but they become unresolvable. This is because that ground floor, that ramp that isn't actually a ramp, is what is obscuring it. It's just visually what takes place. I don't know why this is hard for people to comprehend. I don't know.
It's not rocket appliances, man.
Like, it's just an optical effect.
You know what's crazy about that too? In art class, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but doing the perspective drawing where you would draw the flat line and then you draw all your lines up and down, and you would then start illustrating lines from that main line that you drew from left to right. And you started illustrating perspective, whether it was a 1-point perspective or a horizon line perspective. But your teacher began teaching you about the idea of perspective, how perspective works. And yet we've gotten to this point where we're actually having to constantly remind these people about these things that we learned in like grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. Art class. I remember doing this. I enjoyed it. I love buildings, architecture, level everywhere. Like it. I don't know. Oops. Sorry. Fight with my mute button.
That's just an artist rendition. That's not how the real world works.
Well,
They
the
don't
artist
under-
is trying to copy the real world, right?
That's right. They don't realize the art is depicting reality, right?
I'm gonna have to go back to the life is short.
Ooh, that's a heck of a robot name.
Sorry, am I better now?
Much better. Wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got this like spot outside where I just kind of get in the just outside of my Wi-Fi or something. No, I need to go back through Life is Short's video. Have you guys ever seen Life is Short's video on perspective? Videos.
No, I haven't. I gotta check that out.
But he lays out a lot of the mathematics on stuff and kind of gives good visuals of what takes place, right? That the Globers always want to say, well, perspective is just size change over distance. Sure. It is size change over distance, but we're also seeing other things other than size change over distance. That's why I was trying to talk to Stingray earlier, where it's like, if perspective is just size change over distance, why does a ground that is always below my eyes appear to ramp up and fill 50% of my vision if it's just size change over distance?
Yeah, that's a huge point.
How does the ground appear to ramp up towards our eye level on a surface that's constantly curving away from us? That's even harder to try to depict, right?
So check the live stream text for Life is Short, Angular Resolution, and Our World, video 1 of 6, and you'll probably be able to find the rest of those 6 videos therein.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
There's so much information in there, and a lot of his depictions are great. And it's like, these celestial objects are, like I've said earlier, are outside of our limit of perspective, meaning their angular size is not going to change. They're outside of our angular size change limitation. So they're just going to remain the size that they are as they move. That is going to be set. There might be a slight deviation in size. Same with the sun and the moon, slight deviation in size. But they're far enough away to where their size in relation to the distance that they travel away from us is insignificant. That size change is insignificant because they're going to be unresolvable and appear to disappear well before we're gonna see any type of angular size change. Just like I was talking about before, where 10 miles on your trees, which is filling 50% of your vision, the 10 miles of your clouds might only just be getting into your field of vision of the clouds above you. It's a similar type concept where these large objects aren't moving that far to disappear in relation to the ground that's below you. Well, let's say they're moving a lot farther, but not as far away from you as they are the difference between their height and the ground. I don't know. I'm not saying that properly.
No, I understand what you're trying to get at, though, because it's like our field of view is very small, and then we watch the sun rise and set inside that field of view. That's not, it means it's a very small area that we're observing.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny too, like how they say, like when someone's, you're like, hey man, you need to get your life straight, take a look back, take a step back, look at what you're doing. Maybe you need to look at life with a new perspective, right? It's so funny to me that's the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth is perspective. To me, is the true answer.
Yep, agreed. So one more thing in the live stream text, Angular Resolution, Perspective, and Refraction with Life is Short Live. It's a 2.5-hour video.
Awesome. Heck yeah, I'm putting these in the watch later playlist for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good start for his sort of attitude and his findings and such. Wonderful bank of knowledge, though. That's a lot of work he's done, and I really appreciate. I've learned so much of why this place continues to show us that it's planar. Why that is, not just that it is or how, right? So it's pretty neat to see.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice. Is that one with Jeranism? I just quickly clicked on it and it showed Jeranism in the beginning or something.
What, the life is short?
Yeah, the one they says like a talk for 2.5 hours or something, like a live one.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that one. The live presentation.
I wonder if the asylum got in touch with Jaren. I think they were supposed to have him tonight. I got to talk to Hammer.
The asylum. I don't know. I'd like some people over there.
To me, it's like all these other ones are like blow off steam, and then this one here is like where I learn.
Yeah. I don't know. There's sometimes the constant troll is like, I just can't bear that. And I guess maybe because I'm old. Like, I didn't grow up in the generation of constantly being online and having the ability to have like a troll persona all the time. So it just rubs me the wrong way sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard. It's hard to deal with at times. I've been doing a lot of research into astrologers, like with Kepler and Copernicus, and how and like where they were coming up with their ideas and what they thought the stars were and stuff. And man, that is so interesting to me. And they consider astrology a pseudoscience, and to make it scientific, they just, I feel like, renamed it to astronomy, and it's like the same nonsense. And I know Geo has a lot of schooling in that. I always wondered about these astrologers, like, and what they think the stars were back in the day. It's like really crazy what they thought.
Well, the modern concept is everything's mechanistic. It's like 100-year-old concept. They've really been pushing it.
Did you say mechanistic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
To me, the ability for these energetic bodies above us to have influence on our realm makes more sense if they're not that far away from us. Do you think there's an influence of the stars on either the physical or the psychological makeup of human being?
If you limit it to the stars, I don't know. But the heavenly bodies as a whole, I used to think it was complete hogwash. But ever since I entertained the idea that they might be a lot closer, and it's more to do with light rather than like gravity, because the idea that Mars is affecting us, like a million miles away, it's ridiculous. But the concept of that thing that they call Mars being a lot closer and we don't know what it is, and it affecting us in conjunction with the constellations and the moon and the sun, that's a little more reasonable. Like I can entertain that a lot easier, and I have in the past 8 years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like there's something to it. I mean, it's been around forever. I don't think people are just blowing smoke up people's butts with that forever. I mean, it seems that way. I feel like there's more to it, and then someone hijacked it,
and basically it was like, we can control people with this information.
I agree.
And I don't see astronomy being any different. To me personally, I look at it like, well, they're just telling you now that everything's physical out there. So it's the same kind of control. It's, to me.
Yeah, but as a heliocentrist, I couldn't even entertain such ideas. Like, unfathomable that something like that could affect me.
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't until flat Earth and learning all this that I ever even gave any consideration into it before. Because I mean, here in Florida, it's like pretty popular, the whole like palm reading and the whole tarot cards and all these different like witches around. Like real popular here. So I was always like, that's just a scam. And like I would never go to one of those people, but to me, I feel like the creator probably put it in all of us to look up and receive a message for sure. I just love it. It was like I looked at my temperature today and said it felt like 112 degrees here in Southeast Florida. And then around 4 o'clock, I was finishing up that last call I went on, and I had a couple more to go to, and it started downpouring. I was like, haha, saved by the rain. And now it's like nice outside.
Only in Florida could the rain make it nice outside.
Yeah, it's funny how that works here. I don't know.
When I say it's nice outside, it has to meet like certain criteria, like somewhere between like 45 and 85, no rain, clear skies. That's my nice outside.
Oh, that's for sure nice outside, but we don't got those temperature ranges.
So yeah, I used to think all that stuff was like total BS. I was like, why are you reading this in the newspaper? What are you doing with your life, Mom? Don't believe this bullshit. What are you're making decisions based on this? Like, it doesn't make any sense from the heliocentric point of view. But after I started looking at maybe this cosmology is all wrong, it's like, oh, maybe I need to rethink some things. And boy, have I rethought some things since then. But then again, I used to not eat kimchi either. And now, like, kimchi and vegetarian sushi is like the bomb. So, shit changes.
I had to research that. I haven't even tried that before.
Vitamin K2 makes you look young. If you've ever seen my face, I don't look nowhere near 40. And it ain't because I ain't been outside. I've been outside. I've been, the sun has touched me. So, yeah. I think kimchi makes you look young. I don't know. It makes you. You're supposed to eat fermented foods, like foods that are naturally fermented, like organic, straight into the jar. Don't boil it. Just let the cabbage that has the enzymes in there just like naturally grow in the water, and you're supposed to eat that.
Yeah, I agree. We do sour, like make our own sourdough and stuff, and it's amazing to see that. It's like alive. Everything's alive. And we've done kefir. I haven't tried to do kombucha yet, but yeah, I'm interested.
I mean, if you're doing something like beef stew, yeah, you need to pasteurize it and put some bacon grease on top to get that good seal, you know. But if it's something just like cabbage, like, man, that'll stay in the jar for 2 weeks and be all right.
Does anyone know what the code meaning of a leopard pattern is again? You know, I see many movie stars with leopard clothing and whatnot, you know, with the weird pattern. What is it? What's the meaning behind that again? Anyone knows?
You have an example? I don't know what you mean.
Like, there's like some weird occult meaning behind women in Hollywood wearing leopard, leopard pattern clothing.
Leopard. We call it leopard.
Oh, leopard. Okay.
Oh, okay. Now that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's part of the mind control. Part of the mind control thing. The kitten sex slaves.
Oh, okay.
That means she's a cougar.
You know what the sad thing is? I see this a lot with sketchy families and their children, especially from the Netherlands. And I don't want to talk more about this publicly, but if what I have seen myself in reality is, I just hope it isn't what I think it is. You know, it's just the weird, strange behavior of certain types of moms and dads, if that makes sense. Because, yeah. Anyways, this world is so rotten. Have you guys also noticed like weird stuff in public sometimes? Kind of in that direction.
Sometimes, all the time.
All the time. Okay. So you don't. So you know what I'm talking about, right? Like you know you can see the patterns because it's not only what I talk about, but you see like children with like butterfly earrings and this weird behavior of the parents. Like it's just different from other families, you know. Not as if I'm like interpreting anything into it, but man, it's just this word, man.
It seems like this generation coming up is raising themselves, from what I'm watching. And then obviously, as soon as they get to the age of school, the school raises them.
Huh.
Like the parents seem to be wanting to take a step back, and maybe it's because they felt, their parents were too strict or something, so they're just like, let them do whatever they want now, or I don't know what's going on, but that's what it seems like.
Hmm.
And I have to say, these kids are pretty smart. I remember when I was younger, when I first got into conspiracies and stuff, I used to say, "We'll know how close to the end the world is as soon as babies come out with intelligence."
Well, you're talking about normal stuff right now, you know. But I really mean, you know, like the obvious trafficking stuff that I just can't overlook that I sometimes notice in public. It's just weird stuff, you know. And I hope I'm just wrong with my interpretation.
Oh
I
yeah,
really hope.
I probably am not seeing that. I live in like a small town, kind of Bible Beltish.
Oh, okay. But I work in a hotel, so yeah. Many people coming in and out, if that makes sense. It's just strange if you see a father and his son and his small daughter going outside and just him, his son, turning back. You know, stuff like that. Kinda, weird. Especially when you have no other explanation. And I just hope that I'm, you know, maybe completely wrong. That's just my hope, you know. I hope that everything I so far thought to be this or that, I'm just completely wrong with it. I just really hope that. Because then it's just so evil and dark that, yeah. I can only say, man, the state of this world is so rotten. And we mostly just experience the surface of it.
So Tora, you there?
All right, go ahead.
Sorry, Larry. Yeah, Tora, earlier you were asking a question. You were saying, well, if there's more land beyond the extremities of the earth, that we know that the sun reaches the southern tropic and it doesn't move beyond that. So is there light beyond the extremities of the earth? You know what I'm saying? Like if the sun
Yeah.
is only reaching a certain point, all right, so we follow. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
to me it seems like it reaches a point that it actually carves out, you know, it changes the water to ice. Or the ice to water, whatever. Like if we didn't have the sun, I'd imagine the oceans would freeze. And I was kind of mentioning that to like when people say infinite plane, that's where I'm like, oh, I don't know. I think we're domed in, and I think there's hidden lands. There's even hidden lands like Niahu or whatever in Hawaii that no one's allowed to go to except because one family owns it or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I don't even have a reference point in scripture to tell me that there's more land out there. But if the dome, right, starts out over there, there can't be an infinite plane unless maybe, you know, if you on the other side of that dome you keep going, and then on the other side of another dome you keep going. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that's kind of like what my icon depicts. Like, yeah, I could see there being more land outside those domes, but I don't think our bodies of dust and spirit can go there or anything. And I guess the crux of my argument is they say there's 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica, and I've always explained that with the coffee cup caustic, which has to have sunlight reflecting off the dome. So I don't know.
Coffee cup caustic, and then what's the other term earlier? Man. 2 possible ways to explain how we can get a 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. Which I do believe is a real phenomena.
Yeah, my aunt is going next summer. I'm excited. I'm gonna have her do a couple of different shots, and it's funny. It's my aunt going to Antarctica.
Your aunt going to Antarctica. Antarctica.
Yeah, like where's Uncle Arctica? You know. I think I don't know. I think Admiral Byrd found the dome, and then these guys started blowing stuff off of it and mapping it and everything. I don't know. That makes the most sense to me. I think it's just beyond Antarctica. I don't know how far beyond, but I'm not sure if I would call it the ice wall is all Antarctica. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was. You ever see the model that has like it's a square and then there's a dish cut out of that square, and that gives you the
Yeah.
4 corners of the earth? You know, that one makes the most sense to me.
I didn't really like that model only because it does show curvature to some extent, but it's more like concave, or not concave, but crater Earth. But then there's like a summit in the middle.
You know what I think about this? When I look at the United Nations and I look how almost every country is, keeping all this stuff from us, and especially with the Arctic Treaty, you might think that at some point they realized they're all in the same boat. There's just a limitation to this place. So regardless what country you are or what leader, at the end of the day, borders don't matter anymore within their